So today I'm going to do a recap of A Nightmare on Elm Street, the movie, the first movie. And I was going to originally show like some footage from the movie or maybe some stills, but I didn't want to get a copyright claim against me, so I decided to just draw my own little recap comic of the movie, and I'll use that to explain what happens. Before I get started, if you like my videos, don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment down below. It'll really help out the channel. Alright, let's get started. So we start up here. The movie starts with a little montage of Freddy making his glove. Well, you don't know it's Freddy. I'm guessing everybody knows who Freddy is now, but you see this mysterious man, and he's making this glove, and he's attaching these blades to the end of each finger, and we later learn that's his, I guess, weapon of choice when it comes to killing. But you don't see his face at this point, you just see him making the glove and this really creepy sounds and stuff like that. So a nice introduction, and then you get the title screen, A Nightmare on Elm Street, and you get the creepy music and all that. Okay, then we start off with this girl. Her name is Tina, and she's having a dream, and it's really weird and bizarre and creepy. She's in like this boiler room type environment, and she keeps hearing somebody call her name, Tina. So she, she's wandering around this environment. She sees this little lamb or a sheep or a goat or something. It's not a goat, but a lamb, let's say. Or probably a sheep. Let's call it a sheep. So she sees a sheep for no reason, and everything's all really creepy. And then eventually this man pops out from behind her, or behind a pipe or something, and he has his claws there, and she gets terrified, and he takes a swipe at her with his claw. But then she wakes up just in time. But when she wakes up, she looks down at her nightgown, and she notices that it's been scratched just where this guy Freddy swiped at her. So somehow, what happened in her dream actually happened in real life. So we get a nice creepy intro there. Very well done. So then the next day she's at school, and we're introduced to her friends. There's Nancy Thompson. There's Tina, of course. You already were introduced to her. There's her greasy boyfriend, Rod. He's just always looking very greasy. And then there is Glenn, kind of Nancy's boyfriend, I guess, but I'm not 100% sure how serious they are yet. And he's played by Johnny Depp, so I think I'll call him Johnny Depp throughout this review, but I may call him Glenn by accident a few times, but it's Johnny Depp. So then, so they're basically, they arrive at school and they're just talking, and then there's some conversation about dreams, blah blah blah, and then Rod and Tina get into a bit of a fight for kind of a silly reason, but they get into a bit of a fight because Rod says something about the dreams that he has about Tina, and then Rod, they both get upset, and then Rod says probably the best line in the movie and any movie ever. He says, "Up yours with a twirling lawnmower. Up yours with a twirling lawnmower." Brilliant stuff, brilliant. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, this movie is written and directed by Wes Craven, one of the horror masters. So anyways, now it's the next night, or it's, I think, that night, and they're at Tina's house, so they're having a little slumber party, I guess, and it's Tina, Nancy, and Johnny Depp are there, and they're listening to some 80s tuneskis on the radio. And then they start talking about dreams and stuff, and I think Tina mentions that about the dreams about the guy with fingernails, long fingernails, and then Nancy is like, she had dreams like that too. And they're both like, oh my god. And then they hear screech coming from outside, some screeching noise. So they're pretty brave. So because they along with Johnny Depp, of course, go outside to investigate. And then you get a jump scare. It ends up being Rod, Tina's greasy boyfriend. He was just using some kind of garden tool to make that screeching noise. But I guess for some reason that act really, turned Tina on or something, because they kissed and made up, and then they go into the bedroom for some adult situations. Adult situations. So then after they have their adult situation time, they're in bed, and Rod is more greasy than ever. Grease, sweat, a lot of sweat. And then Rod mentions how guys can have nightmares too. So obviously Rod was also having some kind of nightmares, but he doesn't really go into details. So then they fall asleep. And then Tina starts having a dream, and she hears that voice again calling her, Tina, Tina. And she gets up and she goes to the window, and she part of the window cracks. I think it's supposed to be a little pebble that was thrown, and it got embedded in the window because I guess it was thrown so hard or something. And then we cut into the room where Nancy's sleeping, and it looks like she's having a nightmare too. And it's a really cool, memorable scene and cool effect where Freddy's face is pushing through the wall. So the wall almost becomes like this pliable, soft material. I don't know how to explain it, but his face is like pressing through the wall, and his hands are pressing through the wall too, right above Nancy. But then Nancy gets up, she turns around, and the wall goes back to normal. So I guess she woke up. So then Tina goes outside to investigate who's calling her, which is unrealistic. I'd be too terrified to even move. And then another classic scene. So she sees this mysterious man in the distance who has this hat, a sweater, and a glove with nails on it. And he starts walking towards her, but his arms start to grow out to each side, and they get really, really long. And then with this glove, he starts scratching some sheet metal or something off to the side. Screech, 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 screech. It's a really, really cool effect and really creepy. So Tina's like freaks out, and she starts to run. And then Freddy's like, Tina. And then she stops on a dime and turns around. I don't know why she would stop and turn around, but she stops and turns around. And then Freddy's like, check this out. And he cuts off 2 of his own fingers with his glove. And man, I've never seen somebody so happy before ever, let alone Freddy. I mean, you gotta see the look on his face. This is no exaggeration to how happy he was to cut his own 2 fingers off. And of course there's all blood spurting out. Nice effect that they did there. So of course Tina, that freaks her out, so she keeps running back to her house. And then Freddy catches up with her, and they start, a scuffle breaks out. And then Tina grabs Freddy's face and claws at it, but then his face just like slides off and exposes his skull underneath, and he laughs. It's a pretty creepy effect as well. And then we cut to, I guess, what do you want to call this? The real world or whatever. Rod wakes up and he sees cuts start to appear on Tina's body all at once. And he's like, what the hell's going on, Tina? And there's blood everywhere. And then just an iconic but very disturbing scene Tina starts to levitate out of her bed, and it looks like she's being tossed around, and she's like floating in the air. And then she, more cuts are just appearing all over, and she's a bloody mess. And Rod is like just freaking out; he doesn't know what to do. And then this wakes up Nancy and Johnny Depp in the other room, and they come to investigate. And when they open the door, they find Tina's dead body on the floor. There's blood everywhere, and a window's open, and Rod is nowhere to be found. So then we cut to the police station. So this is later on, and we're introduced to two characters. Lieutenant Thompson, who is Nancy's father. He's a police lieutenant, and her mother, Marge. And I think they're divorced, and they don't seem to get along very well. So the father is he's like, "What the hell were you doing there, Nancy? That guy Rod is dangerous." And she's like, "He's not dangerous. Yeah, sure, him and Tina got into fights every once in a while, but it was nothing serious." And then the mom is like, "Well, I'm sorry, you don't think this is serious." And then Nancy's like, "How can you say that? My friend is dead." So she was really upset about that. So maybe bad choice of words by the mom. So the next day, so this is Nancy's house, and it's an iconic house because it becomes known as, I guess, as the Freddy Krueger house or the Nightmare on Elm Street house. And it's a real house, by the way. You can see it on YouTube. But this house appears pretty much in every movie, and I'm not sure if this ends up being revealed to be Freddy's house when he was alive, just a regular human. But anyways, it's an important house in the series. And so Nancy comes downstairs, and her mom sees her, and Nancy wants to go to school, but the mom's like, "Oh, you've been through a lot, you should stay home." But Nancy says, "I'll go crazy if I just stay home. I have to go to school." So there's that's Nancy. She's walking on the sidewalk to school, and there she sees some stranger who's kind of staring at her. And then she passes this bush or whatever, and then Rod jumps out, and you can see he's still greasy, but he jumps out and he grabs Nancy and pulls her into the bush. And he's basically saying that he didn't do it. He didn't kill Tina. Nancy seems a little bit skeptical, but yeah, he's trying to convince her that he didn't do it. He's like, "Well, what do I do? What do I do now?" And then Nancy's father, Lieutenant Thompson, appears out of nowhere and points a gun at him and says, "Don't move." And Nancy's like, "You used me, Dad." So obviously the police thought that Rod was the number one suspect, and they assumed that Nancy might try to contact him. So that's why this stranger guy was there. He was a cop, and he was, spying on her basically. So Nancy gets upset that they used her to find Rod, and her dad is like, "What are you doing here? You should be at home." And she's like, "I'm going to school," or whatever. And so she takes off and goes to school, and Rod gets caught and goes to jail. So here we see Nancy at school, and she's in English class, I think, and she falls asleep because it's really boring. She just blah 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 from the teacher. So this is a really disturbing moment, another iconic moment. So she starts having this dream, and she looks over to the doorway of the classroom, and she sees Tina in first she hears someone calling her name, Nancy. So she looks over and sees Tina's body inside one of those corpse bags, but it's like a clear bag, so she can see through it a bit. And she sees her friend Tina, and she's all full of blood, and she looks dead, but she's calling Nancy's name. So then Nancy looks around the classroom, and no one else seems to notice this. And then she looks back in the hallway, and Tina's gone, but she still sees the pool of blood on the floor. So then she goes out into the hallway and she sees a trail of blood, so she decides to follow it. So this is the long school hallway. She goes down some steps, and then actually in one part she sees this, what do you call it, hall monitor, this girl, and she's wearing this sweater that looks like Freddy's sweater, the green and red stripes, and she's like, no running. And then Nancy, I think, pushes her to the ground or something like that, and she's like, screw your hall pass or something. I'm not recapping this exactly right, but then the girl looks at Nancy and says something in Freddy's voice. Now I can't remember what it is. I probably should have planned that better, but anyways. So anyway, Nancy keeps going and she finds this boiler room area in the school. One thing you'll find out is that Freddy really likes hanging out in boiler rooms. Okay, so she's wandering around this creepy boiler room for a while, and then she sees this mysterious dude come out of the shadows, and she's like, who are you? So Freddy's response, of course, is to lift his shirt, and then he slices open his own chest, and all these maggots start coming out. A really cool effect. The only weird thing is that his chest and his stomach didn't have any burns because his face is all burned. I didn't mention that, but his face looks all burned. But his chest was absolutely normal, so that was kind of weird. Maybe they got lazy with the makeup. And then she starts running, and then eventually she gets cornered. She, goes into this little dead end area, and then Freddy slowly approaches her, and he's like laughing and being all creepy, and the music's all creepy, and then it shows a close up of his mouth, and he's like, come to Freddy, and then it shows his tongue flicker in a very creepy way. And then Nancy's like, God damn you. And then she puts her arm on this pipe, a really hot pipe, I guess it's carrying hot water, and it burns her arm. And then she wakes up in the classroom, sitting at her desk, and she's freaking out. She's like totally going berserk. And then the teacher, tries to calm her down. She's like, Nancy, what's wrong? What's happening? And then she sort of, comes to her senses, and then she bolts. She leaves the class. And she notices that on her arm, where she got burned in the dream, she was actually burned in real life. So now she's starting to, figure things out. So she decides to visit Rod in jail, and there he is, poor guy behind bars, and she's asking him questions about what happened that night with Tina. And he's like, I just saw all these cuts appear on her at once, 4 cuts at once. So that clues Nancy into like, okay, 4 cuts at once. That sounds like, Freddy's glove thingy. And Rod's like, I could have helped her if I acted sooner, but I thought it was just another nightmare. And Nancy's like, figuring out, okay, he thought it was a nightmare, so he has nightmares too. So she's putting, starting to put things together. And he's like, do you think I did it? And Nancy's like, no. So she starts to believe him, and she leaves. So later, she's at home and she's relaxing in a hot bath, and she starts singing 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. That's the classic Freddy song. And she starts drifting off to sleep. And just then Freddy's glove slowly comes out of the water, and just when you think she's done for, Nancy's mom knocks on the washroom door, and she wakes up, and then Freddy's claw goes back underwater. And she's like, what is it, mother? And my mom's like, don't fall asleep in the bathtub, some people drown that way. And she's like, oh, please, mother. And okay, the mom leaves, and then Nancy actually does fall asleep, ignores it. So the mom comes rushing to the door. She's knocking on the door, and Nancy's not responding. And then the mom, busts the door open. But by that point, Nancy's up and out of the bathtub, and Nancy's like, "Oh, I'm okay, Mom. I just slipped getting out of the tub." And she didn't want to tell her mom about the dream. So then the mom leaves, and then Nancy opens the medicine cabinet, and she sees these pills to make you stay awake, because obviously she doesn't want to sleep. So later she's in her bed, and she's watching TV, and this is an interesting bit of trivia that the movie she's watching is Evil Dead 2, I believe. Yeah, Evil Dead 2, which is another classic horror movie. But what's interesting about that is that in Evil Dead 1, there was one part, I think, in the cellar, there was a poster on the wall, and it was for, what is it, The Hills Have Eyes, I think, which is a movie directed by Wes Craven. That was in the first Evil Dead movie. So then Wes Craven put this of Evil Dead 2, this reference to Evil Dead 2 on the TV. And then I think wait, am I doing this right? No, this was Evil Dead 1, sorry. I believe this was Evil Dead 1 on the TV. And then in Evil Dead 2, there was, I think you can see the Freddy glove on the wall on one part. Not 100% sure if I'm saying all this right. But anyways, and another connection here is that in Jason Goes to Hell, which is Friday the 13th, part 9, you see the Necronomicon. The Necronomicon's featured in the movie, which that's from the Evil Dead series, but also in Jason Goes to Hell. At the end, Freddy's claw comes out of the dirt and pulls Jason's mask into hell. So basically, these three movies are connected, and there was actually talk of doing a 3-way crossover movie, but that never happened. But they did make comics based on that. Anyways, that was a massive aside. So Nancy's watching TV, she shuts it off, and then she calls Johnny Depp to come over. Johnny Depp is her boyfriend, I guess, and he lives across the street from her. So he comes over, he sneaks in through her window, and she tells him, "Okay, I need you to do me a favor. I need to get some sleep, so I want you to watch me, and if you see me acting weird or doing anything weird, wake me up. Like, if it looks like I'm having a nightmare, wake me up." And he's like, yeah, no problem. She's like, "Don't fall asleep." He's like, yeah, don't worry. You can always trust Johnny Depp. So Nancy goes to sleep, and she starts having a dream. So in her dream, she's walking outside, and at one point, she turns back, and she's like, "Are you there?" And then Johnny Depp walks out from behind a tree, and he's like, "Yeah, so what?" And she's like, "Just checking." And then Johnny Depp's like, and he just walks back behind the tree. So it was kind of interesting how they did that, kind of somehow creepy. I don't know why, but it makes you think, wait a minute, how is Johnny Depp communicating with her if he's awake? Is she talking in her sleep and he's responding? Or did he fall asleep and he's in the dream too? I guess we'll find out a bit later. So anyway, in the dream, she walks to the jail, and she looks in the window, and she sees her friend Rod lying in his cell, sleeping. And then she sees Freddy walking down there in the jail, and then he walks through the bars of his cell, just like T-1000 did in Terminator 2. So she starts freaking out, and she's calling for Glenn, but Glenn's not responding. And then suddenly Freddy appears next to her or something, and she starts running, and she's screaming for Glenn, but again, no response from Glenn. So she runs home and locks the door behind her, and she starts going up the steps. But as you can see, her feet start going through the steps as if the steps are made of a soft marshmallow material. So it makes her really hard to go up the steps. She's because it's kind of cheaply done. It makes me laugh, but Freddy says, Nancy help, but he's saying it in Tina's voice. But he's wearing a terrible, terrible mask that's supposed to be Tina, but you would never know that. That's supposed to be Tina, and then he rips off, and then Tina's like, or Freddy says in Tina's voice, help, you have to save me from, and then Freddy rips off the mask and says, Freddy. And yeah, like, I don't know why they did it. It could have been Tina's. They could have got Tina's actual face, like the actress, pretending. Sorry, you could have had Freddy taken Tina's form and used the actress who played Tina, and then you could have reverted back to Freddy at the appropriate moment instead of using like a really cheap mask. But I don't know, it's kind of funny. So then Nancy runs upstairs and she closes her bedroom door behind her, and on the bedroom door there's a mirror, and she looks in the mirror and says, this is just a dream. It isn't real. This is just a dream. It isn't real. And just then, boom, Freddy busts through the mirror, and it's a really awesome effect in the way Freddy jumps through, and he's like, just was so cool. One of the most memorable parts in the movie for me anyways. And of course, this whole time, Johnny Depp is passed out on the sofa or on the chair wherever he's sleeping. You see Z, 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 Z. You don't actually see the Z's in the movie, but so he's sleeping through this whole thing. So Freddy jumps on top of Nancy, and he's like taking swipes at her with his glove, and he swipes or he claws at her pillow, and feathers go all over the place, but he doesn't get Nancy. And just in time, her alarm clock goes off. Ring, 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 ring. So Nancy wakes up and she's freaking out, and Glenn wakes up too, and he's like, "Oh, what happened? What's wrong? What's wrong?" So Nancy's furious. She's like, "You had one job, Johnny Depp. You had one job, and you screwed up." And he's like, "Sorry, I'm sorry. I fell asleep." And then I think Nancy's mom comes up, knocks on her door, and then she tells Johnny Depp, she's like, "Get out of here. Hide outside my window." So he goes outside her window to hide, and she tells her mom, "Yeah, it's okay, Mom. I was just having a nightmare." So the mom leaves, and then Nancy looks toward the window, and she's like, Johnny Depp, are you there?" Now, I never noticed this before. I just noticed it for the first time when I was preparing for this video. So I always thought that this whole scene was, or not the whole scene, but this part was just a cheap attempt at a scare or a jump scare. Like, I thought she was concerned that Johnny Depp wasn't responding through the window. But then I noticed, there's a little feather flying down, and that's when Nancy was looking at. And she's like, "Wait a minute, I had a dream where there's feathers all over the place, and now I see a feather in real life." So she starts to realize that it's possible to pull things out of her dream and into the real world. But for some reason, I never got that. So then, her and Johnny Depp figure that Rod is in danger because she saw Freddy in Rod's dream, essentially. So they decide to go to the jail, and they convince the guard to let them in to see Rod. But before they can get there, Rod starts having a dream in his cell, and you can see this bed sheet is like rolled up or whatever, and sort of wraps itself around Rod's neck, which is obviously being controlled by Freddy. And then he wakes up and he's like, "Hey, what's going on? What's going on?" He starts screaming, and then the bedsheet pulls him towards the wall and ends up hanging him against the wall, and it looks like he breaks his neck. Poor Rod. And just then the police guy with Nancy and Johnny Depp come in, and but it's too late. He's already dead. was, I guess the next day or something, or the next few days, at the Rod's funeral, and you see Nancy here, really sad, and her two parents. And then, when they were leaving the funeral, Nancy's like, I know who did this. He's burned, and he wears a weird hat, and she starts describing him. And you can see the parents looking at each other in a very suspicious way, like they know something. And then the dad says she needs psychiatric help. And the mom's like, don't worry, I'm going to take her to this sleep clinic. I don't know why she would take her to a sleep clinic. Yeah, she hasn't been sleeping much, but maybe psychiatric help would have been better. But regardless, nothing would have helped against Freddy. So anyways, they take her to this sleep clinic, and they hook her up to all these machines, and they want to do a test on her to monitor her sleep patterns or something. And then, so she falls asleep. She's reluctant to do it, but she's like, okay, fine, whatever. She falls asleep, and then, her mom and this sleep clinic staff guy, whatever, start talking. But then Nancy starts freaking out. She's obviously having a nightmare, and all the equipment is going off the charts. So they wake her up. And then, a few interesting things is that her hair, or part of her hair, turns gray. And it remains gray for the rest of the movie, and in part 3, she's also in part 3. I guess she got so scared that her hair turned gray or something. And also she has a wound on her arm, a scratch on her arm. And then she's like, Mom, I pulled this out of my dream. And she had Freddy's hat in her hand, and her mom's like, oh my god. Kind of freaking out because I guess she recognizes it. So then, later, this is at home. I don't know if I guess it's another day or something like that. And her mom is drinking. So we also learned that the mom is an alcoholic. She always has this bottle. I don't know if it's vodka or whatever it is. It doesn't really matter. And she was looking at the hat that Nancy brought out of her dream. And then Nancy confronts her a little bit about it. And she's like, who's Freddy Krueger? I guess she saw, I think inside the hat there was a label that said Freddy Krueger. So I guess he wrote his name inside his own hat. So that's how Nancy learns his name, I think. And then the mom's just like, Freddy Krueger can't hurt you, he's dead. And then I forget exactly what happens, but I seem to remember Nancy grabs the bottle and throws it on the ground and it breaks, but I don't remember 100% for sure. And then she leaves. So then she's walking with Johnny Depp outside, and it looks like they spent the day together, and they're crossing this little bridge, and they're talking about dreams and stuff. And Johnny Depp notices that she has this book called Booby Traps and Improvised Anti-Personnel Devices. And he's like, well, he's kind of like, what are you reading that for? And she's like, yeah, just in case. So that comes into play later in the movie. So then Nancy goes home, and she sees that all the windows on her house have bars on them. And she's like, what the heck is this about? So she goes inside and confronts her mother. And she's like, Mom, why are all the doors and windows barred? And she's like, it's just for your safety. And then it looks like the mom is kind of drunk again. But the mom decides to tell her the truth about Freddy Krueger. So she's like, come downstairs with me. So they go into the basement, and next to this, what do you call this, a furnace, old school furnace, and she starts telling him the story of Freddy. So basically, Freddy was, when he was a human, or when he was alive, or whatever, he was a murderer, and he killed a lot of kids in the neighborhood. And then the parents got really upset, obviously. And Freddy ends up getting caught by the police, and there's a trial. But for some reason, on some technicality, Freddy ends up going free. And this upsets all the parents in the neighborhood. So the parents decided to get together and burn Freddy alive. So that's what they did. They burned him, and he died. And so she says, he's dead because Mommy killed him. It's okay now, you can sleep. And she takes this little thing out of this cloth or something that that's in the furnace, and she unwraps it, and Freddy's glove is inside that cloth. So I guess the mom decided to keep Freddy's glove for some reason, which is really creepy if you think about it. And of course, Nancy sees the glove and she's like, "Oh my God, that's." She doesn't say it, but she's thinking, "That's the glove for my dreams." So then, Nancy calls Glenn, or Johnny Depp, who again lives right across the street, and she's basically comes up with a plan. She's gonna try to pull Freddy out of her dream, and then she wants Glenn to come over, and then I don't know, beat him up with a baseball bat or whatever, catch him or kill him or whatever. And Johnny Depp is not really believing all this. He's like, "Okay, whatever, yeah, sure, I'll do it. Don't worry about it." And she's like, "Whatever you do, don't fall." Oh, sorry. The plan was like, I think in like a set amount of time, like in a half an hour or whatever, show up outside of my house, and I'll have Freddy with me. But she's like, "Whatever you do, don't fall asleep." And he's like, "Yeah, don't worry, you can count on me." And then 3 seconds later, he's asleep. He literally falls asleep like right away. Yeah, it's a bit of an exaggeration. It wasn't right away, but he falls asleep pretty quick on his bed watching a little portable TV. So then Nancy, I think she went to go check on her mother or something, but then she goes back and she wants to call Glenn or Johnny Depp again. So she calls him, but the parents answer and tell her that he's busy, and they hang up. And then the parent, Johnny Depp's parents, disconnect or leave the phone off the hook. So then Nancy tries to call back and she gets a busy signal, and she gets upset. And I drew this panel wrong here. Basically, what happens is she gets upset, but then she hears Freddy. I think Freddy's claw screeching in the background, and that scares her, like through the phone. That scares her, so she pulls the phone out of the socket, out of the phone cord, and the phone is like cord is damaged. And she's like, "Oh great, what if Johnny Depp tries to call me?" But I drew it wrong because I drew her angry. I thought that she pulled it because she was mad that she got a busy signal, but she pulled it because she was scared because she heard Freddy's claws. But anyways, not a big deal. But then, just then, she hears the phone ring, even though it's pulled out of its socket, so it shouldn't be ringing. It's not a cordless, it's not a cell phone, obviously. So she's kind of reluctantly and slowly answers the phone. She's like, "Hello." And then the end of the receiver, and this is really disturbing and creepy, but the end of the phone, the part you're talking to, Freddy's tongue sticks out and like starts wagging in a really disturbing way, and he says, "I'm your boyfriend now." So Nancy freaks out and whips the phone on the ground, and so that's kind of weird. Like, how did that happen? Does Freddy have power in the real world or just the dream world? Or did Nancy fall asleep? But there's no indication that she's sleeping on this part, so I don't know. A little bit inconsistency there. But then Nancy kind of realizes, wait a minute, I'm your boyfriend now, so what do you mean she kind of figures that he's gonna kill Johnny Depp, and he's gonna be, that's what he means by "I'm your boyfriend now." So she's concerned. She runs downstairs, and she's gonna, open the front door and leave and go across the street to check on Glenn, but the door's locked from the inside. So she's like, mother. She finds her mother totally wasted, just gone beyond belief, just wrecked on the couch. And the mom's like, locked. So she's gone. She's like, "You're not going anywhere." And Nancy's like really upset. So Nancy runs upstairs and looks through the window, and so we cut to Glenn's room, sleeping comfortably on his bed. But then all of a sudden, Freddy's glove comes up and pulls Johnny Depp down into the bed. So it's like there's a hole appears in his bed, and he gets completely pulled in the bed. And he's like, he's screaming, like profusely. And then what happens? classic Freddy moment, and a horror movie moment. So, just a ridiculous, copious amounts of blood gush out of Johnny Depp's bed out of the hole where he got pulled in, and just flies up to the ceiling in a really cool but disturbing visual. Now, obviously, you can tell that they filmed this by everything's really upside down, and the blood is just pouring out with gravity, but still it looks really, really cool. And I'm pretty sure the human body doesn't hold that much blood, but still, it was just a really cool image. And then the mom comes in, and she sees all this blood everywhere, and she starts screaming. And Nancy's screaming because she saw this happen from across the street in her room. So, sorry guys, Johnny Depp is a goner too. Oh, I drew this page a lot darker, so I think it's easier to see. But, so yeah, now it cuts to Johnny Depp's house, and there's all these cops around and ambulance and all that stuff. Not that they can do anything for him, but they're investigating the crime scene. And Nancy's father's there. Of course, he's the lieutenant. And then Nancy calls the house, Johnny Depp's house, and she talks to her dad, and she says, "I know who did this, Dad. It was Fred Krueger." And then the look on the dad's face was just like, oh, kind of like, number one, how does she know about Fred Krueger? And number two, why did she think it was him instead? So she doesn't believe him, and she's like, and then she says, "Dad, I'm gonna go to sleep, pull him out of my dream, and then I want you to come in and arrest him." And he's like, "Oh yeah, sure, that's a good idea. Go to sleep. You need sleep." So he's just happy that she's gonna go to sleep, but he obviously doesn't believe her that she's gonna be able to pull him out of his dream. Oh, but she said this is the weird thing. She's like, okay, in 20 minutes, make sure you show up, and I'll have him. So she sets a time, deadline for 20 minutes, and then it shows her setting up, like in a montage. She's setting up a bunch of traps around her house. So that's why she was reading that self-defense booby trap book. So it shows her putting gunpowder inside a light bulb. She's setting up a sledgehammer outside her door. She sets a tripwire, and she does something with a clothespin. I'm not 100% sure. Then she goes to talk to her mom. So her mom's in her bedroom, lying in bed, and she's still drunk, but she's, they have sort of a touching moment where they say "I love you" to each other. But I have to admit, I'll say this here, the mom is she's a cheap actor. Like, she's very old school, soap opera actress type of thing, and it just comes off really cheesy in this movie. It just doesn't work for this movie. But anyway, so then Nancy goes in her bed, and she sets her digital wristwatch for 10 minutes timer. Sets the timer for 10 minutes, and then the watch is like 10 minutes and counting. So it actually says that in a voice, and there's no way a little flimsy watch like this back then would have any kind of voice capabilities, but it's just a movie. So, but the weird thing is that she set the timer for 10 minutes, but she told her dad to meet her in 20 minutes. So that means she set up all these traps and then had that conversation with her mom in 10 minutes. There's no way. Like, it would take at least an hour to set up these traps, I would think. But hey, whatever. Again, it's just a movie. So then Nancy falls asleep. Well, first she says the prayer, "Now I lay me down to sleep and pray the Lord my soul to keep," blah, blah, blah. And then she goes to bed. So she starts having a dream, and she goes down. In her dream, she's in her house, and she goes into the basement. She checks the boiler room. Sorry, not the boiler room, but the furnace, and she notices that the glove is not in there. So I don't know, I guess that means she's dreaming, or else the glove would be in there. So she notices this other door in the basement, and she goes down. She goes into this door and down the steps, and it leads to a boiler room. And then yeah. Anyways, so then she goes down into the boiler room. She's searching around for Freddy, and she hears like little laughs. Like Freddy's kind of stalking her. She hears some laughing here and there, and some nails screeching on the metal pipes and stuff. But she can't find him. But then she comes to this area, and then she sees Johnny Depp's headphones that he was listening to when he died, and it's all full of blood. And then she notices that she's running out of time. She can't find him. She's like, "Where are you?" And then boom, he pops out of nowhere. And it's weird because Nancy takes off, and it's weird because he's wearing his hat here, but in the next shot he doesn't have his hat on. And then for the rest of the movie, he's not wearing a hat. So I wonder what happened to his hat. But then again, he's in the dream world, so I guess he made his own hat disappear because he's Freddy. He can do whatever he wants. So then Nancy jumps off this thing, and then suddenly she lands in front of her house inside these rose bushes, which doesn't make sense, but it's a dream, doesn't have to. And then she's looking around, she doesn't see Freddy, and then she looks at her watch again, very low on time, and then Freddy pops out of the bushes, and she grabs him just in time, and then her alarm starts going off. So that wakes her up, and she's in her bedroom. She's looking around. She's like, "Oh man, it didn't work. Freddy's not here." But then Freddy was hiding behind the bed, and he jumps out. And Nancy runs out of the room, and then Freddy chases her. And then this is where we go into Home Alone mode, where he's getting caught in all her booby traps. I was gonna draw like Macaulay Culkin in the background saying yes or something like that, but I'm like, nah, no time for that. So yeah, Freddy gets that sledgehammer right to the gut. Ooh, and that'd probably be enough to kill him or hurt him seriously, but he's a tough dude. And then he runs out the room, and he ends up falling over the banister down the stairs. And then he's chasing after her, and he trips over the tripwire, which causes the light bulb to explode behind him. That was full of gunpowder. So he goes flying. So Freddy kind of looks a little bit like a bumbling oaf on this part. Kind of looks almost like a parody on, to some degree. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of funny to watch now, this type of thing. I don't want to see Freddy, getting caught in traps and tripping and all that stuff. It diminishes his legend, I guess, but he's in the real world now, so I guess he doesn't really have any special abilities or godlike powers. So it does make sense. So Nancy runs into the basement, and then Freddy chases her, and then she grabs this jar of gasoline and dumps it on him, and then she lights a match, throws it on him, and he catches on fire. And it's funny that suddenly he looks like extra chunky, and that's because obviously the stunt double is wearing protective, many layers of protective material, so he doesn't actually burn, because they were using real fire back then, no CGI here. And not just for this movie, anytime in a movie back then when you saw somebody catch on fire, they looked, a little bit extra chunky. And then there's a part he's chasing Nancy up the steps. He looks more like Jason Voorhees, because that almost looks like he's wearing a hockey mask, because the mask is like really thick, obviously again to protect the stunt double. So Nancy runs out of the basement, and she locks the door behind her. And then she breaks the window and the front door, and she's screaming for help. And then there's still cops across the street investigating Johnny Depp's death. And then they see her screaming, so they call her dad. And her dad and the other cops go over there and break the door open. Because remember, the door is locked from the inside. And then she's like, "He's here. The killer's here. He's in the basement." So they go to try to open the door in the basement, and it won't open. Well, I don't know if they open it or not, but then they notice fiery footprints. Lots of fiery footprints leading upstairs. And then Nancy's like, oh my god, he's going for mother. And the dad's like, what are you talking about, Nancy? What's going on here? So they both go upstairs. And then this is in the mom's room. Freddy is on top of the mother, who's on the bed. And they're both on fire. And then Nancy grabs a chair and WWE style just bam, smashes it on Freddy's back. And then the dad comes in and he gets some blankets, heavy blankets, and puts it on top of both Freddy and the mom to put out the fire. And this is where it really gets weird. When the fire goes out, he pulls the blankets away, and then all you see is the mom's heavily burnt body, and clearly dead body. And she slowly lowers down into the bed. So there's no. It's like a big hole in the bed, I guess, and she slowly lowers down into the bed, and then she lifts her arm and kind of waves at her. So, and then the bed just closes up, and then that's it. She's gone. So it's like, okay, wait, is this a dream at this point? Like, how is this happening in the real world? I don't know. It doesn't make too much sense to me, but it doesn't bother me too much. And the other weird thing is the dad is watching all this, and he's like, he has a little bit of a disturbed look on his face, but he's not shocked. He's just like, oh, that's disgusting. Like, I don't know, if I saw that, I'd be like, what the hell? I'd be freaking out. That's a life-changing event, But he doesn't seem that disturbed by it. And then, him and Nancy tells the dad, like, oh, do you believe me now? And then they hug and talk a little bit. And then the dad goes downstairs to do whatever police duties he's got to do. And Nancy's still in the room. And then the door closes by itself behind her. And then Freddy comes up out of the bed, kind of pushes himself through a bed sheet, kind of similar to the effect where earlier he was pushing his head through the wall when Nancy was sleeping. And he cuts through the bed sheet, and he's like, and now you die. But Nancy's not having any of that crap this time. She's like, I know you're not real. This is just a dream. But she looks really confident this time, like she's not scared anymore. And she's like, I take back all the power I give you. She says, I want my mother and friends back. She says, you're nothing. You're shite. And she turns her back on Freddy, and she touches the doorknob, ready to leave. And Freddy's like, no. And he lunges towards her, but then he just kind of disappears and fades away. So I guess that means he loses his power. And then suddenly we cut to, Nancy exits her front door of her house, and it's a nice, beautiful, sunny day, and she's wearing her regular school clothes. And her mom comes out the door as well, and she's like, oh, what a beautiful day, blah, blah, blah. She's all cheery and happy, and she's like, you know what, I think I'm gonna give up drinking. It's kind of like, a little bit over the top. How happy she's acting, and everything seems nice, but a little bit off. And Nancy looks a little bit confused, but and then her friends pull up in a car, and there's Johnny Depp, there's Greasy Rod, and there's Tina, looking happy as if nothing happened. So mom's like, okay, you better go, you're gonna be late for school. And she's like, okay, bye, mom. So she goes into the car, and then all of a sudden she's happy to see her friend and everything, and then all of a sudden the sunroof of the car comes down like really quickly, and kind of startles everybody because they weren't expecting that. And then on the sunroof you can see the patterns of Freddy's shirt, so there's like the red and green stripes, and then the windows start rolling up by themselves and the doors lock, and they start freaking out like, Johnny Depp, what's happening? And he's like, I don't know, I'm not doing this. And then Nancy starts screaming, and she looks back at her mother and she's screaming, but the mom is just like smiling and waving as if nothing's happening. And then the car drives drives off. I think you're Freddy laughing probably. And then probably one of the funniest shots, I guess, in the movie, unintentionally funny, is the mom standing there right next to the door, and then Freddy's hand comes bursting out this window and grabs the mom and then pulls her through this window. But it's funny because when she gets pulled in, it's just an obvious dummy, not a very convincing or good dummy, and there's no way the mom would have fit through this little window. So yeah, it just comes off looking funny in my opinion. One of the few effects in the movie that just don't work. And yeah, it looked pretty silly, but yeah, it doesn't ruin the movie by any means. Still a great movie. And then the movie fades to black, showing these girls playing jump rope on the sidewalk and singing the Freddy song, 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. And that's how the movie ends. So the original ending, Wes Craven wanted to do was different. He didn't want to do this whole thing with the friends coming back, and but the producers wanted to leave the possibility open for a sequel. So then they compromised by having Freddy's, take control of a car at the end of the movie. So at least, it's a bit of a compromise there. Alright, that does it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it, and that does it for this Halloween. I hope you have a happy and safe Halloween. Be careful out there, and make sure you eat as much candy as you can, and save some for me. Alright, anyways, that's enough for today. That's enough for this October, and I'll see you next time. Until then, take care. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to another ASMR Retro. I'm glad to be back. I took some time off and I missed you guys in the meantime, so I'm glad to be back and excited to make a new video for you today. So without wasting any more time, let's get right into it. Today I'm going to review a horror movie, much like I did with A Nightmare on Elm Street. Today I'm going to review the very first Friday the 13th movie, and I'm not talking about the remake. This is the 1980 movie, so you're gonna see how it all began. So so the like I said, it was released in 1980, and January 1st, 1980 to be exact. Oh no, that's in the United Kingdom. Anyways, it was 1980, and the budget was 700,000 US. The box office was 59.8 million, which is awesome for that budget. And it was directed by Sean Cunningham. Alright, let's get into the movie, or the comic of the movie. So yeah, like I did with the Nightmare on Elm Street, I made a little comic that helped me describe the movie to you. So I hope you enjoy it. Alright, let's get started. So we start off here, and it's a camp, Crystal Lake, 1958. So that's where this story begins, sort of. Actually, it begins before that, but anyways, that's where the movie begins. And so Camp Crystal Lake is where most of the movies take place. And you can see a cabin here, the lake is here. There is a dock, just some random camp stuff, trees, whatever. The full moon is out, there's a canoe. And you can hear music coming from inside the cabin. So now we're inside the cabin, and you see there's a bunch of counselors, and they're singing songs, just having a good time. I guess this is like the counselor's lounge or something. And you can see there's two counselors in particular, a boy and a girl, and they're kind of staring at each other, kind of flirting, and you can see the hearts, and music. So then, yeah, they end up sneaking off from the rest of the counselors, and they are gonna go make some music of their own in the form of adult situations. So I think you know what I mean. So they go to this other cabin. It's kind of like a barn kind of looking thing. So that's them sneaking off into this other barn thingy. So they go in and they go up the steps to this upper level, and then they start kissing, kiss, heart, and then they start engaging in the adult situations. And then we have a point of view shot. There's a lot of point of view shots, and if you don't know what that is, that just means it's from somebody's point of view rather than a third person camera or whatever. And there's a lot of them in this movie because we're not supposed to know who the killer is until the end of the movie or near the end of the movie. So whenever the killer's in a scene, it's usually from their point of view, so you don't see them. So anyways, we have this point of view shot of someone entering the barn and slowly going up the steps, and the counselors notice this person, and they seem to know who it is. So the boy gets up and he's like, he's pulling up his pants and he's kind of embarrassed, and he's like, oh, we weren't doing anything, we were just messing around. Which is kind of a funny way to put it. Like, if you don't want somebody to know that you're doing adult stuff, you don't say you're messing around, you say, oh, we were just talking, or I don't know, I was just making sure your teeth were clean or something like that. I don't know. You don't say we're messing around because that means, anyways, I won't get into it, but I think you know what I'm trying to say. So just as he says this, he's approaching the killer, and he gets stabbed in the stomach. And now you don't see it happen, but he just kind of reacts like he gets stabbed, and then his body flops on the ground, and you see a huge wound in his stomach with blood coming out of his mouth. Poor guy. So the girl screams. So the girl tries to run. She tries to get around the killer, but she can't avoid the killer. So then we get the killer slowly approaches the girl, and the girl screams, and then we get sort of a fade to white shot. So clearly she bit the bucket too. She died too, but you don't really see it happen. And then we get the iconic title screen. So it's Friday, Friday, 13th, 3TH, and it has that classic 3D effect, and it starts off really small and kind of like grows, and then it looks like it crashes through some glass. So I guess it's supposed to be breaking through the camera lens or something like that. So a pretty cool title sequence, and then you go through like 5 hours of credits on a black background, so that's kind of boring. Glad movies don't really do that anymore. Most of them. So now we flash to the present. So this is Friday, June 13th, the present. So apparently it takes place in 2020. No. I'm just assuming it takes place in 1980, but we don't know that for sure. So now we're in this small town in New Jersey, I guess. And it looks like a rundown ghost town. It's not a ghost town, but it looks like very rundown. Kind of creepy. And there's this bridge over here, and then we see this girl walking across the bridge with a huge backpack. So the girl's walking through this town for what seems like 25 hours, but she finally gets to this diner, and she enters the diner, and we're introduced to one of the characters, although I wouldn't get too attached to her, if you know what I mean. And I hope she doesn't get too attached to her throat either, but we'll get to that. So her name is Annie. It's Annie. 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 says, "Which way to Camp Crystal Lake?" So we find out that she's one of the counselors for this camp. So the camp was closed, I think, for a long time, and they're getting it ready to open for the summer. And she's going to help out, but she can't find her way there. So everyone in the diner just kind of turns and looks at her and doesn't say anything for a bit. And finally, this guy here, he's a bit reluctant at first, but he's like, "I can drive you part of the way." And she's like, "Okay, thanks." So they go outside and they're walking to his truck, and they see another character. They never say this guy's name, I don't think, or maybe they do, but it's not important. But when they're outside walking to the truck, they see this guy, Ralph, R-A-L-P-H. And he's like this old man, he looks disheveled, and his clothes are all like wrinkly and stuff, and he's like, "You're going to Camp Blood, ain't ya? It's got a death curse. You're doomed. So he keeps saying that. "She's doomed. It's got a death curse. Don't go there. Blah, blah, blah." Looks kind of crazy. And Annie's kind of creeped out. But the truck driver's just like, "Get out of here, Ralph." So he knows, obviously, who Ralph is, and knows that he's just a crazy old man. Doesn't really pay too much attention to him. Or does he? Maybe Ralph knows something. So that was the first page. The second page. So they walk, this is the guy's truck. So he gives Annie a lift in his truck. So I guess he works for this company, Elliston Oil Supply. So they're driving, and the guy's kind of friendly at first. And he's like, "Oh, are all the girls at Camp Crystal Lake going to be as pretty as you?" And just kind of awkwardly said, "I don't know," which is kind of a cute, funny response. But and then they're just driving for a bit, and he's kind of staring at her, and he's like, "Did your boss tell you about what happened at the camp?" And she's like, "No, what happened? I don't know anything about it." And he tells her that a kid drowned there a long time ago, and then a year later there was 2 murders. So referring to the 2 counselors in the beginning who got killed. And then he said, every time they try to open the camp, something happens to prevent it. Like one time, the water went bad. And then he's like, "Oh, you're starting to sound like Ralph over there." And he's like, "Look, I'll give you some advice. Quit while you can." And she's like, "I can't." And then he responds, "Oh, you dumb know-it-all kids, you think you know everything, blah, blah, blah." So he sounds kind of bitter. And then this is Annie sitting inside the truck, and she's like, "You're an American original," which I thought was, that line always made me cringe because it just seemed so out of place. Like, who would say that in that moment? Like, what does that even mean? Was that a common catchphrase? Like, I don't know. I never really got that line there. It just seems so out of place. And something else I noticed, I always thought there was something off about Annie. I keep calling her Anne. Something off about Annie, and now I realize that she's the only character, the only actor in the movie who's voiced over. All her lines are voiced over. I don't know why. It does look like it can be her voice, but again, I don't know. Who knows if it's her voice or not? I'm sure I can find out, but yeah, I'm not sure why she was voiced over in the movie. So anyway, so she was dropped off, and I guess that's as far as the truck driver can go. And it just so happens she was dropped off. There was like a cemetery behind her. I guess supposed to be like a foreshadowing. But yeah, it wasn't a really realistic cemetery. Clearly they built it for this movie, and it was literally like a fence, and there was like 2 rows of tombstones, and that's it. So clearly it wasn't a complete cemetery. So she continues to walk, and she has her massive backpack, and the backpack is like the only thing in this movie that's bigger than her hair, because her hair is huge. Okay, so now we get introduced to some more characters. We cut to Camp Crystal Lake, and we meet Steve Christie, Steve Flanders because he does remind me of Ned Flanders with the mustache and the glasses. And he's wearing jean shorts, no shirt, and a little red thing around his neck, maybe to absorb sweat, I guess, I don't know. And he's got a little poofy fro, and he has an axe. And with that outfit, it looks like he's wearing nothing at all, nothing at all, nothing at all. If you know what that's a reference from, let me know in the comments. But anyways, so he's trying to cut down this tree stump. I guess he's like getting the camp ready, because it's gonna open in 2 weeks. And then we have some counselors arrive. There's these three arrive together. This guy here is Jack, and he's played by a young Kevin Bacon. And so I call him Jack Bacon. Jack Bacon. And then his girlfriend, I hope you can see this, but his girlfriend Marcy, and his friend Ned is one of those cliche, annoying horror movie characters who's always, doing pranks and practical jokes, and I didn't like his character. Too annoying. And then we're also introduced to Alice, she's another counselor, but she was already at the camp. She arrived before the other three. And, so yeah, as soon as these guys show up, Steve asks them to help him push this trunk over, which is kind of weird. He didn't even introduce himself. He's just like, hey, help me remove this trunk. And they're like, oh, okay. But then after he introduces himself, and then he's like, alright, let's get to work. And then they're like, already? I thought we had 2 weeks. So clearly they thought they were going to have some R&R time. So then we get the next scene. We have Alice, and she's hammering something. She's on a ladder, and she's hammering something. Tap, 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 tap. And then, so then Steve shows up, Steve Flanders, and he gives her a hand a little bit, and then he starts looking at her sketchbook, because I guess Alice likes to draw. And he's like, wow, these are really good drawings. And then he's like, and you're really pretty, which is kind of awkward. And then he sees a picture that Alice drew of him, and he's like, when did you draw this? And she said, last night. And he says, do I really look like that? And she's like, you did last night. So because of their banter, and because she drew a picture of him last night, I always assumed that they were a couple. But then when I watched it this time, I'm like when I watched it to make this comic, I'm like, wait a minute, I don't think they were actually a couple. It was just, Steve was just kind of creeping on her, as you'll see in a second. So Steve is like, okay, this camping thing isn't really for you, is it? So Alice is not really into this whole camping thing, and she wants to leave. And he's like, come on, give it one more week. And then if you still don't like it after a week, you can go home. She's like, okay, fine, I'll give it one more week. And then Steve kind of like touches the side of her head and like caresses her hair a little bit. And Alice was clearly uncomfortable with that, so kind of a creepy moment. But I think they kind of introduced that because, like I said, you don't know who the killer is. And I think they wanted us to assume that it could be Steve. So they're trying to make him look creepy. And maybe they were, with that old guy, Ralph, the old crazy guy, I think they wanted you to think that it could possibly be him as well. But maybe it is, we'll see. So then sometime after this, by the way, Steve has to leave the camp for a while. He's going to town to run some errands, and he'll be back later. So it's just the counselors at the camp at this moment. So then we meet another character, Bill, Bill. And Alice goes up to him and asks him, like he's painting this fence here or something, and she asks him if he needs more paint or whatever. And he says, did the other counselor show up? And Alice says, all except Annie. We don't know where she is yet or whatever. So Annie was the girl in the beginning. So, not in the beginning, but the girl who got the ride with the truck driver. And then we have this faraway shot of Alice talking to Bill, and it's another point of view shot. So obviously the killer's watching them, like they're hiding behind this tree. here, and they're just kind of watching them two talk. Another creepy idea. So then we're introduced to another character. Her name is Brenda. 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 And she's setting up the archery area. Where you target practice with bow and arrow. So she sets up this target thing here, and then suddenly an arrow goes flying into the target, and she turns around and she sees Ned, and she's like, "Are you crazy?" So like I said, Ned was the idiot who always does practical jokes and stuff like that. Now, anyway, I'll get to that in a second, but he's like, "Ta-da!" Like he did some awesome trick. And Brenda's like upset, and he's like, "You're beautiful when you're angry, sweetheart." And she just kind of laughs it off, and like in a playful way, she starts chasing him. Like she's not really that mad. But if someone did anything like that to me, yeah, you would be the first murder at Camp Crystal Lake, well, of the season, committed by me. I'm kidding. I don't approve of murder of any kind. But actually, a sad note is that I was looking up, doing some research on the movie before I made the comic, and I found out that the girl who plays Brenda died in real life. I think in mid 2006. I think she was in her 50s or something like that. I can't remember how she died, but kind of sad. But anyway, moving on. So now we now we cut to Annie, the girl from the truck. Now she's hitchhiking. She's still trying to make her way to Camp Crystal Lake, and a Jeep stops and picks her up, and is driving along the road. Now you never see the driver, so that's again the indication that whoever's driving is the killer. Spoiler alert, but it's the only way to explain this properly. So they're driving in the Jeep along the road, and Anne is just making small talk, explaining how she likes to work with kids and all that stuff. And then the Jeep kind of speeds up, and then they pass the road to Camp Crystal Lake. You could see the sign, and Anne's like, "Hey, wasn't that the road for Camp Crystal Lake back there?" But the driver says nothing, just keeps driving, going faster. And she's like, "I really think you should stop, please." But the driver doesn't stop or doesn't say anything. So Anne opens the door and just jumps out, and then she kind of like does a forward roll onto the dirt, which surprisingly it was the real actress doing that stunt. And I was really surprised. I was like, "Wow, it's a pretty good stunt. Like she must have some background training and that kind of thing," because and she just landed on the dirt. It wasn't like a mat or nothing like that. So that was actually pretty impressive. So then she jumps out and she starts running in the forest, and the killer starts chasing her. Again, you don't see the killer at all, just like their feet and arms and stuff. And then Anne falls, and the killer's in front of her, and the killer pulls out a knife, and then Anne kind of like backs against the tree, and she's like, "No, no, 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 no." And then this happens, and the killer just goes slice. I know it's kind of gross, but slices her throat, and you can see like the wound just gapes open and like blood pours out. It was a really, 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 really well done effect. Yeah, really impressive, and I guess it's good time to mention that these special, the gore effects at least were done by Tom Savini, like the makeup and stuff, the gore makeup, and he's kind of like one of the masters of gore. So I guess that explains why it's so well done. And that was probably one of the most, maybe top 2 gruesome and best kills in the movie in terms of like realism. So rest in peace, Annie. Got her first victim. Well, not really. There was 2 murders in the beginning, but that was a flashback. I told you not to get too attached to her. It's funny because when I first saw the movie, I thought that Annie was going to be the main character because she was so chipper and friendly and stuff like that. Okay. Now we have a couple on or whatever, just talking and stuff. And then Ned, the Joker, starts to drown in the water, apparently. So then Jack Bacon and Brenda rush into the water. They notice that he's drowning and they run and dive into the water to save him. And then Brenda does like a perfect dive into the water. You can tell she has some, swimming training. But Kevin Bacon tries to dive in the water and he just does like the worst belly flop. And you're not supposed to really notice that, but I always notice that. It's kind of funny. Like, it doesn't look like he just really doesn't know how to dive properly. Neither do I. I would sink like a rock, but so I just drew Kevin Bacon falling straight down into his belly in the water. So anyways, they end up getting Ned out of the water, and then Brenda's gonna give him mouth to mouth, and then Ned just sits up and kisses her like it was all a joke, just because he wanted to kiss her or whatever. It's kind of dumb. But this next scene is super cringy, where I can't remember who it was, but somebody sees a snake in one of the cabins, and they scream, and then all the counselors run in, and then the snake goes under the bed, and then Bill has a machete because he was like cutting down bushes and stuff like that. Actually, no, before that happens, they all look under the bed, and then somehow, like, they end up just tripping over each other. It was just so awkward, and then Jack Bacon somehow falls on top of the bed and it collapses. It was just so awkward the way they did that. It didn't make any sense to me. It always made me cringe. But so eventually Bill chops the snake in a few pieces with his machete, and for some reason it looks like they used a real snake for the scene. It just seems unnecessary for such a dumb scene. And then another kind of weird scene is this cop shows up and he's there to warn the counselors that crazy old man Ralph, old guy in the beginning, he was seen making his way towards Camp Crystal Lake, and the impression is that Ralph is pretty harmless, but when he gets drunk he starts preaching and stuff like that, so he could be annoying. So they just said watch out for Ralph. But what I hated about this scene was the way this cop was acting. It seemed so out of place, like he was acting like a stereotypical cop or detective from like the 40s or something, but in a comedic way. Like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. Something that would happen on like SNL or something. I don't know, like a fast talking, no nonsense cop with like very short answers. I don't know, it didn't fit in the movie at all. Seemed very, very, very out of place, but whatever. And then he's like, we ain't gonna stand for no weirdness out here. And then he puts his glasses on and drives away. So then, of course, what happens is, who shows up but, well, actually, in one of the cabins now, Alice, she's putting away some pots or something like that, and then she opens the storage closet, and old man Ralph shows up. He was in the closet for some reason, and she screams, and he's like, I'm the messenger of God. You're all doomed. Doomed. This place has got a death curse. Stuff like that, same old stuff. And then a few of the counselors run in, and they're like, get out of here, you crazy old man. So he finally leaves. He goes outside and gets on his bike, and he pedals away, and he's like looking back at them. So, and they're playing like this really creepy music, so that was well done. I liked how they did that. Added, the right amount of creepiness to the movie. So now it's we have this scene where the sun is going down, it's getting dark, looks like it might start raining, and we have this is Ned. He's walking outside, just whistling, minding his own business, and then eventually, in one of the cabins, he thinks he sees someone in the doorway, like a shadowy figure, and he's like, hello, can I help you? And there's no response. The person goes inside the cabin, so he decides to go investigate. He walks up here and goes inside. And then we see Marcy and Jack Bacon sitting outside talking, and they see that it's starting to rain. They hear like thunder in the distance. And Marcy says that she was always afraid of the rain since she was a kid. She had a dream where it was raining and then the rain turned to blood. And ever since that, she was scared of the rain. And Jack Bacon is just like, yeah, it was just a dream. sound like Nightmare on Elm Street now. So of course, the only response, or the only follow-up to that there can possibly be is to have some adult relations in the cabin. So there's Jack and Marcy in the lower bunk, doing their adult thing, and it's kind of creepy because the camera slowly pans up as they're doing their thing, and they don't find, but we see that Ned is dead in the bed. That rhymes. Ned is dead in the bed. Ned is dead in the bed. Ned is dead in the bed above them, and his throat is slit. There's blood, dripping down. Pretty cool. And he, I think his eyes are open too. That's another good thing. Like in this movie, when they show dead people, the eyes are usually open, which is, a lot more scary and realistic. A lot of movies they'll show their eyes closed, which it doesn't really happen that way. So then, they're all done their thing, and then Marcy's like, oh, I gotta go to the washroom. Maybe she had to take a dump or something, I don't know. So she leaves, and Jack Bacon's like, hurry up, I get cold without you. So now, there's Jack Bacon just chilling in bed, smoking a cigarette, as adults do after such a act. And then he's just chilling, relaxing, and then he feels something drip on his head, which is obviously the blood from Ned in the bed above him. And so I guess this story about Marcy's dream about the raining blood was kind of foreshadowing this. And then, speaking of raining blood, there's a blood tsunami coming up. So suddenly, a hand comes out from under the bed and grabs Kevin Bacon's forehead, or Jack Bacon's forehead. I didn't draw the hand here for some reason, but what I did draw was a spike, or a spear, or harpoon, I don't know what you call it. It was called a spear. Just rips through slowly rips through Kevin Bacon's neck, and pierces right through, and then just all blood is like, all blood just spurts everywhere on his face and everything. And it's really, really cool. This is probably the coolest kill in the movie. Most memorable, that's for sure. And probably the most well done. But then we cut to this shot. Now I kind of exaggerated this for comedic value, but basically in this shot, only Kevin Bacon's face, or his head, was real, but his neck and his body weren't real. You can tell, like, the neck was a completely different color than his face, and it was kind of deformed, like it kind of started bending to the side in an unnatural way. So I just drew it like extremely exaggerated, like a wet noodle. But yeah, there's another shot of the spear, and there's blood continuously spurting out, so that was pretty cool. And when I originally saw the movie, I saw, like, this version that I saw to make this comic was the unrated version, so it had everything, all the gore and stuff like that. But I think the previous version I saw just showed this part, and they cut it like pretty quick too. So in the unrated version they show it for a lot longer, and they also show this cut too. This, I don't know, shot, I guess. So rest in peace, Jack Bacon. Okay, so now we're in the washroom area. So this is like a shared washroom facility, I guess, where there's multiple stalls or whatever. And there's Marcy in the stall doing her business. And those are feet. It's really hard to draw feet, but those are supposed to be feet. And she hears someone enter, and the viewer hears, which sort of becomes the iconic Jason Friday the 13th sound. If I remember, I'll explain what that is later. But yeah, you hear that a lot. But anyways, Marcy hears somebody come in, and she's like, Jack, but nobody responds, so she's like, oh, whatever. So she finishes her business, she goes to wash her hands, and then she hears something else. So she walks to the shower area where the showers are, and she opens the shower curtain thinking that Jack was behind there, just, messing around with her. But no one's there, so she's like, she turns around, and then she sees an axe, and the axe comes down, and you don't see the axe going in, but in this shot, her body falls back against the wall, and you can see the axe is buried into her head, into her eye area, I guess. There's all blood pouring out. So pretty gruesome shot right there. Another pretty good effect. So another one bites the dust, dropping like flies. So now we are in another cabin here, and there's 3 counselors: Bill, Alice, and Brenda. And it's kind of weird, but they're playing strip Monopoly. You know, like strip poker, but playing the Monopoly version. And as you can see, Bill has no shirt on. Alice is everything on, but she's about to have to take her top off. And Brenda is no top and no bottom. It's weird because these 3 counselors were the more responsible of the counselors. It doesn't seem like it would be in their personality. Like they weren't drinking, they weren't high or nothing. They were just like, hey, let's play strip Monopoly. Okay. You know, they weren't flirting with each other or nothing like that. It just seems so out of place. And then, yeah, just for fun, I drew the Monopoly billionaire guy with his eyes bulging out. But he wasn't really there, believe me. So, suddenly the door blows open from the wind because it was starting to rain pretty hard now. And then Brenda is like, oh my god, I forgot to close the door or the window in my cabin. And she's like, well, we should call it a night anyway. So she leaves. So I guess that's the end of Strip Monopoly. So Brenda goes back to her cabin. She's reading a book. She's settled in. She has her PJs on, her nightgown or whatever. And she then suddenly hears a very faint voice say, help me, help me. Sounds like a kid. It sounds like it's kind of far away. So she goes to investigate. She goes outside in the pouring rain in her nightgown and everything. She has a flashlight and she keeps hearing the voice, help, over here, over here. Sounds like a kid's voice. And then she wanders onto the archery range. And then just then, the lights, big bright lights on the archery range turn on. And she's kind of blinded a bit. She can't see who it is. But then all of a sudden, all we hear is a scream. Loud scream. And so I guess she bit the bullet, bit the dust. And we see the cabin, and there's Alice inside, and she says, I thought I heard a scream. It sounded like Brenda, which is kind of weird. I don't think you can identify who that was by the scream. And this is Bill. He has his rain poncho thingy on because he was checking on the generator. And he's like, I didn't hear anything, but okay, let's go check it out. So they both go to Brenda's cabin to check it out. And they look around, and they eventually find a bloody axe on her pillow. Or it was on one of the counselors' pillows. I don't know whose pillow it was, but they find a bloody axe. So they're like, what the heck is going on here? So they try to make a phone call. The phone is dead. They try to use a payphone. That's dead as well. Then they're like, screw this, let's get out of here. So they try to start a pickup truck, but it's not working. So Alice is like, you know what, let's just walk out of here. And Bill's like, oh, we can't, it's too, it's raining too hard. The nearest town is like 10 miles away. We'll make it, so let's just wait here until Steve comes back. I'm sure there's a, rational explanation for all this. So she agrees reluctantly. So they go back to the cabin. So now we cut to Steve Flanders here. So his truck actually, or Jeep or whatever it was, broke down. So he had to get a lift from a cop. But the cop drops him off like near the camp because the cop has to go respond to some car accident or something. So he's walking back to the camp. And then he sees somebody. It's, he sees the killer. And he's like, doesn't know that they're a killer yet. He's like, oh, hi, what are you doing out in this mess? And he starts to walk towards the killer, but then suddenly he gets stabbed in the gut, or it looks like he gets stabbed in the gut. You don't actually see the knife going in, but that's the way he reacts. And that's how the music cue makes it seem. And the music cues are never wrong. generator room. So there's the generator. He's got a lantern. He's like, what? He's trying to figure out what happened, why there's no power. So this is kind of interesting or funny, or I don't know what you want to call it. But so in the meantime, Alice is in the kitchen and she decides to make tea or coffee or something. And it's literally a 2-minute scene. I timed it. It's almost exactly 2 minutes. It's one camera angle, one long continuous shot. There's no dialogue, nothing happening. It's just her making coffee. And I always thought that was like so weird. Like, this is an hour into the movie and now they're doing a 2-minute coffee making scene. Like, I guess maybe they were trying to build suspense or something, but it just didn't work. But it seemed kind of out of place. But anyway, she's like, oh, what's going on? What's taking Bill so long? It's been a whole 2 minutes. Let me go check on him. So she decides to go to the generator room. And she closes or opens the door for the generator room and she sees Bill's body stuck to the door. And there's an arrow going through his eyeball. There's an arrow going in his neck. There's an arrow going in his gut. And there was another one like in his crotch area or something. And his throat is slit and there's all blood coming down. And so she screams, ah. And this was another well done effect too. Very creepy looking. I know I say creepy a lot, but I don't know what else to say. Disturbing, I don't know. So, oh, and another thing I thought was weird is why did he get killed by arrows? Shouldn't that have been Brenda? Like Brenda when she was on the archery range. I thought she was gonna see a shadowy figure and think that it was Ned, because Ned was messing around with arrows before. But then she was gonna get shot with the arrow. Or it would have been even better if Ned got shot by the arrows. That would have been like, you know, karma or whatever. Kind of harsh karma, but you know. Anyway, so Alice freaks out. She runs back to the cabin and she barricades the door. So she puts a bunch of stuff in front of the door and she ties a rope to the door handle and ties the other end to like a beam on the ceiling or something. Just kind of weird. Like the rope makes sense because the door opens outward, so that would work. But like this barricade wouldn't prevent the door from opening because it opens the other way. But anyway, so she grabs a bat and she's kind of freaking out. She walks into the kitchen area and then she's like closing the drapes for the window, and then suddenly Brenda's body goes flying through the window and lands on the floor. She crashes through the window, lands on the floor. Of course, Alice is freaking out, and I see these all bits of glass, and Brenda's body was like, this wasn't done very well. The makeup on Brenda, for some reason I have a feeling that Tom Savini was sick that day or something and someone else did it, but there was just like random blood on her. It looked like random bruising on her face, and then there was like ropes tied around her body, so you don't really know how she died. Like, what was the cause of death? You can't really tell, and it just doesn't look very good. But nonetheless, and her eyes were closed too. That's I think one of the few deaths where the eyes were closed, and maybe Bill's eye was closed. So yeah, Brenda sees that, she freaks out, and then one interesting thing is, so Alice is wearing a raincoat on this part, and she's sort of backing away from Brenda, and her coat gets stuck on the stove, and she kind of like, in a panic, kind of like just rips the coat off. So I don't know if that was just a fluke, or if that was supposed to happen, but it's kind of interesting. So then she sees that a Jeep pulls up outside, so she runs outside, she removes the barricade, she runs outside, and she's like, help me. So then this lady gets out of the Jeep, very friendly looking lady, and she's like, who are you? And she says, why, I'm Mrs. Voorhees. And she looks overly nice, I don't know, something's off about her. So Alice is like, they're all dead, everyone's dead. And she's like, calm down, don't worry, you're just upset because of the storm, because of this place. And she's like, I'll go in and check in the cabin. And she's like, no, don't go in there, you'll die, you'll be killed too. And then she's like, I'm not afraid. There's a reason for that. So she goes into the cabin, they both go into the cabin, and Mrs. Voorhees sees Brenda's body on the floor, and she's like, she says, did you know a young boy drowned? His name was Jason. And during this, you can hear so she explains that she used to work at the camp a long time ago, and there was a boy named Jason, and he drowned because the counselors weren't paying attention. They were having sex instead. So she hears a voice in her head saying, "Help me, mommy, help me." So it's Jason saying, "Help me, mommy, help me." And she says, "I am Jason, I am." And she says, "You see, Jason was my son, and today is his birthday." Wow, so Jason's birthday was on Friday the 13th. So then she basically says, she starts getting like more and more deranged looking, and she says, "You let him drown. You never paid attention. Look what you did to him. Look what you did to him." So she starts like really freaking out. She pulls out her knife, and her face just looks demonic. So of course, Alice is freaking out. Alice never did anything to no kid named Jason. What you talking about? So Alice picks up a fire poker thing, I think that's what they're called, and then she hits Mrs. Voorhees, and I guess it knocks her out. So Alice takes off. She runs to the Jeep, and she opens the door, and she sees Annie's dead body with her slit throat in the passenger seat. She freaks out. She starts running, and then suddenly she sees Steve Flanders' body just kind of flop down. I guess he was up in a tree or something, tied up in a tree. And you see like a knife sticking out of his chest with all like blood coming down. And then she screams again and keeps running. So all the screaming wakes up Mrs. Voorhees, and she goes outside and sees Alice running. And then she says in a kid's voice, "Kill her, mommy. Don't let her live." So I guess that was supposed to be Jason's voice talking through her, or like was that his spirit talking through her, or was she just crazy and she's just talking that way, on purpose or whatever. Don't really know. Either way, it's creepy. So then Alice goes into this cabin. She grabs a gun, like a rifle, but there's no ammo. And then Mrs. Voorhees follows her in. And then Mrs. Voorhees just lays the smack down on her, just starts slapping her around like crazy. And then she throws her into this table, and she goes crashing right through the table. And I just drew this part for fun. There's the ECW announcers, commentators, and then the ECW audience. And they're saying ECW, 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 ECW. And the commentators are saying, "Oh my god, cat fight, cat fight." Basically, yeah, ECW was an old wrestling promotion, and every time somebody went through a table or something, the crowd would chant ECW, ECW. And every time when I'm watching a movie, if somebody like breaks through the table, I start chanting ECW. So I don't know, I thought that was funny, but never mind. Moving along. So then Alice gets up, she gets in a few shots on Mrs. Voorhees and manages to escape. So she runs into the storage closet where Old Man Ralph was hiding before, and she closes the door, hoping that Mrs. Voorhees doesn't come in. And so Mrs. Voorhees knows she's in there, so she starts smashing through the door, kind of like The Shining, Jack Nicholson. And then she manages to break in, and gets she has a machete now, and gets a pen and just bongs her on the head, bong, bong, knocks her out. And the noise that Mrs. Voorhees makes when she gets hit is just priceless, priceless. I can't imitate it because it'll probably wake you up if you're asleep, but it's worth watching the movie just for that. And then, so I guess Alice must have thought she killed her, because she goes outside. She rather calmly just sits right in front of the water there, the lakeshore, and there's a boat there and all that stuff, and it's just like pretty chill. But then she notices at the corner of her eye that Mrs. Voorhees is approaching with a machete. So they end up, like, there's a scuffle, they end up fighting a little bit, Mrs. Voorhees drops the axe, which Alice eventually picks up, and then she starts charging Mrs. Voorhees in slow motion. And then Mrs. Voorhees makes this awesome face, like, oh my god, like she knows she's about to die. And then this happens. She gets decapitated. That's Mrs. Voorhees, obviously, not Alice. Mrs. Voorhees gets decapitated, so there's her bloody stump of a neck, and her head's going flying, and there's all blood spurting out, spurt, 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 spurt. And you see her hands kind of like writhing, maybe the nerves like still twitching or whatever. So it's pretty cool shot, pretty cool death, very satisfying actually. Even though I kind of felt sorry for the Mrs. Voorhees, because she must have went crazy after what happened to her son, but still, that was very satisfying to see. And you can also tell that those weren't actually her hands, because it was clearly a man's hands, because there's a lot of like hair on the hands and stuff like that, and the hands were kind of like bulky or whatever. So then Alice finally, realizing it's all over, she goes into that canoe and she pushes herself into the middle, like rolls herself into the middle of the lake, and I guess falls asleep. So then it fades to the morning, and she's still there, and there's nice peaceful music playing, and cops show up in the distance there, and then she kind of wakes up and looks up, and she has a very, peaceful looking expression on her face, because she knows it's all over. And then suddenly, the best part of the movie, it's none other than Jason. He jumps up out of the water, he grabs Alice and pulls her under the water, and Jason's body's like all decomposed and stuff like that. Kind of looks like he's burned a little bit, but he's not actually supposed to be burned, just like a lot of bruising or blood pooling or whatever. But yeah, really, really cool, really shocking moment. No one expected that to happen in this movie. So she gets pulled underwater, and then suddenly she wakes up in the hospital. She's like, no. And she sees like there's doctors and cops around her and stuff, and they're like, it's okay, don't worry, you're safe now. And she says, did anybody else make it out of there? And the cop's like, no, sorry. So everyone else was dead. Well, she already knew that, but. And then she says, what about the boy? And the cop's like, what boy? It's like, the boy, Jason. And the cop's like, we didn't see any boy. We just found your body in the water. We thought you were dead too. And then she's like, then he's still there. And then it just fades to a shot of the lake. And again, that peaceful music plays. And that's where you can see like a little ripple or bubble or something like that, which is probably just a fluke, but kind of makes it seem like Jason's under there, making bubbles. So yeah, that's the ending. Now the question is, did this really happen, or did she imagine Jason jumping out of the water? I guess we don't really know as a viewer. This could, maybe it was just her imagination, or maybe it really happened, or was it like a spirit that jumped up and pulled her under, or was it actually like a zombified corpse kind of thing? I guess we don't really know. I'm not sure which explanation I prefer, but I guess I'll go with that. That was actually Jason's kind of like, I guess, zombified-ish body, because Jason is essentially a zombie in a way, except for that he doesn't eat people, he just kills them. So yeah, great ending. A lot of people say that the movie should have ended right here and not have the hospital scene, which I kind of agree. But regardless, that's still one of the best shock endings of all time. So for horror movies, I guess, or for any movie. So that's basically that. My opinions on this movie is that I think it's good. It does drag on a lot. There's a lot of slow, pointless parts of the movie. A lot of stalking that just takes forever. But that's kind of what these Jason movies are all about. But it really picks up during the last last, I don't know, 20, 25 minutes once Mrs. Voorhees gets introduced. That's when the movie gets really interesting. And of course, with this shock ending, it's just awesome. Like, if I were to compare the movie to A Nightmare on Elm Street, the first one, I would say Nightmare wins over this overall. But I think because of the ending of this movie definitely is way better than the ending of Nightmare on Elm Street. So I guess it wins in that sense. The kills were cool, and there's the blood and the gore effects were very well done. So it by today's standards, if you're not into these older movies, you might find it a little bit boring. But if you want to see how the Jason saga begins, yeah, I guess this is the best and only way to do it. So, and like I was mentioning before, the whole thing. Well, apparently, from what I understand, that was supposed to be Jason. Mrs. Voorhees saying Jason, like J, son, and then just put those effects on it or whatever. So maybe that was supposed to be like playing in her head. And in the later movies, I guess that's repeating in Jason's head because you hear it. The rest of the movies as well. So I don't know if that's true. Anywho, that wraps it up for this movie. I hope you enjoyed it, and until next time, take care. Bye bye. Oh, and have a safe and happy Friday the 13th. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen that movie Return of the Living Dead? Yeah, where the corpses come back to life and start eating people's brains. Did you know that movie was based on a true case? I've never been more serious in my life. But you see, they changed it all around. What really happened was the U.S. Army was developing some kind of chemical called 2,4,5-retroxin. It was supposed to give people a tingly sensation in the brain to relax them, but it ended up bringing corpses back to life. It was a big cover-up. They contained the contaminated corpses, but through some military screw-up, they shipped one of the canisters here. Want to see it? Yeah, I got it right here. Hang on. Alright, there it is. Well, as you can see, it's just the skull. There's more in the basement. But yeah, can you believe it? This thing was once alive and eating people's brains. Pretty amazing. Leak? Oh, I don't know. This thing was made by the Army Corps of Engineers. The Return of the Living Dead. Hey guys, so today will be a review of Return of the Living Dead, the classic 1980s horror movie about zombies. It's a very original and amazing horror movie, so I highly suggest you check it out, and if you've already seen it, check it out again. And as you can see, as usual, I have my comic book format to help me recap the movie, and I will be adding this in PDF format on my Patreon, so if you're interested in that, check it out. The link is in the description. Just give me a few days to upload it. So let's get started. The movie starts off with this text. It says, "The events portrayed in this film are all true. The names are real names of real people, and real organizations. I remember seeing that as a kid and being kind of confused because I'm like, wait, this can't be real. But yet again, it's a movie, it's gotta be true, right? Movies don't lie. That's an interesting way to start the movie. So, the first shot we see is of the UNITA medical supply building. So it's like this warehouse where they stock medical supplies. And it says July 3rd, 1984, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And there's 3 main locations in the movie, and this is one of them. The medical supply warehouse. There is a cemetery, and then there is a mortuary. Those are the 3 main locations you have to be concerned about. So here we're introduced. So now we're inside the medical supply warehouse, and we're introduced to 3 characters. Now I should say there really is no main character in this movie, which is another reason why it's unique. But these 3 are one of the 3 of the most important, and there's one more we're introduced to later. So this guy here is Bert, and he is the owner of the medical supply warehouse. He's an older gentleman, and he's kind of like a Vince McMahon character. He's the boss, but I don't mean like the evil genius Mr. McMahon, but just like Vince McMahon in a sense that he's kind of like a father figure, but he's also the boss. So, and he's not a bad guy, but sometimes he has to do things that are, not the right thing to do. But eventually, he always does the right thing, I guess. This is Frank. He works at the warehouse. Also an older gentleman, and he seems like he's been working there for quite a long time. And he has a good relationship with Bert. And this is Freddy. He's a teenager, maybe 18 or 19, and he just got hired. This is his first day working at the warehouse. And so Frank is showing him around, teaching him how to do the job. And Bert is just on his way out because it's 5:30. The day's done, and he's out for the weekend because it's July 4th, long weekend. And he's like, "Okay, see you guys." And he says, "And no matter what happens, don't name it after me." Just kind of a joke. Well, it is a joke. So now this panel here, Frank is showing Freddy around the warehouse, and there's a lot of interesting things. There's this crate, and there's like this skeleton here, and a whole bunch of skeletons, and they put them in the crate. There's all like styrofoam in there. Got like medical charts on the wall, and then you got this shelf. There is a case of butterflies, little butterflies in a display case, and then there's the weirdest thing, a split dog. So it's supposed to be a dead dog, but it's split down the middle so that you can see its internal organs, and I guess it's used for veterinary schools and stuff like that. And then a bedpan for some reason. They mentioned that. And then one part Frank is like, "We got some wheelchairs over here," and Freddy's like, "Wow, that's great." He seems so impressed by the wheelchairs. I don't know, it's kind of weird, but. And then finally he shows him this door here is basically the door to a freezer, and inside the freezer is a cadaver, and it's hanging off these hooks, and it's like has this plastic bag over it, and Freddy's like, "Whoa," and Frank says they use it for, I think he said for military uses it for ballistic tests, so I guess they test explosives on cadavers to see what kind of effect it has on the human body. Just kind of crazy. I don't know if they really do that, but like, who would donate their body for that? And then so then we cut to another scene, another location. We're outside now, and we're introduced to 6 teenagers. Now there's a lot of actors in this movie, so it might be kind of hard to keep track of, but we'll try our best. But like I said, these three are the most important, plus one more, which you'll meet later. But yeah, these teenagers are all like, they're mostly punk rock inspired, like in terms of their clothing and all that stuff, and they're listening to punk music too, so it's a pretty cool group of teenagers. They're actually, for once you don't want to see them die. Kind of sad when you see any of them die, but anyway, so this is Chuck, which I will probably call Tom Cruise, because he reminds me of Tom Cruise for some reason. And then you see this girl, Casey, and I'll probably call her Punky Brewster, because of course she looks like Punky Brewster. And Chuck is always hitting on Casey, and she's always like rejecting his advances. And then we have Scuzz, and he's a pretty cool looking punk dude. He has a mohawk, a cool jacket and stuff. This is Trash. She is definitely a punk, kind of like a goth, maybe even emo a little bit. She has a unique red short hairstyle, which is obviously a wig. Definitely she has a role to play in this movie. This is Tina, kind of, she doesn't quite fit in with this group, but she's like a goody two-shoes, straight out of the 1950s kind of girl, and she is Freddy's girlfriend. And this is Spider, a cool-looking guy with long hair, and he is in Friday the 13th, part 5. He's the guy who dies in the outhouse. And actually, Freddy, the actor who plays Freddy, is in Friday the 13th, part 6. I almost forgot to mention, he plays Tommy Jarvis's character when he's an adult in part 6. And Spider is almost, I would say Spider is kind of a main character too. Out of the teenagers, he's the most, I guess, important, other than Freddy, I guess. So these teenagers are just, walking down the street, and they want to try to find a place to party, and of course they're listening to, punk music as they're walking. And Tina says, I think Casey's like, why don't we ask Freddy? He always knows where there's a party. And Tina's like, he got a new job at this medical supply warehouse. We have to wait till he finishes work or whatever. And they're like, okay, let's go wait for him. So then we're back at the warehouse, and now they're sitting in the office. I guess they're done the training for the day, and Frank is just doing some paperwork. And Freddy's looking at these medical books, and he says, "What's the weirdest thing you ever saw in here?" And Frank is like, "Wow, I can tell you I've seen some pretty weird stuff." And he goes, "Have you ever seen the movie Night of the Living Dead?" And Freddy's like, "Oh yeah, I saw that, where the corpses come to life and eat people." And Frank explains how it's based on a true story. And Freddy's like, "Yeah, right." And he's like, "No, it's true." So he basically explains how what really happened was that there was some kind of chemical spill at some hospital, and it caused the corpses in the morgue to come to life. And the chemical was developed by this company for the military. It's supposed to be used to spray on something. I don't want to say it because, YouTube. And then the military covered it up. They contained these corpses in these canisters or whatever, and they shipped it. They were supposed to ship it somewhere, but they accidentally shipped the corpses to this medical supply warehouse somehow. Don't ask me how that happens. And then he's like, "Do you want to see them?" And Freddy's like, "No way." He's so excited to see them. He's like, "Yeah, let's go see them. They're in the basement." So then we get into the basement. It's this dingy, dark, creepy basement, and we see the canisters here. There's actually, I think, 5 of them. I only drew 3, and it's like, there they are. So Frank opens the lid, and you see inside. I mean, there's a protective glass over it, but you see one of the corpses, And Frank's reaction is classic. He's like, "Jeez, look at that wall." I just love the way he reacted to this. He's like, "That thing was alive." Frank's like, "Yep, that's what they say." And before I go on, I gotta say, these two guys, Frank and Freddy, have an amazing chemistry. It's really a pleasure to behold. The acting is just incredible. Frank, I forget that actor's name, but he's like, definitely a classically trained actor. Very, very good. And Freddy does a good job too. And as well, same with Bert, but we'll see him again later. Just really good chemistry. Anyway, so, and then what happens? Oh yeah, so then Freddy's like, "Hey, these things don't leak, do they?" Referring to the canisters. And Frank is like, "Leak? Oh no, these things were made by the Army Corps of Engineers." And then he just kind of, hits the barrel a bit to show how tough it is. But unfortunately, that causes the chemical to start spewing out gas. And they get blasted with the gas. And then that causes them to start coughing and they pass out. And then that leads to the title screen after it's like 15 minutes into the movie, and we finally see the title, "The Return of the Living Dead." And then it starts playing this like really funky, awesome, creepy music. It's really cool. And you see the face in the canister starts to kind of liquefy and melt a little bit, and then the glass cracks. And then the camera sort of follows the gas. So here we see in the basement here, and there's the canister, and the fumes start going up into the ventilation system. And the camera tracks it up. And this is while the credits are playing. And then it goes, in the air ducts here. And then it comes out here, and this is the freezer where the guy is hanging by the hooks, the corpse, and the gas engulfs the corpse, and then he starts to jitter. So obviously now he's alive, I guess, or a zombie. I don't know what you call that, but yeah, it's a zombie basically. So that was a really excellent intro. That really sets the scene. So now we go to the scene here. It's 4 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, and you see this nice house, and this military dude drives in, comes home from work, and it's this guy. He's Colonel Glover, a very stiff-looking colonel, no-nonsense type of guy, and that's his wife Ethel. She's wearing some weird pink, fluffy thing. Looks like it's some kind of lingerie or something. But anyways, he comes home and she's like, "How was your day?" He was like, "Crap." And then she's like, "Oh, I made your favorite food for dinner, lamb chops." And he's like, "I had that for lunch." So he's kind of, not the most friendly guy in the world. But then basically, they explain how this guy's job is to find the barrels with the corpses in it, because the military doesn't know where they ship them to. So that's his whole task, and he's like pretty stressed out about it, and they kind of have a little bit of a fight about it. So we'll see him much later on. So just know that the military is actively seeking out the corpses. So now we're outside again. We're outside of the medical supply warehouse, and we see a car, and we see the teenagers are in the car that we were introduced to before, but now we're introduced to another one. That's his name. I'm just gonna call him S, because again, YouTube. And he's another cool looking punk, and he's got this chain that goes from his ear to his lip. And it's his car. He's driving the car. It's like an old school car from the, 50s, I guess. Maybe 40s, I don't know. And actually, the actor who plays this guy was also in Friday the 13th, Part 5. So that's 3 actors connected to Friday the 13th. And he's the guy, he looks different, but he's the guy who, remember, there's one guy who offers somebody the chocolate, and the guy didn't want it, and then he ends up getting, like, really upset and just driving an accident in his back. That's him. Unfortunately, the actor died in the 90s. I don't really know how, but oh yeah, and now it's 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So they're driving, listening to punk music, of course. And he's like, "How come you guys only come around when you need a ride?" So he's kind of complaining, like, "Hey, you guys are just using me for a ride, you know." But whatever, eventually they arrive at the medical supply warehouse where they want to meet. They're waiting for Freddy to finish his shift, and they're like, Spider, when he sees the place, he's like, "What a dump." I think it's Spider. And Trash says in a really funny voice, "I like it. It's a statement." So Trash is kind of obsessed with death and dark imagery. And then Scuzz says, they're trying to figure out what they're going to do until Freddy finishes his shift to kill the time. And Scuzz is like, "We can go fool around in there." So there just happens to be this cemetery right next door. And Trash says, "Oh, let's do that." But she says it in such a funny voice, it sounds like she's being sarcastic. But that's just her way of talking, I guess. Because she likes doing things like that. So now we're back in the warehouse. And Freddy and Frank wake up. And they feel really sick. And they look really awful. They've been passed out for a while. And Freddy says, "Geez, I never smelled anything like that." And Frank ends up getting sick. And he loses his lunch. They don't show it, but he does it behind something. But I decided to try it in there. So they make their way back upstairs. And, let's see. Yeah, the whole place smells like that chemical, or the gas or whatever. So Frank starts spraying Lysol around to cover the smell. And he says, "I guess we don't tell Bert about this. It makes us look stupid or something." And then they hear a noise, like ruff, 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 ruff. Like they hear like dog noises. And they're like, "What was that?" So they go to investigate, and they see that there's a dog on the floor. And Freddy says, "What's wrong with it?" And it's like panting and stuff. And it's kind of weird because Frank should have knew what it was. But anyways, Freddy lifts it up. And so it's like laying flat on the ground, and Freddy lifts it up. And we see that it's one of the split dogs. And so the other half of the dog is just, you can see its organs and its brain. And that's kind of gross, but sorry for any animal lovers out there, but it's alive and it's panting. And then they freak out. They're like, "What the hell? What's going on?" And then they're like, "What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?" And then Frank goes, "We're gonna kill it." And he kind of freaks out, but he grabs there's crutches nearby, so he grabs one of the crutches and he starts whacking it, whack, whack, whack. And then suddenly we hear somebody screaming, and then they stop for a second, and then Frank suddenly realizes what it is, and his reaction is amazing. The way he screams, because you see that he realizes what it is and what exactly happened. He knows it's the cadaver in the freezer. So they look at the door and they see, the door, is banging on it really hard and screaming. And they're like, "What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?" And actually, no, Freddy's like, "What is that?" And then Frank goes, "It's the cadaver." And Freddy's like, "Well, what's he doing in there?" And Frank goes, "I don't know, but he sounds sore." It's kind of funny. You have to see the way they perform this stuff. So they lock it in, and they go into the office area, and they're just like freaking out. They're sweating, they're panicking. What are we gonna do? What's going on? And Freddy's like, "Are we going crazy?" And Freddy goes, "No, it's that chemical. It got over everything." And then Freddy goes, "You stupid a-hole," because it's Frank's fault that this happened. And then this is funny. Frank goes, "Watch your tongue, boy, if you like this job." And Freddy's like this job? It's like, yeah, this job is terrible. What are you talking about? Who cares about this stupid job? some humor there. So then they're trying to figure out what to do, and then Frank is like, "Oh, let's call the police." And Freddy's like, "No, we can't call the police. We can't have the police around here." And he's like, "Oh, there was a phone number on the tank. Why don't we call the military or whatever?" And he's like, Frank keeps getting mad. He's like, "No, we can't do that. You don't want the military around this place." So finally, he's like, "I know what we'll do." Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention, I noticed while I was making that in this scene, besides the amazing acting, Freddy, if you look at his hand, it's like jittering. Something I really never noticed, but a really nice touch. Adds to the anxiety and the tenseness of the situation. And then, and another thing I like about this movie, I just remembered, is that the characters try to make the situation better, but everything they try to do just makes it worse and worse and worse and worse. Anyway, yeah, you'll see anyways. So okay, Bert's like, or Frank is like, "I know what we'll do. We'll call the boss." So, Frank kind of he sits down, he composes himself, he drinks a little bit of water, fixes his hair a bit, and he calls Bert, the boss, and he's like, "Bert, we have a little problem." And then he has a bit of a fake smile on, and then in the background you hear, just funny again, because that's more than a little problem, but just perfect timing on that part. So then we go back to the cemetery where the teens are hanging out. It's nighttime now, and here's Trash, and she's sitting with Spider, and she says, "Do you ever fantasize about being killed?" So we learn that Trash has kind of like a fantasy where she's being killed by a bunch of old dirty men just crowding around her, pulling off her clothes and biting her and stuff. It's kind of a weird fantasy she has. And Spider's like, "Okay, no, not really." So she's explaining her fantasy, and then she does this. So yeah, I censored it for the purposes of this video, but she tears off her clothes and she starts dancing on one of the, it's kind of like an altar, but it's like one of the graves, I guess. And they start listening to this song. It's like, "Tonight we'll make love until we die." Those are the lyrics. I'm not going to sing it now, but, and of course all the guys are loving it, and they're dancing around her, and they have these road flares they're using for light. And it's definitely a very classic scene. I'm not just saying that because of the nudity, but it is definitely a memorable scene, and the song that they use there is memorable as well, and she is a very fit individual indeed. So that happens. So then we cut back into the medical supply warehouse, and now Bert has arrived, and he's like, "You did what?" And he just loses his stuff on Frank. He's like, "You opened the tank. What are you doing, you stupid a-hole? I told you never to go near those damn tanks." So obviously Frank has already filled him in on what's happened. And they're like, Frank's like, "Well, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?" And Bert says, "Well, we're gonna have to kill it," referring to the guy in the freezer. And they're like, "Well, how are we gonna do that?" And then he says, "Well, in the movie, didn't you say that they destroyed the brain to kill the zombies?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's right, the brain. We gotta kill the brain." So Bert gets a pickaxe and gives it to Frank, and he's like, "Okay, when we open the door, when he comes out, you jam this in his brain or whatever." And Frank is freaking out. He's like, "Oh, I can't do that." He's definitely really still shook up by everything that's happened. But Bert says, "Well, you're the one who caused this to happen, so you gotta fix it." So now, Freddy's job is to open the lock on the door, and Bert is standing at a safe distance, or what he assumes is a safe distance, and he gives him the combination: 22 right, 4 left, 10 right. And the look on Freddy's face, I didn't draw it here, but was amazing, because you can see the anxiety and the fear in his face. You gotta see his facial reaction on this part. But anyways, Bert nods at him, and he unlocks the door, and then boom, the cadaver just runs out, bursts out, and he says, "Brains." icing brains. Well, I think most people know, but he just bursts out of the door and he goes straight for Bert. He just runs past Frank, and then he tackles Bert, and they fall to the ground. And then it's really weird because he's new to this guy. So it's kind of weird. But Freddy and Frank manage to get him off, and they hold him down. And they're like, "Oh, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?" And then Bert grabs a pickaxe, and there's the guy in the ground, and then wham, just drives right through his head. And the noise that this guy makes when he does that is just horrendous. It's a horrendous, horrific scream. But it's still alive. And then they're like, the brain, you gotta hit the brain. And Bert says, I hit the effing brain. So like, what's going on? So then Bert grabs a bone saw and starts sawing off the head, figuring, okay, that'll stop him. And then the head comes off, but then boom, the body stands up, and it's still moving around and stuff, and the head is still alive too. So obviously that didn't work. And it's funny because this part is clearly, not a real person. And when we were kids, we called this guy the Rubber Man because his body looked rubber on this part. But anyway, just a little sidetrack there. But apparently the creators of the film referred to this guy as the Yellow Man because he looked yellow. But anyway, so he's still moving around, so they end up restraining him, tying him up, and then Bert's like, I thought you said if we destroy the brain, it would die. And Frank says, it worked in the movie, and this is the best line in the freaking movie. Freddy's like, you mean the movie lied? And he said it's so freaking funny. I can't even explain it, and it's funny because it's like, what, a movie can lie? Like, no, movies always tell the truth. And I guess it's maybe a commentary on how in our culture we take movies too seriously or whatever. But anyway, so then they're like, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna get rid of this body? And then Bert says he thinks of Ernie. So Ernie is his friend, and he works at the mortuary across the street or somewhere in the area, anyways, next to the cemetery. And he says he has a crematorium. And they're like, yeah, but how are we gonna get the body over there? It says, give me the bone saw. So their plan is to cut up the corpse and then bring it to Ernie's mortuary to burn it in the crematorium. So the plot thickens. So then 9:16 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So you can see the cemetery and the teens are doing their thing. And in the background you see Bert, Freddy, and Frank carrying the dismembered corpse to the mortuary. So you're introduced to Ernie, and it's funny that so he's good friends with Bert, and it's Ernie and Bert. You gotta think that they chose those names on purpose. But anyways, he's another great actor and very awesome character. There you can see he has his pipe, he has his headphones on, and we see that he's working on a body. He's embalming it or whatever, preparing it for burial or the funeral. And he's listening to music. And then Bert pops his head in the door. And he's like, hey, Ernie. And he doesn't hear it at first because the headphones. And then Bert comes in, and then Ernie pulls a gun on him. He doesn't realize it's him, and then whatever, he sees who it is, and then they have a little bit of small talk going on there, but you can see that Bert is really anxious, and he's like, hey, Ernie, I need you to do me a favor. He's like, well, what is it? Anything, Bert. And then he gets Frank and Freddy to come in with all these garbage bags, and they're all like jittering and moving, and Ernie's like, what's in those bags? I don't know what the hell is in those bags. And Bert's like, rabid weasels. So he tells him that there's weasels in the bag, and he's like, oh, someone sent me a shipment of weasels, we gotta get rid of them. And Ernie's like, well, why don't we just call animal control? And he's like, no, I can't do that, it'll ruin my business. And he's like, okay, why don't we'll just take them out back and shoot them. And he's like, I don't think that's gonna work. He's like, Actually, no. First, Bert's like, we want to burn them in your crematorium," and Ernie's like, "Oh, that's cruel. We'll just shoot them." And then Bert's like, "I don't think that's gonna work." He's like, "Why not?" So they have no choice but to show him. And they open one of the bags, and this arm flops down on the ground, and then the arm starts to jitter, and Ernie starts freaking out, and the arm grabs Ernie's leg, and he's freaking out. He's like, "Get it off, get it off, get it off." So they rip it off, and then it tears his pant leg, and he's like, all, shooken up and freaking out. So then we go back to, what's this? Oh, we're in the cemetery, and here is Tom Cruise, and he's hitting on Punky Brewster again. Hit. And she says, "Go choke a chicken." But then we have Tina, and she literally says, "Oh, fudge. I have to go pick up Freddy. He finished the shift or whatever." So she leaves the cemetery and goes to the medical supply warehouse, but no one's there. But she helps herself and goes inside looking for Freddy. So now we're back at the mortuary, and Ernie's pretty shook up, and he says, "I think you acted precipitously in cutting up the corpse." And Bert's like, "Well, maybe you're right, but I did, so what are we gonna do about it?" And Ernie's like, "Okay, let's take care of your problem, but you owe me a big favor." So now we're in the crematorium, and that's the furnace, and they, put the body in there, the pieces of the body, and Ernie explains that you'll turn up the heat really high to burn the heart, the bones, everything. And he says, "Dust to dust." And then you see a shot of Frank in the background, and he's like, "Some favor, I could operate that thing myself," which he's not just saying that. There's a reason he said that. We'll see later. Whoops. Oh, spoiler. So they think that they're home free, but like I said, everything they do makes the situation worse. So there's the smokestack for the crematorium, and you see all the ashes and smoke come out, and it goes up into the clouds over the cemetery, and it causes it to start raining, and it's doing like acid rain, and you see lightning, and then you see the rain starts to make the grass smoke, and the water is like leaking into the ground, and the camera pans down, and you see this casket, and the water leaks through the casket and goes on this zombie's foot. And then the teens start to panic and run because of the acid rain. They go back to the car, and it's not working. So I think they run to the to the medical warehouse. But now we're back in the crematorium, and Bert is really relieved. He's like, "We're home free, Frank. We got it made." And he's like, "Let's go back to the warehouse and clean up." So he's really relieved. But Frank's like, "Just give me a second to rest," because him and Freddy look really, really sick now. And Freddy says, "I'm really sick. I feel like my head is going to bust open." And then Frank agrees that he's really sick too, so they have no choice but to call an ambulance. So Bert calls an ambulance. Not Bert. Ernie says, calls an ambulance and says, "We have 2 poisoned men here." So the ambulance are on the way. So now this is back at the medical supply warehouse, and there's Tina in the basement, and she's looking for Freddy. She sees Freddy's head near the door, so she goes down the stairs looking for Freddy, and she hears something, and she's like, "Who's there?" And the answer to that is, boom. So we got this classic zombie known as Tarman. Tarman. He comes out of the shadows and says, "Brains." So this is this is the corpse that was in the barrel. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that Frank thought that when they opened the barrel and they passed out and then they woke up, the corpse was gone. And Frank thought it just evaporated when it hit the air, but it didn't. It actually got out, and there it is. And he's all really well done costume. and stuff was amazing. And he's all slimy and greasy. And he steps out and he's like, brains. And Tina, of course, is just freaking out. So she runs up the steps, but there's a broken step, so she falls down. And then she goes into this cabinet here and locks herself in. Now Tarman uses, there's like a chain thing and what do you call that? A crank. And he hooks the chain into the door, and he uses it to, he's cranking the chain, and then the door pops off. So the zombies have the ability to think, to use logic, and they can talk, as you can see. So just at this moment, the teenagers arrive, and they hear Tina screaming, so they go downstairs, and there's S, and he's like, he sees the door pop off, and it's like WTF, and then he pulls this curtain, and then he sees the tarman there, and he's like, brains, and then he grabs S, and just takes a bite right out of his head. So poor S goes down, and he's dead, and Tarman's chomping on his brains, and everyone else is freaking out. So Spider grabs a paint can, bonks it off his Tarman's head, and he looks up at them, and he's like, more brains. And then the teens freak out, and they run upstairs, and they close the door to the basement, and everybody runs away, but except for Spider, and he's like, where are you guys going? Come help me barricade the door, you stupid effers. So he's definitely the brave one of the bunch. So then back outside the mortuary, the ambulance arrives, finally. And there's the two paramedic dudes, and they are inspecting Frank and Freddy, and checking their pulse and their temperature, and they're noticing that they have no pulse, no temperature, or the temperature is room temperature. And at first they're like, they think it's the equipment, so they try treating equipment, but it still doesn't work. And then one of them is like, what do you got? And the other one goes, 70 degrees. And Freddy says, 70 degrees, what's that? And they say, room temperature. So obviously, human body's not supposed to be room temperature. So then they start, whispering to each other, like, what's going on, trying to figure out what to do next, or how that's possible. And Freddy's like, what are you guys saying over there? So the teenagers end up running back out, and they run back to the cemetery, because they don't know what else to do, and they taking shelter in this mausoleum thingy, taking shelter from the rain. And then all of a sudden they hear the horrific moan, one of their most horrific moans I've ever heard. And like, what the hell is that? And then they look, and then they see the ground start to move, and then this skeleton zombie just comes up out of the ground, opens his mouth, and then you hear this awesome rock music. It's like, do you wanna party? It's party time. And then all these zombies start popping up out of the ground. So this guy's head comes up, a hand comes up, this muddy girl zombie comes up. So there's all these zombies popping up, and of course the teens freak out and run away. But I should say that this skeleton zombie is so cheap looking, because he has absolutely no meat on his bones, just 100% skeleton, and there's no way this thing could even move. But so it kind of looks cheap, but in another way, that's kind of what makes it so memorable. But yeah, definitely a classic scene right there. So then, here we have this little map here. So Tom Cruise and Punky Brewster run back to the medical supply warehouse. Spider, Tina, and Scuzz go to the mortuary, and poor Trash is just kind of too freaked out. She just kind of freezes or whatever. She keeps stumbling or tripping over stuff, so she's still in the cemetery. And then eventually, all these zombies crowd around her, and then they start eating her. And it's kind of like her fantasy come to life, where there's a bunch of old dirty men killing her, but she doesn't look so happy about it in reality. So then Freddy is like, well, the paramedics are like, well, you you're saying we're dead. And they're like, well, let's not jump to conclusions here. So they decide they're going to go back to their ambulance and get more equipment or something like that. So they go outside. But then they hear a bunch of banging on the front door. So Ernie goes to the front door with his gun. And he sees Spider, Scuzz, and Tina are there. And they're panicking. They're like, you gotta help us. These, people came out of the ground and they're trying to get us and blah, blah, blah. And Ernie's like, are you guys crazy? And he's like, no, listen. He's like, Scuzz goes, shut up and listen, man. And they can hear the screams of the zombies in the background. And then, so outside, there's the ambulance. And one guy goes into the front of the ambulance and he turns the light on, which reveals a horde of zombies right here. And they run in and they get this guy. And then the other driver's in the back and he gets killed by another horde of zombies. And you hear a crunch as they bite into their skulls. So then Tina goes into the, the mortuary embalming room where Freddy and Frank are. And she sees Freddy and she's like, oh my god, Freddy, what did they do to you? And because he's looking really terrible. And then in the meantime, Ernie's like, okay, this situation is getting out of control. We have to get the hell out of here. So he's gonna go outside, I guess, and tell the EMT guys, the ambulance guys, like, we gotta split, guys. But he sees one of them dead on the ground, and there's like this little zombie biting, eating the guy's brain. And I guess the zombie has like no legs and one arm or something like that. And then he sees Ernie, and he starts screaming, and like all brain bits comes out of his mouth. And then Ernie starts firing blam, 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 and he hits the little zombie, but really has no effect. And the little zombie chases Ernie back into the mortuary. So he comes in and he's freaking out. He's like, "Oh my God, they're dead. They're dead. We got, we have to call for help." So he tries using the phone, and he's like, "Dead." So the phone is dead, as well as the ambulance drivers. So then there's like a montage of them boarding up all the windows and doors in the mortuary, and while cool music plays, and then we see outside. The zombie's eating the paramedics, the brains, and then he hears the ambulance dispatch place try to radio the ambulance drivers. So the zombie picks up the radio thing and he's like, "Send more paramedics." So obviously, like I said, they can talk, and he's obviously trying to set a trap. He wants more paramedics to come so they can eat more brains. So then, back in the mortuary, Spider's like, "You better tell us what the hell's going on here. What's wrong with our friend Freddy?" And then Bird is like, "I don't have to tell you, guys. I don't have to tell you anything, D-Brain." And Scuzz is like, "We think you should." And he has a switchblade. Switch. So Bird has no choice but to tell them. He's like, "Oh, they breathed in some chemical, and it made them sick." And he said, it's from the military. I think it's from the military. And then, what's his name? Bert. No, not Bert. Ernie starts to examine Freddy a little bit more closely, and they lift him up, and they lift up his shirt, and that's his back, and they see like this big bruise on his back. And he says, "That's blood pooling." And then he starts describing like the fact that he has a headache and stiff joints and stuff like that. And he says that's rigor mortis setting in. So Scuzz is, putting the pieces together, and he's like, "Hey man, you're dead. You're dead. You're gonna turn into one of those things." And he starts panicking. And Freddy's like, "No." So then outside, more paramedics arrive. They see their ambulance, the two paramedics, and all these zombies. Suddenly, they see the dead paramedic with his brains oozing out, and then suddenly all these zombies come out of nowhere and start, they attack these two guys and kill them. And then, back in the mortuary, they hear like a bunch of zombies start breaking through the boarded up doors, and then they run and try to stop them from coming in. this bony female zombie. She ends up getting in a bit and biting Scuzz's head, and blood spurts out. Pretty cool effect with the blood spurting out. And then, so poor Scuzz dies, and then Bert gets his axe and cuts the female zombie at the torso. So she's chopped in half, and then they end up tying her up on the examination table. And then Ernie, starts to enter. By the way, a really cool effect, animatronic on the zombie. It looks pretty cool. Although she has absolutely no lips, yet she talks like perfectly. But Ernie's like, "Why do you eat people?" And she says, "Not people, brains." And he's like, "Why?" And she says, "It soothes the pain of being dead." And he's like, "It hurts to be dead, I guess." And she's like, "I can feel myself rot." So definitely a creepy thought. So now we're back at the cemetery, and we see Trash. She kind of resurrects, kind of like she comes up out of the mud in a pretty cool, dramatic way. So now she's a zombie. So outside the cemetery, you see this homeless guy walking with a shopping cart out for a midnight stroll, I guess. And out comes zombie Trash. And the homeless guy sees her, and he's like, "What the hell?" And then she comes up out of nowhere and just looks like she bites his neck. I don't know why she would do that, but... And you hear chomp, and that's it. So that guy bites the bucket. So back in the mortuary, they decide to put Freddy and Frank in the chapel area and lock them in there because they realize they're going to turn at any second. But Tina refuses to leave her boyfriend Freddy, so she stays in there with them. Now back outside, you have these cops arrive. 2 police officers arrive on the scene, and they see the dead paramedics. Like, what the hell? And then suddenly they're swarmed by zombies. They're swarmed by a whole bunch of zombies, and they tried to shoot them, but there's really no effect, and they're killed pretty quickly. And then one of the zombies goes to the police radio, and he's like, "Send more cops." So again, setting an ambush for more delicious brains. So now that everyone's trying to figure out, okay, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna stop all these zombies? And then Ernie's like, "How about this?" And he has this bottle of nitric acid. It's supposed to be like the most powerful acid or something. And Bert is like, "Well, yeah, but there's not enough of that." So I always thought that was kind of cheap and kind of funny. It's like, why would Bert even suggest, or why would Ernie even suggest using this acid? Clearly, there's not enough for all the zombies, but we'll see why they introduce this in a second. So then we're back in the chapel, and then Freddy basically finally turns into a zombie, and he's like, first he's calm, he's like, "I know what can stop all this horrible suffering. Live brains." So he tries to eat Tina's brains, and she fights him off a little bit, and everyone else hears her screams. So they come in, and they start fighting off Freddy, and Spider uses a sledgehammer and bonks him right on the head. But then he grabs his leg or something like that, and then Ernie throws that acid in Freddy's face, which is why they introduced the acid just like a few moments ago. Perfect timing. So Freddy's like, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, ouch." And oh, by the way, during this scuffle, you see Frank get up, and he runs out the door. Suddenly he has all this energy. So anyways, they end up getting out of there and locking Freddy inside the chapel. And they're trying to barricade the door because Freddy's busting through the door. And during the process, they drop something, a bench or a pew, onto Ernie's foot and breaks his foot. So they abandon the idea. They're like, "Let's just get the hell out of here. Let's lock ourselves in the embalming room," because there's a metal door there. So they leave, and you see Freddy bust through the chapel door, and his eyes are all melted. It's pretty gross, so he can't see a thing, and he's just going berserk. He's like, brains, brains. He's like, Tina, Tina. He's screaming for Tina. And then, so finally they're like, okay, we gotta get the hell out of here now. So they notice that the police car is still running, but it's full of, there's a bunch of zombies out there. So the plan is for Spider and Bert to go out, fight through the horde, get the police car, drive it up to the door of the mortuary, get Ernie and Tina, and get the hell out of there. Because remember, he can't walk well because he broke his foot. So then Spider's like, okay, I'll drive. And then Bert is like, no, I'll drive. And then Spider's like, F you. I always thought that was funny, how mad he got that Ernie, or that Bert said that he was going to drive instead. And he didn't really have a good comeback except for F you. It's that whole male, what do you call it, alpha male thing where, they always want to be in control. So then, just before they leave, Ernie says to Bert, that favor you owe me, you watch your ass out there. So it was kind of a little bit of a sweet moment between old friends. And you can kind of see in both their eyes like they may never see each other again. So they run out, Spider and Bert run out, and they run through the zombie horde, fight through them, and they get to the cop car, and they try driving back up to the door, but there's just too many zombies in the way. So they're like, we gotta split, we'll send help. So they leave. This is one of my favorite moments too, where Tina's looking out the little slot in the door, and she's like, they left us. And Ernie's kind of losing it a bit, but he's like, they had to. Bert will send help, I know him. And he's like, very jittery, and you can see the anxiety and stuff. And he doesn't even, looks like he's trying to convince himself. He's like, oh, they'll come back. But he kind of knows in the back of that, like, yeah, we're pretty much done for. So then Bert and Spider, they're driving, but they see a massive zombie horde. So they have to turn, and they end up driving back to the medical supply warehouse, and they run into two zombies, hit them, and they go flying. But they crash the car, and the car actually blows. Well, they get out, and they go into the warehouse, and the car ends up blowing up. So that's not an option anymore. So now back at the mortuary, we see Ernie and Tina lock themselves, or they go up into this attic, this crawl space. And then underneath you see Freddy finally busts through the door of the embalming room, and he's like, Tina. So he's like, still looking for Tina, even though he can't see. And then here we see poor Frank. He goes into the what do you call that? The crematorium room, and I gotta say, the lighting and the makeup and the expression on his face on this part was very well done, and you feel really bad for him. But he's like, he goes down on his knees and he's like, forgive me. And he takes off his wedding ring and he puts it on the little switch for the crematorium, and then he goes inside the furnace, closes the door, and he screams. So basically burned himself. I do feel bad for the guy, but didn't have much of a choice. So then we see there's a whole bunch of cop cars arrive outside. They get swarmed by all the zombies. Zombie. And there's a police helicopter, examining the whole thing. And then back in the attic, we have, this is another amazing scene, but we have Ernie and Tina, and they can hear Freddy down, like, underneath them, and he's like, trying to find them. And you can hear Freddy say, I know you're there because I can smell your brains. And Ernie kind of realizes that the situation is hopeless, and he's, slowly raising his gun up to Tina because he wants to, basically he's going to put both of them out of their misery, or at least he's thinking, I might have to do this because there's no hope, I can't let this zombie come in here and eat us. So very tense situation, but he doesn't do it just yet. Or does he do it at all? We'll see. So now back in the warehouse, so they meet up with Punky Brewster and loose, and then they're like, okay, we gotta get to a phone. So they open the door to the basement, and the tar man comes out, and Birds gets a baseball bat and whack, just his head comes off. That was a very memorable scene. I always remember that scene as a kid because I'm like, I have to admit, this movie terrified me as a kid. But when I saw that, I'm like, yeah, like, take that, you zombies. You're nothing to be scared of, you know? So they go into the basement, and they end up calling the police, which they somehow get patched through to one of the chief police guys who's outside. There's a barricade somewhere nearby, and then he's like, what the hell is going on there? But then, another horde of zombies comes and eats all the cops. And you see Trash, but she bites this cop's head. But she just has like a massive jaw on this part for some reason. So now, Bert's like, okay, now we have no choice. I have to call the number on this tank. Maybe the army can help us. So he calls the army. And he eventually gets patched through to, remember this colonel guy at the beginning, or near the beginning. And he finally gets the call he's been waiting for. And so Bert's telling him the whole story. And he's like, yes, I see. Oh, what happened next? And then what happened? And then what happened? And he's writing down all the specifics. It's good ASMR parody or roleplay video right there. But anyway, so then the guy's like, okay, don't worry about it. We have a contingency plan for this. You just hang tight. So he ends up calling someone else, and he's like, the eggs have hatched. So they enact the contingency plan. So they radio this guy, some soldier or something in this, some kind of cannon tank thing that's a few miles away or whatever. And they're like, they give him the coordinates. And he's like, yes, sir. And then you see the cannon lift up. And then bam. So there they are, Bert, Spider, Tom Cruise, and Punky Brewster, and you hear, and Bert goes, listen, do you hear anything? And then you have a shot of Freddy busting through the attic door, and then it freeze frames, and he's like, Tina, and you still hear, wee, and then there's a shot of the zombies looking up, and there's Trash looking up, and then 5:01 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, nuclear explosion. So basically, their contingency plan was to destroy the city. So unfortunately, nobody survives, which kind of sucks. But then what happens is all the ash and smoke and stuff from the bomb goes up into the atmosphere, and then it starts to rain on another cemetery, which of course causes the dead to rise again. So you see another, it's basically repeat footage of that skeleton zombie popping out of the ground. And it says the same song, do you want to party? And that's how it ends. As you can see, the end. So yeah, this concludes an amazing zombie movie. Very original, because I believe this is the movie that introduced the concept of zombies eating brains. I don't think it came from anywhere else but this movie, but I could be wrong. It's also original because the zombies, you basically can't really kill them unless you burn them, but that causes other problems, like, destroying their brain doesn't do anything. And the zombies are pretty smart, and they can run, and they can use some form of logic. So definitely very original, and the characters are amazing. The actors are amazing. You actually care about the characters. Like, it's actually a real bummer when you see the characters die, and the characters feel very real. Like they say, most of them do, anyways. The dialogue seems relatively realistic compared to other movies, although it's not supposed to be, it's not supposed to be a serious, 100% serious movie. There's definitely comedy in there, but yet it still feels more real than zombie movies that are supposed to be realistic. I don't know how they pull it off, but it's just very well done. So definitely check this movie out. I highly recommend it. The only negative thing I can really say is how it ends, because there were quite a few surviving characters. I mean, Bert and Tina were pretty much screwed because Freddy was there. I mean, I'm sure they could have fought their way around him, maybe. You know, he's blind after all. But you still had Bert, Spider, Tom Cruise, and Punky Brewster were still alive. So, you know, it's kind of a shame that they died like that. Like, they still had some fight left in them, I think, right? But it seems like they had a longer script, but they just ran out of money. They're like, okay, screw it, let's just end the movie here. I don't know, probably not, but still a fantastic movie. And I think now I'm gonna say that this is officially my favorite zombie movie of all time, and maybe in my top 3 favorite horror movies of all time. Absolutely, for sure. And the music is great too. I've said that before, but I gotta say it again, the music is fantastic. So definitely check this out. With that said, thank you for joining me for this review. Thank you for joining me this Halloween. I hope you had a good Halloween. I hope you had a good October. And like I said, this comic will be on Patreon maybe within a day or two. And yeah, thanks for joining me. And take care of yourselves. Bye-bye. ASMR Retro Forever. Hey guys, welcome back to ASMR Retro, and happy Friday the 13th. Anyway, today I'm going to review Friday the 13th Part 2. So I have this comic that I made to help me recap the movie as usual. But before I get started, I wanted a little treat, a little snack. You know what, I'm going to go make myself a tea, maybe some crackers. Do you want anything? Good. Okay, I'll be right back. Just a second. Yeah, I'm gonna make some tea. Yes, the pizza tea. That's what I'm talking about. It's, what the? What? Alright, so let's get down to business. And by the way, if you want to see my review of Friday the 13th Part 1, I'll put the link in the description below, or at least I'll try to remember to do that. Okay, so this is Friday the 13th Part 2, and it starts off, of course, with a nursery rhyme, because of course it does. It's, you hear this kid singing Itsy Bitsy Spider, and you see this house over here is just like a regular street. The house looks kind of old and dilapidated, but that's not really relevant. It's not like a haunted house or nothing. So then you see this kid. You only see his feet, but he's playing in a rain puddle and singing the Itsy Bitsy Spider song. And splashing in puddles, having a good time. And then you hear his mom. By the way, if you're wondering why there's an 8-year-old kid walking around alone at nighttime, well, it was the 80s. Kids had to become adults pretty quick back then. I mean, of course, there's all these killers on the loose, but it was a better time, a simpler time. But then you hear his mom. It's like, oh, hey Jimmy, come in. Come in. It's time to go to bed. You gotta go to work tomorrow. No, she didn't say that. She said you gotta go to school tomorrow or something. It's like, oh, mom. So he gives the puddle one last splash, and he runs off. But then you see Jason's. Well, it's kind of a spoiler, but you see these feet enter the frame of an adult, and okay, obviously it's Jason. We know who it is because you hear the familiar. So clearly it's Jason. So he starts stalking. He starts walking towards this house, and you never see his face until much later in the movie, just inside the house, we see this girl sleeping, and it's Alice. So she is the sole survivor from Friday the 13th, Part 1. It's good to see her back. I wouldn't get too attached to her. But, so she's having a dream of a convenient nightmare of what happened in Part 1, just kind of like a flashback. And the movie actually goes into a quite lengthy flashback of the first movie. But just in case you haven't seen it, it's not really that important. But what happens is when Jason was a kid, he drowns in Camp Crystal Lake. The counselors weren't watching him. His mom goes nuts, starts going on a killing spree, and then Alice is the last survivor, and she kills Jason's mom. There's her head popping off, and then just when she's on the lake after, thinking she's safe, but then zombie Jason jumps out of the lake and grabs her. But we don't know if that part was a dream or not. The end. So I think this takes place a few months after. Well, this scene anyway takes place a few months after the first movie. So then after that, we get she wakes up and then she does some regular household stuff. She takes a shower. You get a fake shower scare scene, kind of like Psycho, but nothing happens. She gets a call from her mom, blah blah blah, and then what happens? I think she hears something after the shower, so I think the phone rings. She goes to pick it up, but she finds out that it's dead. So then she goes to lock the door because she's getting a little bit paranoid, and then she grabs an ice pick, and she's slowly looking around, and then we get another fake scare. It's a cat. It's her cat, I guess. That scares her. And then she's like, oh, it's just my cat, my stupid cat. So then she goes to open the fridge to grab some food, and then she sees a decapitated head inside the fridge next to the milk and some other stuff. And it's Jason's mother's head from the first movie. So then she freaks out. She turns around and then, she doesn't turn around, but you see Jason grab the ice pick that she put down, and boom, he just drives into the side of her head. And that's it for Alice. All that surviving she did in the first movie was pretty much for nothing. But yeah, she bites the big one. And then it cuts to the teapot that she put, or the tea kettle, whatever you call that, on the oven, or the stove. And then it goes screech. Steam starts coming out, and Jason, being the thoughtful murderer that he is, didn't want the house to burn down, so he takes the teapot off and puts it on the thing. So that's pretty thoughtful of Jason to do that. So then we get the title, Friday the 13th, and then it goes, blows up, and then it says Part 2. Very classy intro screen. And then of course we get the 15 hours of credits on a black background. Very riveting stuff. Okay, so far so good. So now what happens now? The rest of the movie takes place 5 years after that. So we're introduced to these two characters, Jeff and Sandra. They're a couple, boyfriend and girlfriend, and they're driving in this pretty cool looking truck here, and they're trying to find their way to somewhere. We'll find out soon. And they're kind of lost, so they park somewhere, and they go into this phone booth, and they phone their friend Ted to get some directions. And it's like as soon as they leave their truck, a tow truck comes by and hooks it up. It's like instantly got towed, but they didn't notice yet. So they're talking to Jeff on the phone, and then you see Crazy Ralph. He was actually in the first Friday the 13th movie as well, and he's always telling the kids, you're doomed. And of course he says the same thing. He's like, they didn't listen to me, and now they're dead, or something like that. He's like, you're doomed. And Jeff and Sandra are just like, what's up with this guy? They're kind of creeped out by him, but they just think he's crazy, I guess. So then they notice that the tow truck is towing his car away. So Jeff runs up to the tow truck driver, and he's like, hey, that's my car, you a-hole. But the tow truck driver just ignores him. So they chase the tow truck down the street, and it pulls tunnels into, I guess it's a residence or something. And then they see their friend Ted there. That's Ted. And he says, "Welcome to God's country." He has a big smirk on his face, and so obviously the whole thing was just the whole towing thing was just a joke. I think the guy said it was his uncle or something. The driver related to him somehow, and it's like, "Oh, Ted, you got us again," blah blah blah. So they're obviously friends, and yeah, so he's kind of like the big Joker. It's always like a Joker character in these movies, but. So then they head off. So where they're going, I'll explain now, is to this, it's not a camp, but it's like a training place for counselors. So it's essentially a camp, but just to train counselors for future camp. Yeah. So they're driving in the truck and, down this road, and they come up to this big log, big tree trunk, and the road blocking it. And they're like, "Okay, we gotta move this out of the way." And so I guess Jason put this log there to sort of stop them, I guess, from going to the camp. And by the way, this camp, well, you'll see in a second. So they get out of the car, and then Sandra looking around, and she's like, "This place is spooky." So she starts wandering into the woods, and she sees this sign that says Camp Crystal Lake on the floor. And she says, "Hey guys, look at this." And it's all like, old and stuff. And Ted says, "Camp Blood." And they're like, "What?" He's like, "Never mind, let's go." So he obviously knows what that's about, because this training facility is actually right beside Camp Crystal Lake. But yeah, make sure this is you can see everything here. Make sure I got the right angle for you. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so then they head off once again, and then we meet Paul. So this is at the training place. It's called Packanack or something like that. It doesn't matter. But this guy's Paul. He's the guy who's running the place and doing the training. And he's ringing this bell, ding, 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 ding. So all the counselors, or the trainee counselors, come running up because they're having a meeting or whatever. So we're introduced to Mark. He's in a wheelchair, and his tire gets stuck a little bit. And then we see Vicky, and she's like, "Oh, do you want me to help you with that?" And he's like, "No, I got it, don't worry." And then there's Ted again, and for a second I thought he was on his iPhone. I'm like, "Oh, he's on his iPhone." I'm like, "Wait a minute, iPhone, this is the 80s. But then you find out later it's just like some basic handheld video game. Probably like a Game & Watch type of game. So then we're introduced to Scott and Terry. So Terry is definitely the looker of the bunch, and Scott is definitely the perv of the bunch. And she's walking to the meeting with her dog Muffin. It's Muffin there. And of course Scott is looking at her buttocks, and he has a slingshot for some reason. And he slings a rock onto her butt, and she turns around, and then Scott gives her like a super pervy look, and she just kind of turns around, kind of annoyed at first, but then she kind of smirks as she walks away. So yeah, it's kind of weird, but oh yeah, there's the rock, there's her buttocks, and then ping. So yeah, there's that. And then yeah, so then we meet Ginny, and she's driving her red Beetle, and she's driving to the training facility, and she drives by Crazy Ralph, who's on his bike, who's obviously going there too, because that's what he likes to do, to warn people and scare people. So she arrives at the training facility, and she's like, "I'm late." And then Todd sees her, and he looks really annoyed, and he's like, "Ginny, come to my office." So now they're in his office, and Paul is complaining that she's late or whatever, and she's like, "My car is sick, and the phones don't work here yet." And he's like, "Oh yeah." And then she says, "I'll never be late again in my entire life." And then we see that they're a couple too, boyfriend and girlfriend couple. And by the way, everything they're saying in the movie early on has something to do with what's going on later on. Like obviously she's gonna have car trouble later on in the movie when Jason is after her. Spoiler alert. And the phones don't work yet because also mentions how Scott mentions how she's studying child psychology or something like that. Yeah, child psychology. And I was like, wait a minute, why did he mention that? That's kind of weird. But we'll see later in the movie why that's relevant. So this is later on at night. They're sitting by a campfire. There's Scott. I think that's Vicky, Ginny, whatever. Everyone's there, and Scott's telling a ghost story. Actually, he's telling the story of Jason. Yeah, now he drowned in the lake, and then blah blah blah. When the mom went nuts and started killing people, whatever. And then he's like, oh, now Jason roams the woods, seeking revenge for his mother. And then, just as he says that, pops up this monster. He's like, rah, he has a spear, and he has a weird face. But then we find out it's just Ted. He's wearing a mask, and it freaks everybody out at first. But then, like, when Ted takes the mask off, and it's like, ah, Ted, you got us again. So yeah, and then the Scott's like, or not Scott, Paul. Did I call him Scott? Sorry, I meant Paul. That's Paul. Paul's the guy who runs the training facility. Paul's like, okay, that's now that we've talked about Jason, I don't want to hear anything more about him. He's just a myth, blah blah blah. So he doesn't want the counselors talking about it. So then what happened? Okay, so then I don't know if I think it's the same night. Here's the main sort of cabin that the counselors hang out at, and they're doing various things. Marcus arm wrestling somebody. Ginny and Paul are playing chess, and she beats him. Some people are listening to music. Actually, what's their names? Jeff and Sandra, the first couple that we met. They're dancing, and I think Sandra mentions that she wants to see Camp Crystal Lake, and Jeff's like, "Are you crazy?" And then Ted is playing his games, and what the hell is that supposed to? Oh, that's Muffin. What's his name? Scott was trying to hit on Terry again. She denied him, so then he starts dancing with Muffin. Kind of weird. So then Ginny ends up going back to her cabin, and it seems like somebody's stalking her. And then we get a fake scare. She jumps. Somebody grabs her, she jumps, but it's just Paul. So they kind of have a moment. They start kissing and stuff like that, and then she says, that's kind of weird. Like, she's like, there's something I should tell you. And she has kind of like a smile on her face, but then we never find out what it is. So I'm thinking, wait a minute, is she supposed to be pregnant? Like, the way she said it's like, there's something I should tell you. And earlier on in the movie, she's like, I'll never be late again. Does that have to do something with menstrual cycle? I don't know. I don't know. And it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't mean she'll never have it again, but I don't know. To me, it seems like she was trying to hint at that she was pregnant, but that never comes to fruition. And then we see that Crazy Ralph is watching them smooch, getting his perv on, and he's just watching, and then suddenly we see Jason put this wire around his neck from behind the tree and starts pulling. And you see, like, the wires are cutting his neck, and he basically dies. Not basically, he dies. Poor Ralph. No more old man Ralph. So then, the next day, they're going for a hike, and Muffin, the dog, wanders off into the woods by herself, and then she ends up finding Jason. You see Jason's feet, and she looks up at Jason, and we're like, uh-oh, hope nothing bad happens. And then it transitions to a shot of a close-up of a hot dog on a barbecue. So it's like, okay, that sort of symbolizes a dead dog or whatever, but we'll see. So now, this is Jeff and Sandra, and they sneak off, and Sandra wants to see Camp Crystal Lake really bad. The boyfriend is reluctant, but he's like, fine. So they go off wandering in the woods trying to look for Camp Crystal Lake, and then they eventually find some kind of mutilated animal they think it might be Muffin. And they're like, oh, what happened to this poor animal, whatever. Trying to figure it out, and then suddenly a police sheriff shows up. He says, what are you kids doing out here? And they're like, oh man, got busted. But the weird thing is that the sheriff never seemed to notice the dead dog on the ground. He never said anything about it, but whatever. So then he brings them back to the training facility, and he's yelling at Paul. He's like, you shouldn't let these kids be out there, blah blah blah. And Paul's like, sure, whatever, sheriff, whatever, chief. And then he's like, you should punish them. And then I think Ginny says something like, okay, or no, Paul says something like, okay, Ginny, make sure they don't get seconds on dessert tonight. So obviously he's not taking the cops' warning too seriously. And then, so the cop drives off, and he's driving down the road, and he sees this figure run across the street. So obviously Jason, and he runs into the bushes. So of course you can't just run across the street like that. That's a crime. So the cop jumps out of the car and starts chasing this guy. I guess for jaywalking, I don't know. So he starts chasing him through the woods for like 5 hours, and then he ends up at this shack. So this is Jason's shack. It's where he's been living. It's all dilapidated and pieced together from different things. And then the sheriff just stops and looks, and there's a close-up of his face, and he's like not even sweating or panting or nothing, but which is very unrealistic. He's been running for like I said, 5 hours. He'd be pretty tired. So anyways, he goes inside, he looks around. It's all what you'd expect, an old crusty shack. And then he sees this other room, so he opens the door, and he sees something inside. He's gonna say, oh my god, but then suddenly Jason smashes his back of his head with a hammer, like what do you call that, the part of the hammer where you take the nails out. He just drives it into his head. So there goes the sheriff. Talk about a hammer smash the face, or a hammer smash the back of the head. It's a Cannibal Corpse reference. So now what happens? Right, okay. So now it's nighttime, I think, and they're having dinner at the camp there. And then Paul's like, we have one last chance to go into town tonight. Who wants to come? So some of the counselors and whatnot go into town to a bar for some drinks, and some of them stay. So I drew this handy map to indicate who went where. So this is the town here. So Paul, Ginny, Ted, and other NPC counselors go here. And then we have the ones that remained at the camp were Mark, Vicky, Jeff, and Sandra. And Terry goes to the lake for some skinny dipping. And the whereabouts of Scott are undetermined at the moment, but we'll see soon. So there is Terry at the lake. She goes skinny dipping at midnight, because why not? Well, I don't know if it's midnight, but it's dark. And then, so this is back in the cabin, and there is Mark and Vicky, and they're flirting big time, and they're playing their Ted's game over here. They're playing against each other, and Mark says, what are we playing for? And Vicky says, position, in a super duper flirty way. And by the way, sometimes Mark reminds me of Dave Mustaine from Megadeth. I don't know why. A certain smirk that he does reminds me of Dave Mustaine. Just me. I don't know. So what happens? And I think, by the way, during this scene here, Jeff and Jeff and Sandra decide to go upstairs for some adult situations. I think they're gonna do their taxes. Yeah, that's what adults do. They went upstairs to do taxes. So then, this is at the lake, and there is, I'm having trouble remembering names, Terry. So she comes out of the water, and Scott steals her clothes, and she comes out of the water, and she's like, she sees him, and he throws most of her clothes back except for her top. So she puts it on, she starts chasing him, and of course he's acting all pervy as usual. So he starts running and taunting her, and then he steps on this survival traps or whatever. So he's like, "Oh, please, please, Terry, cut me down, get me down from here." And she's like, "I'll let you hang, you perv." And then he's like, "Please, please, I'll stop messing around or whatever." And she's like, "Okay, fine." And then she's like, "Don't go anywhere." And then she runs into a cabin to find something to cut him down with. But in the meantime, he's hanging there and he's like, "Where is she?" And Jason comes with the machete, I think, and slices his throat. So that's the end of him. So Terry comes back and she's like, Scott, and she looks and she sees the cuts and all the blood spilling down. She's like, "Ah," and she starts running. So then we go to the bar. So this is in town. We're at the bar. There's Ginny, Paul, and Ted. And they're just being silly, drinking beers. There's like 5 million beer bottles beside Ted. And then they start talking about the myth or the story or legend of Jason. And Paul's not taking it seriously, but Ginny thinks it's possible that he's actually out there. He says he must be out there crying for her resurrection, referring to his mother. And she also mentions that he must be fully grown by now, which there's some controversy because in the first part, when it shows him jump out of the lake, he was like, I don't know, 8 or 9 years old or 10 years old or whatever. And we can see now he's a fully grown man. So and it takes place 5 years later. So, but then again, it might have been a ghost in the first one. I don't know. It's a whole big thing about it, but we won't think too hard about that. So then they decide shortly after Ginny and Paul leave the bar, but Ted and the other counselors stay behind. So back at the cabin, Vicky and Mark decide to have their own adult relations and do some of their own taxes, if you know what I mean. So Vicky runs to her cabin to get ready, and Mark stays behind at the main cabin. But then after a while, he goes looking for her, so he goes outside. And he's like, Vicky, he's looking for her, and then boom, he gets a machete right in that face. That's probably the most brutal, the brutal kill in the whole movie. And the weird thing though is that the machete comes in this way, and yet, and the machete's pointing the wrong way. Like, aren't you supposed to swing the machete the other way? Like the curved, pointy part is supposed to be behind. It should have been like flipped that way, but whatever. But he does a good like sort of reaction with his hands. Pretty realistic. And then the wheelchair rolls back. Just for some overkill here. It rolls back and there's like a million steps, and the wheelchair just falls down these steps. Kind of unnecessary because I'm pretty sure he was dead already. So then, we're in Jeff and Sandra's room, and they just finished their taxes, and so they're in bed, cuddling, which is I think what adults do after they finish their taxes, I guess, because it's such a taxing experience, I guess. But then Jason walks into the cabin. By the way, he grabs the spear that Ted was using before when he scared everybody during the ghost story. He grabs the spear, he walks into their room, and then boom, he does a double kill, double fatality. Just drives his spear through them both, and you see it come out the bottom of the bed, all bloody. And so that's that. So then Vicky is finally ready, and she comes looking for Mark. Of course, she doesn't find him, and she walks into the cabin. She eventually comes upstairs into Jeff and Sandra's room, and she notices something's wrong. And then, boom, Jason comes up out of the bed wearing his traditional sack. So yeah, as you can see, he doesn't have his iconic hockey mask yet. He just has this sack over his head with one eye hole cut out so he can see. So yeah, it's kind of disappointing that he doesn't have the mask yet, but I like seeing the evolution of Jason and his different looks and whatnot. So She freaks out, and then he slashes her leg, slice. And it's a pretty good effect with the blood spurting out. So she screams. She starts backing up, and she backs up into the wall, and she sees Jeff's body hanging on the wall. It's all blood coming down, and then get a point of view shot where Jason has the knife, and you don't really see her get stabbed. Like, you see her facial reaction, but I just drew the knife going in because why not? So then, now Paul and Ginny get back, and they notice that all the lights are on, and Paul's like, typical dad move, he's like, why are all the lights on? So they start looking around, and Ginny goes upstairs, of course, into Jeff and Sandra's room looking for somebody, and she sees the bed. It's all full of blood, and she screams, and then Paul comes upstairs and looks, and they're like, what is this, some kind of joke? And they're like, oh, they wouldn't do that, why would they do that? So they're not sure what's going on. They go downstairs. I think the power goes out, so they go downstairs to look for the fuse box, and while Paul's looking, Ginny's like, Paul, there's someone in the room. She kind of senses that someone's in there, and then she sees Jason lunge forward, and she's like, Paul, there's someone in this effing room. That's kind of a cool scene. So Jason lunges towards Paul. Paul dodges it, and then a scuffle breaks out. Scuffle. I guess Jason doesn't have his super strength yet. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. So then Paul goes down, and then Ginny's like, Paul, are you there? Answer me. And then Paul, she sees Jason emerge from the shadows, so she starts running. Jason chases her through the house a little bit, and then eventually she ends up in the kitchen, and she locks the door. She grabs a kitchen knife, and then she sees the door handle start to shake, and then boom, Jason just jams a pitchfork right through the door, the kitchen door. She freaks out, and she eventually she opens a random door, but it's a door to the pantry or closet or whatever, and we see poor old crazy Ralph's body in there, and his body falls forward. She freaks out, and she decides to jump out the window. It wasn't high though, but she jumps out and runs to her car. And then she, of course, like I said before, the car doesn't start. That's kind of a rule of horror movies. And then suddenly Jason's face pops up outside the window, and she freaks out. And then he jams the pitchfork through the roof of the car, but luckily he misses Ginny. She opens the door, and the door hits Jason, and he goes flying down this little ditch thing. So she's got a hell of a door opening strength. So she runs and hides behind these bushes, and then Jason follows her, and then she just gives him like a tiger knee, boom, right in the gonadal region. I believe the official name for this region is the gonadal saccositis, and it's crunch. So Jason definitely felt that. And then, so she keeps running, and they're running for a while, and then she eventually runs back into one of the cabins, and she hides under the bed. But while she's hiding under the bed, Jason's looking around, doesn't see her, and then this rat comes and walks right by her face, and that makes her, I guess, lose control of her bowels, and some bodily function comes out from under the bed. It's B. B is what I'm referring to. And then Jason sees, he sees the puddle come out under the bed. He's like, what the? So, but I guess he pretends to leave or something, and then Ginny looks up from under the bed. She doesn't see nothing, so she figures that Jason is gone. So she starts coming up from under the bed, and this is kind of weird, but Jason was standing on a chair, I guess so that she wouldn't see his feet, and he has the pitchfork. He's about to stab her, but then the chair just happens to break. Guess he's been eating too much. So the chair breaks, and he falls to the ground. then Ginny grabs a freaking chainsaw. It did show her use a chainsaw earlier in the movie. I didn't mention it, but she grabs a chainsaw, and Jason's kind of like backing off. And she kind of, it looks like she saws his arm a little bit or something, but just as she does that, something jams and the chainsaw stops working. And then she grabs a chair and boom, smashes him over the head with it. And of course, there's an ECW chant breaks out. ECW, 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 ECW. Okay, I made the ECW part up. But then she grabs another chair and smashes him over the head again. So he goes down. So Ginny takes that opportunity to start running. So she runs and runs and runs and runs and runs and runs and runs. And then she arrives at Jason's cabin. So, and then Jason chased her there. So she locks herself in that room that the cop found earlier. She barricades herself in, and Jason is trying to force himself inside that room. And then she turns around and she sees what the cop saw earlier. It's this creepy shrine. So it's Jason's mother's head on a table, and there's all these candles around, and obviously her head is decaying, and it's like not a zombie, but a mummy head or something, without the wrappings, and her sweater is laid on the table in front of her, so it's obviously a shrine to her. And around the table, which you can't see here, is a bunch of dead bodies, including Terry's body, who you never see actually die, but obviously Jason got her. So, and then, so she's freaking out. Jason's, trying to break the door open. So now, I mentioned earlier about the child psychology. She was studying child psychology. So she decides to put on Jason's mother's sweater in order to trick Jason. So that's where that psychology comes in. So Jason finally busts through the door and sees Ginny. And she's pretending to be the mother, and I kind of drew, because it was fading between Ginny and Jason's mother talking. So I drew half of her. This is Ginny's face, and this is Jason's mother's face. And she says, "It's all done, Jason. Mommy is pleased." And then Jason sees, and he's like, kind of thinking, he's like, oh, he's kind of recognizing her as his mother. But then he kind of snaps out of it a bit, and she says, "Jason, mother is talking to you." And then he goes back into that trance, and she tells Jason to kneel in front of her. And she lifts up, she has a machete, because there was a machete at the shrine too, and she lifts up the machete, and she's about to kill Jason, but then Jason is able to see his mother's head on the table still. So he's like, wait a minute, that's not my mom. She's still on the table. So she swings the machete, and then combo breaker. He blocks it with his, what do you call that thing? Like a pickaxe, whatever. It wasn't really, I didn't actually say combo breaker, I just edited that because it's what I do. So he blocks it. He gets up, and then he takes a swipe at her, I guess it was her leg or something. He slices her leg pretty good. And just in that moment, Paul runs in. So Paul's not dead after all. He's like, "Ginny." And then, so he scuffles with Jason. And then, while that's happening, Ginny grabs the machete in slow motion, and then boom, just sinks it into Jason's shoulder, the side, or whatever you call that area. And then Jason goes down. And then while Jason is on the floor, they take off his mask or the sack on his head or whatever, and they don't show his face, but they act disgusted when they see his face. So then they go back to the cabin, Paul and Ginny, and they hear a noise, and they open the door, and they see that it's Muffin. So they're like, oh, okay, everything is okay now, we can relax. But then all of a sudden, Jason, without his mask, obviously, busts through the window and grabs Ginny. It's really well done, slow motion, and it's a really heart-pounding scene. It's similar to at the end of part 1 where next morning, and there's paramedics and stuff bringing her into an ambulance. And oops, and then she's like, Paul, where's Paul? But nobody answers her, and they bring her into the ambulance and drive off. So we don't really know the fate of Paul. There's been some controversy, not controversy, but discussions online about what happened to Paul. Did Jason kill him? Whatever, I'm assuming he's dead. And then it cuts to a shot of Jason's mom's head in the cabin, and it slowly zooms in to her face, and you hear the familiar ma, 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 ma. And as soon as it gets right up into her face, the camera, it looks like her eyes are gonna open, because you can tell that there's an actor inside that mask, because the eyes are kind of twitching a bit. But then there's just a freeze frame, and then it fades out. So I read that her eyes were supposed to open at the last second, but then they said it looked too fake and could cut it out of the movie. But I wonder if that happened, if the next part would have been different, like if Jason's mother would have been a zombie mom or something going around killing people, but we'll never know. Anyway, that concludes the recap portion. What do I think of this movie? I think it's good. I don't think it's better than the original. I think the original is definitely better. I mean, it's very similar to the original, except now it's Jason killing people instead of his mother. So it's kind of like the same thing. They had a lot of the same beats, did a lot of the same moments, like this moment here. So it loses points because it's not as original as the first movie. It's a very slow-paced movie, like most of the Jason movies, so that kind of hurts it a little bit. I mean, I don't mind the slow-paced movie, but there's got to be a reason for the slow pace. It's got to build up tension, which it does to a certain degree. But I just think the first one, with the whole surprise ending of the killer being Jason's mother, was kind of a surprise because no one thought it would be a woman, I guess. And what else? Yeah, this one didn't have that big surprise factor. Although the reveal of Jason's face was very well done. So the cast was relatively likable. The main character was likable, Ginny. She kicked some butt here and there. And yeah, so overall, I wouldn't say this is a must-watch Jason movie unless you want to see the full history of what happens. It's also interesting that we finally see the adult Jason. We see his face, and he has a mask, although it's not the mask that we're used to. But it's nice to see Jason start to rack up some kills for himself. Start his career as a murderer. It's good to see. See his rookie years. Anyways, that concludes my review. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you found it relaxing. I will put this up, a PDF scanned version of this comic up on my Patreon eventually, if you want to see it for some reason. And yeah, I hope you have a good and safe Friday the 13th. And I will see you guys next time. Take care. Bye-bye. Yeah, let's set some traps. Gonna put down Bumblebee over here. Put this guy over here. Another one over here. So I'm gonna Constructicon. See, these guys are gonna step on these. Here at their feet. Alright, yeah, let me make this doorknob. It's gonna burn his hand. Right off. Yeah. Set up this iron right here, right on top of here, fall on his head. It's gonna be funny. That's gonna be funny. Grab this pink can over here. Gonna make some paper fly in his face. It's gonna be so embarrassing. It's gonna stick all over. It's gonna be cool. Alright, yeah. Play some Nintendo Power. I'm gonna trip right over it. Yeah. Alright, put this glove up here. It's gonna fall right off their head. Let's see if they're ready for Freddy. This is it. Don't get scared now. Hey guys, welcome back to ASMR Retro and the final episode of my Christmas 2020 special. This is going to be a review of the hit 1990 comedy classic, Home Alone. It is probably the awesome, awesome John Williams music. Just incredible score that he did for this, as well as all the movies that he does. Guy's a genius. And then we see this very nice, very huge house in a Chicago suburb. And inside, there's a very chaotic scene. It's basically a family, a very large family. Well, it's actually like 3 families combined, but a very large family, and they're getting ready to go on Christmas vacation to Paris. And it's the night before they're leaving, so there's like 5 million trillion people in the house, and they're all just like running around and stuff. And we see at the doorway inside is Joe Pesci. And in this movie, his name is Harry. And he's apparently a police officer, or so it seems. And he's trying to get someone's attention because everyone's just kind of running by and just doing their own thing. So it's like, hey, son, little guy, hey, big fella, you, hi, hello, hey there, listen. But he can't really get anybody's attention. So, just to briefly introduce a few characters here, I'm not going to introduce them all because, like I said, there's about 1 trillion of them, but we see some of the kids running by. These are Kevin, the main character. We'll get to him in a second. These are his brothers and sisters. So there's Buzz, basically the young version of Kevin Owens. Megan, Lenny, and Jeff. He's the meanest one in my opinion. Buzz is mean. He's like a bully to Kevin, but he's funny at least. But Jeff is just mean. So here we go. This is Kevin McAllister, played by Macaulay Culkin. He's the main character of the movie. He's a 10-year-old, or no, 8-year-old. He's supposed to be an 8-year-old kid. That's his mom, and that's his dad. That's their names, mom and dad, as far as I'm concerned. So, Kevin comes into their room, the bedroom, and he says, "Mom, Uncle Frank won't let me watch the movie." So he's referring to this gangster movie that isn't suitable for kids. Oh, by the way, like the first 20 minutes of this movie, like pretty much every single little thing that happens is that they set something up later on in the movie, which is cool. And that's one of them. And the mom says, she mentions that Kevin, she mentions to the dad, she goes, "Kevin was playing with your hot glue gun." And the dad says, "Kevin, pick up your micro machines and don't make ornaments from my fish hooks." So it all seems very random. But again, it all has something to do with later on in the movie. So the mom kind of gets fed up with Kevin complaining, and she's like, "Kevin, go back your suitcase." And he says, "Pack my suitcase." So he's kind of worried because he's only 10 or 8 years old and he doesn't know he's never had to pack his own suitcase before. So he's asking his sister, like, how am I going to pack my own suitcase? And I think that's Lenny. Yeah, she's like, "Kevin, don't worry, mom's not going to make you pack your own suitcase." She says, "You're what the French call les incompetents." And then she says, "By the way, you have to sleep with Fuller." And Fuller is his younger cousin, I guess. And he's like, "But Fuller always wets the bed." So he's upset about that. And then he starts jumping up and down, really upset. He's like, when I grow up and get married, I'm living alone. Do you hear me? I'm living alone." Just kind of funny for obvious reasons, I think. So then we see this tarantula here. This is Kevin's brother, Buzz, and he has this pet tarantula, and he says he should be good for a few weeks without food, because, like I said, they're going on vacation. And then Kevin just comes out of nowhere. I don't even know where he came from, but he's like, Buzz gets upset. He's like, "What are you doing here?" I don't know, calls him some name, I can't remember. And then Kevin goes, "Can I sleep with you tonight?" And crosses the street, and they go look at, no, Buzz is like, check it out, it's Old Man Marley. So there's Old Man Marley. He's shoveling. He's the guy who lives across the street, and he's shoveling the sidewalk there. And he has his trash can putting salt, and he has these creepy big boots on. So then they tell a story. Let's see. Yeah, they tell a story of how Old Man Marley killed his family and in another town, and he hides people's bodies in the trash can in order to mummify them. Some weird, silly story that's obviously not true, but Kevin kind of believes it. So we'll see how that plays out on the rest of the movie. But the point is, he's supposed to be a creepy old guy who lives across the street that Kevin's afraid of. And then Old Man Marley seems to look in their direction, and they all get scared and close the drapes. So then we see this in front of the house, and this pizza delivery car comes and boom, hits their they have like a little lawn statue thing here. It's kind of a running gag where people keep hitting this thing and knocking it off. And then, let's see. So then, yeah, they start eating the pizza, whatever, the whole family. And Kevin comes down. He's the last one to come downstairs. And he says, did anyone order me plain cheese? Because he likes plain cheese pizza for some reason. And Buzz is eating the last piece. And he says, it's gone. It's all gone or whatever. And then it shows Fuller. This was, like I said, his younger cousin, but in real life, it's actually Macaulay Culkin's younger brother. I can't remember what his name is, but yeah. And you can see he looks over. Kevin looks over, and when whoever, I guess Fuller's mom says that, and Fuller's he has his Pepsi, and he gives a smirk like, oh, you know what's gonna happen later on. You know what's gonna happen, because like I said, Kevin he knows that Fuller's gonna wet the bed. They have to sleep in the same bed. And this kind of gets Kevin even more mad. And then Buzz burps in his. Oh no, he says, hey Kevin, if he starts pretending that he's gonna throw up the cheese pizza so that Kevin can eat it. So he's like, hey Kevin, get a plate. So that just totally sets Kevin off. And he does a spear into. Keep on calling him Kevin. He does a spear into Buzz. Spear. Okay, this part doesn't happen, but he does kind of spear him and knock him back. And then Buzz knocks over this bottle of pop. And then the pop sort of lands on the plane tickets and they get wet. And then the kind of chaos ensues. Everyone sort of gets up and, to stop this, break up this fight or whatever. And then Fuller tries to walk behind this. One of my favorite things, especially when I was a kid, so always made me laugh, was Fuller gets up and he tries to go behind his dad's chair, but his dad gets up at the same time, so the dad's chair kind of squashes Fuller's face into the wall. Just a small little funny detail. And then, yeah, like I said, so the dad goes to grab the tickets and tries to dry them off, and he means to throw some paper towels in the garbage. But we see that he accidentally throws Kevin's ticket into the garbage, which is interesting. I never noticed that until I did this video, that it was Kevin's ticket. But yeah, they could have went another direction with that. But anyways, maybe I'll mention that later, if I remember. So, they break up the fight, and Kevin's like, Buzz started it, blah, 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 but everybody's mad at Kevin. And they do this slow pan throughout the entire family, and everyone's just kind of staring at him. And that's Uncle Frank, and he says, "Look what you did, you little jerk." And everyone's all quiet, just kind of staring at him. And then this guy, Jeff, I think is one of his brothers. He's like, "You're such a disease." Calls him a disease, which is kind of mean. And then the mom is like, "Okay, Kevin, that's enough. Go up. Go to bed." She's like, "Say goodnight, Kevin." He's like, "Goodnight, Kevin." So he's giving her like attitude and stuff, but he does finally go upstairs. finds out that they're going to Paris, and that seems to satisfy whatever he was looking for. And he says, "Don't worry, your home is in good hands." And he smiles at Kevin, and he has a gold tooth, and goes bing. And Kevin gives him kind of a dirty look, like he's kind of suspicious. So the mom and Kevin go upstairs, and then what happens? He's forced to go up into the attic to sleep because he doesn't want to sleep with Fuller. And then he gets into an argument with his mom, and Kevin's like, "Families suck. I hope I never see any of you jerks again." And then the mom's like, "I know you don't mean that," or something like that. He's like, if I woke up, or if you woke up tomorrow without your family, you'd be pretty sad." Kevin's like, "No, I wouldn't." Pretty well done scene there. But anyways, and he goes upstairs fuming mad, and he's laying in the bed, and he's like, "I wish they would all just disappear." Well, to the magic of Christmas, I guess, some mystical stuff happens, or maybe it's just a coincidence, but a windstorm picks up, and there's a big branch breaks off a tree and lands on the power line, and the transformer thingy blows up. What do we call that thing? What's that? Sorry about that. So basically the power goes out because of this, and it resets their alarm clocks, or shuts them off, I guess. And so the next morning, they get up, the parents get up suddenly in bed, and they're like, "We slept in," because they're supposed to go to the airport. So there's a super chaotic scene where they're all just running around, trying to, because they're late for the airport, and trying to get ready and all that stuff. Very chaotic. And so outside, the mom tells one of the older kids to, make sure all the kids are ready, and they're outside, and she wants them to do a head count of the kids. So what happens is, when this older, I think it's Kevin's cousin or something, but she was counting all the kids, but they didn't realize that this kid across the street named Mitch Murphy, who happens to look a lot like Kevin, he, is kind of a nosy kid, and he just came to see what all the excitement was. And because they had transport vans to take them to the airport, and he was busting the balls, I guess, of the drivers and asking a bunch of questions just out of curiosity. But then when he was there, the girl counts him as number 9. But she thought that was Kevin, so she's like, 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, whatever. So she thought that Kevin was there, but he wasn't. So then after they count, he leaves, and he's like, "Have a good trip, bring me back something French," which I thought was funny, because it's like he just assumes they're gonna bring him back something, and of course it's gonna be French. It's from Friends. So that's how Kevin gets left behind, I guess. They think all the kids are there, and they take off for the airport. So it's another chaotic scene through the airport as they're rushing to make their flight. They finally make it, and the plane takes off, and the mom's like, "I hope we didn't forget anything." And there's just a interesting, I guess, what's the word, little detail or whatever. There's one part when they're on the plane, and you kind of hear the Uncle Frank. He's looking at this crystal thing. I don't know what it is, some kind of utensil. And he's talking to his wife, and he's like, "Oh, this is a real crystal." "Yeah, it's real. He's like, "Put it in your purse." And the wife is like, "No." And he's trying to get the wife to put it into her purse. Such an minor detail, unnecessary detail, but it really tells you who this Frank guy is. But anyways, I thought it was funny. So now back at the house, we see the attic door open, and Kevin comes out, and his hair's all messed up, and he's like, "Mom, Dad, where are you guys?" So he's looking all over the house, and it's completely empty. At first he doesn't really put it 2 and 2 together, and then he goes down to the basement looking for anybody, and he sees the furnace, the heater, whatever you want to call it, which he's scared of. And in his imagination, face almost, and it opens up, and it starts going, making noise, and that scares him. So he goes, takes off, and he runs outside. But then when he goes outside, he sees that the garage door is open, and both of the cars are still there. And he says, the cars are still here. They didn't go to the airport. And he gives some very surprised looking face. But the face is very funny. I got some out there. I always thought the expression on his face was kind of not very well done. But he was a kid, so I can't really blame him. But it's just kind of funny. Funny reaction. It's hard to explain, but if you see it, I think you'll know what I mean. And yeah, the thing is, you might think, oh, why is the garage open? Why would the garage be open if they went on vacation? Which they kind of mention that later, but anyways. So he comes inside, and he's thinking about it for a second. So he actually thinks he made his family disappear. He doesn't realize, oh, they probably forgot me. He thinks because he wished that they disappeared, they disappeared. And so at first he's sad, but then he's like, I made my family. No, first he's sad. He's like, I made my family disappear. And then he remembers all the mean things that they said to him. Like Uncle Frank's like, you little jerk. You're what the French call les incompetents. You're such a disease. You're the only one in the family that makes trouble. And then he remembers Buzz saying, I'm going to feed you to my tarantula. Which he never said that, but it's funny that Kevin remembers it that way. But then he's happy. He's like, I made my family disappear. And then it cuts to like a short little montage where he's just going nuts. He's jumping on his parents' bed, eating popcorn, and he's running around the house, and he's like, I'm free, I'm free. So then, now he can do whatever he wants. So he goes into Buzz's room and opens up his chest. I almost expect to hear the Zelda chest opening little tune there. But do you see all the stuff that Buzz has? He has a Playboy, stack of Playboys, which Kevin opens and looks at it for a second. He's like, there's no clothes on anybody. Gross, or something like that. And he throws the Playboy behind him. His binoculars, chips, of course, cherry bombs, which Kevin takes that back. What else did he? There's a lot of toilet paper in Buzz's chest here. I don't want to know. He has Playboy and lots of toilet paper. Yeah, that's, I'm not judging, but just putting two and two together here. A whole bunch of random stuff. And then, I guess the main point is that he found the cherry bombs. But then he also sees this picture frame. And he sees this girl in the picture. And Kevin says, Buzz, your girlfriend, the wolf. And I think this kid was actually a boy. It was the director's, or not the director, the producer's son or something like that. Just kind of funny tidbit. So, oh my god, glove is not even on right. Gotta fix that. There it goes, a little bit better. Wait, still not right. But, okay. And then he looks up on the wall and he sees Buzz's BB gun, which looks pretty real, kind of. And of course, he gets the gun and he does target practice on these little toy figures. So then on this scene here, he's watching that movie that his Uncle Frank didn't let him watch before. It's called Angels with Filthy Souls, I believe. It's like this old gangster, black and white gangster movie. It's not even a real movie. They actually filmed the scenes for this movie. And so they used this movie, fake movie here, later on in the movie for various things. Like Kevin uses the audio to trick people, but we'll get to that. So, he's like, I'm gonna give you to the counts of 10 to get your ugly, yellow, no good keister off my property. 1, 2, 10. And he starts blasting away at this other character, Sneaks. And Kevin is like, hey mom, dad, whatever, I'm eating junk. Okay, because he's eating ice cream, and he's like, I'm eating junk and watching, bad movies. You better come out and stop me, because he's still not 100% sure if they're gone or not, or they're pranking him or whatever. But obviously nobody comes out. he screams out for his mom. And then it's almost like the mom hears him. Like she doesn't really hear him, but she senses something is wrong, and she keeps trying to remember what she forgot. And she's talking to her husband, like, did we forget to do this? Did we forget to whatever? And then the dad is like, I know the mom's like, did we forget to close the garage? And then the dad's like, that's it. That's what we forgot. We forgot to close the garage. And she's like, no, that's not it. And then a few seconds later, she's like, Kevin, because she remembers. Classic shot of her freaking out. So then we are back at the house here. Kevin decides to toboggan down the steps of the house. Like I'm talking about, like the main steps inside, not outside. And the door's open, so he goes down the steps and out the front door and out to the out into the lawn. Lots of fun. And I always thought that the angle didn't make sense. Like there's no way he could have went down from the stairs and out the door, but it's all good. It's all good. So then, out on the street, there's this van, not old, but there's a work van. It's called OK Plumbing, and inside the van is Joe Pesci, but he's also with his partner Marv. That's Marv. And Joe Pesci is Joe Pesci, aka Harry, is explaining. He's like, it's almost all too easy. So he's sort of been investigating that street for a while. So basically, these guys are robbers. Joe Pesci isn't really a cop. He was just trying to figure out, when the McAllisters were leaving and what kind of security system they had and all that. And not only that, they sort of scoped out the whole street, and he planned out. He knows exactly where everybody is, which vacation, who's on vacation, the light timers and all that stuff. So, but he explains how his main target was the McAllister house, and that's what they're gonna go after. So he knows they're on vacation, obviously, but he doesn't realize that Kevin is still there. So they're like crowbars up, and so they walk towards the house. But then Kevin hears something, and he sees someone approaching the house. So he gets scared, and he runs and turns on some of the lights. And then so Marv and Harry see that, okay, somebody must be home. Let's get out of here. So they take off, and Kevin goes to hide under his parents' bed. But then after a while, he's like, I can't be a wimp. I'm the man of the house. So he walks outside, and he's like, I'm not afraid anymore. Do you hear me? I'm not afraid. So he walks up to the sidewalk, and then he sees old man Marley, and of course that just freaks out Kevin. So like, he just screams in his face, and he runs back into the house, and he hides under the bed, or under the covers anyways. So the parents, the rest of the family arrives in Paris, and they're all kind of freaking out. So they get to a phone, and some lady was on the phone. I think it was a lady, I don't know. And then she kind of forces her off the phone, and she tells everyone else what to do. Like she tells the father to, go call this person, go call that person. I'll try to call the house and see if Kevin is there. So she's about to talk on the phone, and she hears some guy on the phone talking in French, and she's like, hello, 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 hello. She'll call you back, and she hangs up on him, which I thought was funny the way she delivered that scene. So she calls the police and tries to explain the situation. This is the Chicago police, and then the dispatch person puts her through to a child, child welfare kind of line, which happens to be the guy in an office next over, which is, she gets patched through to Sergeant Balzac. Yes, Sergeant Balzac. That's his actual name in the movie. It's one of my favorite scenes too, because this guy's kind of like such a unique character. He's just kind of not half-assing it, but he looks very bored with his job, and he's done this a trillion times. And he starts to recite, the quote-unquote script, what you're supposed to say when someone calls in a situation. So he says, Has the child been involved in an altercation with a drunken or mentally ill member of his immediate family? And the mom's like, no. So he goes to this checklist. Has he this? Has he that? And she's like, no, look, I don't know. I just want to, he's home alone. I want to make sure he's okay. And then he's like, okay, I'll put you through to the main line or whatever. Anyway, bottom line is they end up sending out a police officer to the house to check on Kevin. But one funny thing in this scene is Sergeant Balzac is eating a donut when he's talking on the phone, and one part, a piece of the chunk of donut falls out of his mouth and just lands right on the phone receiver, and then eventually falls off. Now I always thought that was hilarious because I thought it was a blooper, and maybe it was. I don't know. I can't really tell if it was intentional or not. I can't imagine that was planned because that would be kind of hard for the donut to fall out of his mouth and directly onto the receiver. It was like so perfect. Yeah, it was too perfect to be faked. I don't know. But that always cracks me up for some reason. And then, so back at the house, Kevin is, under the bed sheets of his parents, and he hears a knocking on the door, and that scares him even more. But it's just a police officer checking on him. But because nobody answers the door, the cop's like, there's nobody home. Then he just leaves. So then, the next day you see Kevin, he takes a shower, he combs his hair, and then for some reason he puts on aftershave, even though he didn't shave. And he's like, because it burns. Classic scene. And then he does it again later on in the movie. He does the same exact mistake, which is funny, but I didn't draw that second time. So then he goes into Buzz's room, and he climbs his shelf, and when he gets to the top, it collapses, and he's able to get this box that was on top of the shelf, which contains, according to Kevin, Buzz's life savings. So he takes the cash, but while doing that, the tarantula was able to escape Buzz's, what do you call it? Not the cage, but the aquarium thingy. Now, across the street there is the Murphy house, which they're also on vacation, and we see Marv and Harry are in there, and they're robbing the place. And while they're in there, the phone rings, and for some reason Marv is wearing scuba gear. It's just because they're messing around with the gifts. They're opening the gifts, and I guess one of the gifts was scuba gear, so he puts on the mask. So, just for fun, I guess. But anyways, he hears the phone ring, and it's Kevin's dad, and he leaves a message for them. He says, "This is Peter McAllister. We're still in Paris, blah, blah, blah. Please check on Kevin if you're home." No, he doesn't say please check on Kevin. He just says, "We're still in Paris. Call me when you get a chance." So obviously because of that, they know that the McAllisters are indeed in Paris. So now they're going to go back and rob that house as well. But while I didn't mention it, or I didn't try it, but when they're done robbing the place, Marv turns on the water and leaves it running and plugs up the sinks, so the water overflows and causes a flood in the house. And it's kind of thing that's basically their calling card. He calls it. He likes to do that to every house they rob, and he calls them the Wet Bandits. And Harry tells him not to do it because it's stupid, but I don't know. Marv likes to do it anyways. So here, later on, Kevin goes to this drugstore, and he wants to buy this toothbrush. So he goes up to the lady at the counter, and he's like, "Is this toothbrush approved by the American Dental Association?" And she just kind of gives him this look, like, she's like, "Well, I don't know." And she's like, Kevin's like, "Can you find out, please?" And she's kind of like annoyed or whatever. So she asks some other guy that works there, and he's like, I don't know. Kind of funny reaction he did. But then, while they're sort of trying to figure it out, old man Marley walks in, because of course he does, and Kevin is kind of freaked out. And something I didn't notice before was that, well, I did notice it, but I didn't really think about it. But his hand, Marley's hand, has a wound on it. There's a little bit of blood and sort of some bandaging over it, some gauze or whatever. Which we'll get back to that later, but it's an interesting observation. But yeah, Kevin is kind of scared of him, and he starts backing away towards the door. And this lady's like, "Oh, you have to pay for that up here, son." But Kevin is just concentrating on this guy and in fear. And then eventually he turns around and runs. So she thinks that he's a shoplifter, and she tells the stock boy Jimmy she's like, "Jimmy, stop that boy." So outside, Kevin runs, and the stock boy sees a cop outside, and he points to Kevin. He's like, "Shoplifter." So the cop starts chasing Kevin, and there's this pond like across the street where there's like a whole bunch of people skating and stuff like that. I didn't have room to show the people skating, but so Kevin runs onto the ice, and then he slides down on his knees. And then the cop runs on the ice, and he loses all ability to balance himself, and he just starts flopping and flipping all over the place. And it's funny because Kevin at one part he slides underneath the legs of one of the skaters, and then he kind of starts laughing a little bit. I don't think he was supposed to smile or laugh, but he did. And it's funny that they ended up using that take. I don't know, something charming about it. I like when they do stuff like that. So he ends up getting away from the cop, and he's walking home later, and he looks at the toothbrush, and he's like, "I'm a criminal." Now, obviously, he didn't mean to steal the toothbrush, but in the eyes of the kid, he feels like, "Oh my god, I stole something, I'm gonna go to jail." And then as he's walking, feeling all down and stuff, the van of the Wet Bandits, Harry and Marv, is pulling out from the Murphy house, but Kevin doesn't see it, and they don't see him until the last second, and the van like literally stops right in front of his face. And he's like, "Ah!" It's actually pretty funny, the way they did that, pretty convincing too. And then Harry's like, "Hey, watch where you're going, kid." He's like really mad, and then he's like, "Geez, these kids don't watch where they're going these days." And then Marv was like, Santa doesn't visit the funeral homes, little buddy." And then Kevin's like, "Okay," like he's kind of nodding, like, "Yeah, I should have, been paying attention." And then Harry's like, "Okay, Merry Christmas," and he smiles. And then Kevin sees the ping. So because he sees the gold tooth again, he recognizes him as the cop that was at his house the day before, or 2 days before, whatever it was. And he kind of gets freaked out by that, so he starts kind of running away from them. And then Harry's like, "Why is he running? Something, he must know something is up, let's follow him." So they start following him, and Kevin runs to this church, and there's a nativity scene outside, and he's hiding in the nativity scene. And they drive by, and they look at the church. They think he went inside the church, and they're like, "I ain't going in there." So they say, "Okay, let's get out of here." And Kevin says, "When those guys come back, I'll be ready." So what he does is they come back later, and they see that they expect the house to be empty, but they see that it seems like there's a party going on. So they hear music, and they see through the window, they see a bunch of shadowy figures. Looks like they're having a party, and they're like, "That's weird. There's supposed to be nobody home. We'll come back tomorrow to investigate." But inside we see that it was Kevin. He rigged up this whole thing where he was controlling. There was like, what do you call them? Not statues, but mannequins and stuff like that. And this was a cardboard cutout of Michael Jordan on a train track. So it looked like he was moving around. And he was controlling all the stuff with these ropes. He's kind of dancing along to the music and just having a blast. But it doesn't really make sense because what he was dancing, he didn't know what time they were going to come. So he was just dancing around for hours like that, waiting for them to show up. That was kind of funny. nice tip because it was like a bad tip. It was like I don't know, $1. It was like I don't know, 2% tip or something like that. He wasn't too happy about that. And then Kevin gets the pizza. It's like a lovely cheese pizza just for me. So now I'm back at the airport. So by this point in the movie, the mom is in the airport trying to wait for an available flight to go back to Chicago, and the rest of the family went to the hotel or to his brother's house or something like that. And in the meantime, the mom meets this old couple, and they're going back to the States, and she's able to barter with them for a ticket back home. They're a little bit reluctant, but eventually the husband was reluctant, but eventually it's like, oh, all right. So she ends up getting a ticket back to Scranton, which is not where she's going, but at least it's back to the States. But she didn't even know where she was going. We find out later, anyways. So now back at home, Kevin is in bed, and he's looking at a picture of the family, and he says, "I didn't mean it. If you come back, I'll never be a pain in the butt again, I promise." And he kisses the picture, and then goes to bed. It's kind of a touching scene, so he's starting to regret, starting to miss his family. So there's a scene where he goes shopping, and he buys a bunch of stuff. He has coupons and stuff like that. And then he's walking home with the grocery bags, and both of the grocery bags suddenly break, and all the stuff falls out. And he just kind of looks at the camera like, he gives this look like, that's the precise moment in which he became an adult, when he realizes that life can suck sometimes. But it's like, welcome to the jungle, Kevin. And speaking of becoming an adult, so he's in he's doing laundry in the basement, and then the furnace starts acting up in his mind again, and it's like, Kevin. But then Kevin's like, shut up, and it kind of stops. And so yeah, again, he's overcoming his fears, I guess. So later on, Kevin's in the kitchen, and so the wet bandits come back to see what's up. So Marv comes to the back door where the kitchen is, and for some reason he sticks his foot in the pet, they have like a pet doggy door or whatever, and he sticks his foot in, but then his shoe falls off, and then he's like, shit. This always made me laugh because he said it so low, you could barely hear it. That's just funny, I don't know why that always makes me laugh. And then what happens, Kevin uses the audio from that movie again to scare Marv. He thinks that there's some kind of, gangsters inside doing some kind of deal. So he's, listening to them, and then the guy in the movie said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, snakes. I'm going to give you to the count of 10 to blah, 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 the script. And then he starts opening fire, and then Kevin puts those cherry bombs in the pot next to the door and lights them, so it sounds extra loud. So Marv totally freaks out. He thinks there's actual shooting going on, and he sort of jumps behind these garbage cans, and then he runs back to the van to tell Harry. So Harry's like, we should find out who this is. He thinks there's someone else in there, and he wants to find out who it is so they can blame if the cops ever bother them and ask them questions, they can blame those guys, something like that. So they want to stick around and see what's going on. So now back at the airport in Scranton, the mom is trying to get another flight back to Chicago. She's kind of arguing with the flight guy, and then she's not able. There's no available tickets back to Chicago. And the mom's like, "Where am I anyway?" He's like, "Scranton." So she didn't even know where she was because of all the stress and the chaos and all that stuff. But so while this is happening, you'll notice someone in the background. So this guy here, I drew him kind of looking like Elvis Presley. That's what I tried to draw anyways. He doesn't actually look like this in the movie, but anyways, this is random dude in the background. there's a rumor that it's actually Elvis Presley. Like, he was obviously dead by this point, but people are like, oh, that's. Some people think he's still alive, and they're like, oh, that's him. Now, he doesn't look like Elvis typically looks in this movie. You know, he has a beard and he's a little bit older or whatever, but it kind of does look like Elvis, but not really. But anyway, just an interesting tidbit. Just kind of a conspiracy theory on that, just kind of interesting. But also here is John Candy's character, and he's kind of listening in, and he's like, he goes up to the mom and he's like, sorry, I couldn't help it over here. My name's Gus Polinski, polka king of the Midwest. So he's some guy from some polka band, and he kind of, he's hoping that she would recognize him because he thinks in his own mind he's famous, but he's not really anybody that anybody would recognize. So he's like, we had a few hits, polka, polka, polka. He starts singing some of his songs, and the mom's like, what? I don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, well, you don't recognize us, you never heard of us? And she's like, no. And she's like, we had some hits back in the 70s. We sold like 273 albums or something like that. It's really funny. I'm not doing it justice, but just a great scene, great character. But eventually, he's like, well, we're driving out in that direction. We could drop you off. And she's like, oh, really? You do that for me? He's like, yeah, sure, why not? So, nice little scene, nice cameo. And there's another scene. There's a few more scenes with him later on in the movie, but I didn't, because of, I didn't have enough time to cover everything. But yeah, great scene by John Candy. So then we have a scene where Kevin is outside. He goes into the backyard and he's cutting down part of one of the trees. He wants to use it as a Christmas tree. Just like saw. But then Marv and Harry see him from their van. And he's like, I think we're getting scammed by a kindergarten. And he's like, he's home alone. Oh yeah, because he goes back into the house with the tree and he starts decorating it. So Harry's looking inside, and then he realizes that he's home alone. He's like, he's home alone. He actually says it. So that's when Peter would cheer in the theater. And then, so Kevin realizes when he's putting up the decorations, you can see the reflection of Harry in one of the ornaments. So he realizes that the bad guys are there. And then he overhears them talking that they're gonna come back at, I think, 9 o'clock or something on that night. So he's kind of scared. He's like, Mom, where are you? And then later that night, he wanted to go see Santa. There's like one of those, Santa's workshop thingies, or what do you call it, where you can go sit on Santa's lap and, make your wish, give him your wish list or whatever. But they were closing up already. But he managed to catch Santa before he was going into his old, crappy Honda. And not that's anything wrong with Hondas, but this one was old and crappy. So, just before he went in his car, he starts talking to Kevin, or Kevin starts talking to him, and Kevin makes a wish. He's like, instead of toys this year, I just want my family back. So the Santa guy was like, oh, he was like, damn, maybe he thinks they died or something. So he's like, oh, okay, I'll see what I can do. And Kevin feels bad for them. At one part, Kevin's like, my name is Kevin McAllister. My address is blah, blah, blah. He's like, do you need my number? And the guy's like, no, it's alright. Because obviously, he's not going to give this message to Santa. Oh, because actually, at one part, Kevin's like, I know you're not the real Santa, but I know you work for him, and I know you can give him this message. But anyways, so then, Kevin's about to leave, and he's like, oh no, hang on a second, I don't have any more candy canes left, but I have something for you. And he pulls out these Tic Tacs, and he literally gives him 2 Tic Tacs, and he's like, don't spoil your dinner. He's like, I won't. So then Kevin walks away, and the Santa guy tries to turn on his car, but of course it doesn't start. So another nice little detail there. So then Kevin's walking down the street, he sees like another family, getting together to celebrate Christmas and stuff, and he feels all down because he's alone. And then he walks by the church, and he looks at the church, and he hears some music inside. And it's a really cool shot here where he looks up at the church for a second, and he's kind of hesitating if he wants to go in or not. And he's about to start walking, but then he stops and he looks back up at the church for a second, and then he keeps walking. I kind of feel like that wasn't intent, like that wasn't supposed to happen that way. I kind of feel like he started walking a little bit too soon, but the director was like, "No, hold it for another second." So then he stopped. I don't know, maybe, not really sure, but it's just really very, very well done, whether it was intentional or not. So he goes inside the church, and there's a choir singing, and there's like two people inside the church. I don't know why there'd be a full choir for two people, but. And he sits down, and then old man Marley approaches him, and he's kind of scared at first, but then he's not so scared. And then they start talking, and they find out that old man Marley kind of was estranged from his family, sort of. He got into some big argument with his son years ago, and they haven't talked in years. But his daughter, old man Marley's granddaughter, was in the choir tonight. That's why he showed up at the church. And then Kevin kind of convinces him that he should, or kind of tells him that he should make up with his family and call them. And he's like, "Well, I don't know about that," but he's like, Kevin kind of tries to encourage him to do that. So, and then, but also the other way around, old man Marley kind of convinces Kevin that families, aren't so bad or whatever, something like that. I don't remember the details here. But basically, they become friends, and then they shake hands, and they're like, "Merry Christmas," and it shows a close-up of their hands shaking, and this is going back to what I was saying before, where now there's a band-aid on his hand. So if you remember before, there was a wound, now there's a band-aid, so it looks like he's being healed kind of thing, like healing old wounds. But again, we'll get back, and I never noticed that before either, but we'll get back to that. So now Kevin he runs, he leaves the church and he starts running home. He's like, "This is my house, I have to defend it." And some awesome music plays, and it's like a montage of him setting up all these traps around the house. So he has this battle plan of all the traps that he wants to set up. And then you can see all the traps. There's way more than this, but he puts these micro machines down in front of the steps. He puts this thing on the door handle to heat it up, those barbecue fire starter things. Not one of those things, but one of the, well, you know what I'm talking about. And then he pours water on the steps. He puts tar on the steps in the basement. There's a fan with some feathers, 2 buckets of paint, and you see the tarantula running around here and there while he's setting up these traps. And then finally, when he's done, he makes himself a mac and cheese dinner with some milk, and he prays, does a little prayer, and then just before he's about to eat, it's like bong, 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 so it's time, and he blows out the candles. There's no candles here, but he blows them out, and he goes to the door with his pellet gun, and he's like, "This is it, don't get scared now." So Marv and Harry go to the back, and they're like, "We'll just knock on the door, maybe he'll let us in." He's like, "You never know." And Marv's like, "Yeah, kids are stupid." And I was like, "Yeah, he's a kid, kids are stupid." So they knock on the door, and they're like, "Be a good little fella," and open the door. And then Kevin sticks the gun through the pet door, and bing, shoots Harry right in the gonadal area, sacticular area, or whatever it's technically called. So he's in pain, and he's doing his fake swearing. He's like, not actually saying anything, but it's supposed to be like he's swearing or whatever. So Marv gets the brilliant idea of sticking his head through the dog door, and he sticks his head in, and he sees Kevin there, and Kevin's like, "Hello," bing, and he shoots him like right in the forehead. So he's screaming in pain too. So they decide to split up. the same thing happens to Marv. He's going down the steps in the back to the basement, and he slides all the way down. And then eventually, with his crowbar, he is trying to jam the door open or like break in. But then he realizes the door is unlocked, so he just walks right in. And then he turns on the light, but the light was rigged up to this iron, and it falls down the laundry chute, and boom, that's right out loud. I tried landing on his head, but it actually lands on his face. It just knocks him out, and then you see like an imprint of the iron on his face after. It's pretty funny. And then back at the front door, Joe Pesci actually he falls down the steps a second time, but he finally eventually makes it up, and he grabs the door handle and hears sizzle, 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 and sizzle, and sizzle, sizzle. Because remember, the door handle is hot because Kevin put that heater thing on it. And then he screams and he jumps and puts his hand in the snow. And then he looks at his hand after, and it's all like fried. And it has the imprint of the door handle with the M in his hand, which is kind of gross. But and then in Home Alone Part 2, he still has that. Home Alone Part he still has that imprint on his hand. Obviously, that's going to be permanent. Let's get some plastic surgery. So then, back in the basement, you see Marv. He's climbing up the steps in the basement, but Kevin covered them with tar, so his shoes and socks come off because they get stuck in the tar. So he's barefoot, but he's still going up the steps. And then there's a nail coming up that Kevin put on the step, and he steps right on it with his bare foot. Oh man, I can imagine how much that hurts. And he totally freaks out. He's like, and he falls back onto the floor in, a lot of pain, obviously. So then, Harry goes around to the back door, and he tests the door handle because he wants to make sure that one's not hot. And he's like, taps it a bit to make sure, it doesn't burn his hand. So then, he opens the door, sticks his head in, and then another classic scene was there's Kevin set up a blowtorch, and starts burning his head. And Harry's like, he's freaking out. A really good effect. I'm not even sure how they did that. Like, could that have been real? I mean, that seems like really dangerous, but I really don't know how they did that. I gotta look that up. Today would be CGI, of course, but obviously wasn't really a thing back then. So, eventually, then he goes to jump and he puts his head in the snow to, extinguish his head, and you can see the damage that's done after his head's all like fried. It's pretty realistic, actually, and pretty gross looking. I mean, not that realistic, but for a kids movie, yeah. So then he eventually comes inside, and his face gets. He walks into this saran wrap with glue on it, and then he pulls it off, and then he trips the fan trap. The fan, blows all these feathers onto his face, so all these feathers get stuck to him. So then Marv comes in through the side window, and of course Kevin put all these fishing hooks, I think, and ornaments and stuff like that on the floor. So of course Marv just puts his feet down like really hard and steps on all these ornaments. Pop, crunch, crunch, pop. And of course that messes up his feet, and he starts screaming in pain. And then he's like, I'm gonna kill that kid. So he's getting more foot damage than John McClane in Die Hard. There's no blood, of course. So then eventually they see each other, Marv and Harry, and then Harry's like, why'd you take your shoes off? And then Harry says, why'd you take your shoes off? And Marv is like, why are you dressed like a chicken? Because he still has like pieces of feather stuck to him. And so Kevin's like, I'm up here, you morons, because he's upstairs. And then I didn't draw it, but they fall on the micro machines, which I didn't draw that part. But then they start going up the steps, and Kevin has the paint cans on ropes that he throws down the stairs, and boom, boom, the steps. And then, oh yeah, you see Marv loses, or Marv, I keep calling him Marv. Harry loses his gold tooth. So then Kevin is upstairs and he calls the police and he says my house is being robbed. He's using like an adult voice. He's like, my house is being robbed. My name is Murphy. And he gives the address of the Murphy house across the street. And I thought it was interesting that he says my name is Murphy and he kind of sounds like he's talking like RoboCop, whose name was Alex Murphy. Probably a coincidence, but I don't know. So then Marv and Harry get upstairs and they're running after Kevin, and Harry trips over the wire that Kevin set up, but then Marv jumps and grabs Kevin's leg. Kevin's trying to run up the steps, but he can't make it because Marv has his leg. But then he sees the tarantula, Buzz's tarantula, on the steps. So he grabs the tarantula and puts it on Marv's face. That's a classic moment, but he just totally freaks the hell out. And I have to give the actor credit because it looked like the tarantula was real on that part. I would never do that. No way. No way. So then he throws the tarantula onto the, off of him, and it lands on Harry's stomach. He's still on the floor, kind of knocked out. And then he starts to wake up, and he sees Marv with a crowbar. And he's like, Marv, what are you doing? And Marv's like, Harry, don't move. And then his brilliant idea is to hit the tarantula with the crowbar. But of course, the tarantula jumps out of the way, and he ends up hitting Harry on the stomach. Crunch. So then Kevin is able to run up to the attic, and then he rigged up this line that goes from the window to his treehouse. So he sort of zip lines down into his treehouse. And then Marv and Harry look out the window, and it's like, oh, where did he go? And then Marv's like, maybe he committed suicide. Which is kind of stupid. Like, if you look down, you can see that obviously his body's not there. It's not even high enough to do that, I don't think. But and then Kevin from the treehouse, he's like, I'm down here, you big horse's ass. Come and get me before I call the police. And then Marv's like, let's get out of here. He's gonna call the cops. And Harry's like, from a treehouse. So like, come on, we're gonna chase them. So they start climbing across the rope to the treehouse very slowly. And I always thought it was funny because the stunt double they used for Harry was suddenly taller than Marv, or at least close to his height. But then Kevin's like, he uses his what do you call those things? Edge clippers to cut the rope. So then they smash into the wall of the house and then fall to the ground. And then Kevin's like, hey, I'm calling the cops. So Kevin runs across the street to the Murphy house. But then Joe Pesci's like, wait, he wants us to follow him. Let's I have another idea. So then Kevin runs up the steps he goes into the Murphy house at the basement. He runs up to the steps into the kitchen, and he sees Marv and Harry there waiting for him. And Harry's like, hiya, pal. So it looks like Kevin is in some trouble. So they grab Kevin and put him on a hook on the door. And they're like, what are we going to do with him, Harry? And they're like, oh, we're going to burn his head with a blowtorch. We're going to smash his face with an iron. Basically, they're going to do everything that he did to them. But then Harry's like, but first I'm going to start with biting off his fingers one by one. He's actually about to bite his fingers off, which is pretty crazy. But then Old Man Marley shows up just in the nick of time and then hits them with his shovel. Boom, boom. So then later, Kevin is at home looking out the window and he sees that the police showed up and they're arresting both of them. And Marv is like, the cops are like, because, thanks for turning on the faucet in all the houses you robbed. Now we know all the houses that you hit. And then Marv is like kind of happy to tell them all about it. He's like, we're the Wet Bandits, W-E-T. And then sees Kevin looking out the window, and he waves his hand, kind of like doing a troll face, and just the look on his face was just perfect. So then the next morning, it's Christmas morning, and Kevin wakes up. He goes downstairs hoping to see his family there, but he doesn't see anybody. He's all sad. And then the mom comes home. She looks around. She doesn't see Kevin at first. Then she sees all the Christmas decorations set up and stuff. And then finally they see each other. Kevin is acting like he's upset at first, but then he starts smiling and they hug. So it's a nice heartwarming scene. And then the rest of the family suddenly shows up, and they're like, "Hey, Kevin," whatever. Everyone's happy to see each other. And then Buzz is like, "Hey, Kev, it's pretty cool that you didn't burn the place down." And they sort of give themselves a bro handshake, a nice bro moment. And then what happens? Oh yeah, and then the mom's like, after they reunite or whatever, after their little reunion, the mom's like, "Oh, we should get some food. We have to go to the store and buy milk." And Kevin's like, "No, it's okay. I did the grocery shopping." And they're like, "Oh, really?" And Dad's like, "What a funny guy." So everyone's kind of surprised that he did it, but so everyone starts to walk away, and you can hear Buzz in the background say, "He went grocery shopping. He doesn't even know how to tie his shoe," which is a nice, funny comment from Buzz. But then you could also see there's a part where they show the gold tooth, Harry's gold tooth on the floor, and the dad sees it, and he picks up and he's like, "Honey, what's this?" And he does this like little thing with his mouth, as if he kind of realizes it's a tooth, and I don't know, just kind of has an interesting facial expression he did there, kind of funny, almost like he was gonna try to put it in or something. So then Kevin goes to the window. He looks out the window and he sees across the street. He sees old man Marley, and he's reuniting with his family. So it looks like he ended up calling his son, and he's hugging his granddaughter. And definitely a very heartwarming scene. If you don't get at least a little bit misty-eyed during that scene, you're not a human being. But then he sees Kevin looking out the window, and they kind of wave to each other. You have nice music playing and all that. And then Kevin's smiling, and then all of a sudden you hear Buzz yell, "Kevin, what did you do to my room?" And Kevin's like, "Uh-oh." And that's how the movie ends right there. So yeah, great movie. I don't think I did it justice with this review, but everything from the acting, the storyline, the action, it's funny, it's heartwarming, it's well acted. I know some people say Macaulay Culkin can act, but I thought he did a great job for an 8-year-old. Great supporting cast. Joe Pesci and I think the other guy's name is Daniel Stern do a great job as the criminals. There's just a certain magic to this movie that they weren't really able to recapture completely with the second one, and don't even mention the third and fourth one. I don't know how many there are, but the music is amazing. I would consider buying this soundtrack because it's actually that good. And the whole thing with the old man was, oh yeah, I forgot to mention. So now you see the old man's hand is completely healed. There's no wound at all. So I guess the whole thing was about healing old wounds, kind of thing. So I also saw some fan theories saying that Kevin and the old guy are the same person in alternate. I don't know, something weird like that. But interesting stuff. But yeah, you definitely want to check this movie out if you haven't seen it. It's a great holiday classic, and with a lot of charm, a lot of heart. And you don't really see too many movies like this. This was definitely a groundbreaking movie. So many movies tried to copy its style in one way or another. But yeah, that concludes my review of Home Alone. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed this December Christmas special I did this year. And I will see you in 2021. I'll probably gonna take it a little bit easier in January, just because I've been working really hard on these videos for a long time. I want a little bit of a rest, but I will be releasing videos in January, but maybe not as much. I'm not really sure, but just might take a little bit of a breather, if you know what I mean. But I will definitely still be here. Anyways, I'll see you guys in 2021. Take care. Bye bye. ASMR Retro Forever. Hey guys, welcome back to ASMR Retro and happy Friday the 13th. Hope you're having a good one or a bad one, however you like it. And today I'm going to review the movie Friday the 13th Part 3. And I'm doing it in my comic book format, so I drew a comic book basically recapping the movie. And if you're kind of new to the channel, I've done this before with the movies like the first two Friday movies. I did Nightmare on Elm Street and Return of the Living Dead. So if you like this format, check out the other videos like this on my channel. Alright, so let's take a look here at this comic. This is the cover, obviously, and it's called Retro at the Movies. That's the series where I do this kind of thing. I never really mentioned this series name, but yeah, that's where I do these movie recaps. I've only done horror movies so far, but it doesn't have to be horror movies. But anyway, and as seen on YouTube, you got the title there, or the movie Friday the 13th Part 3 review. And by the way, the movie was shot in 3D. It was kind of a thing or a gimmick where the third part of horror movies would be in 3D. So just keep that in mind because that's going to come up. And then we have this over here. We have ASMR Retro Comics. And spoiler, there is Jason without his mask. And it is issue number 5, October 2023. And here we have Jason looking all cool. And spoiler alert, this is where he finally gets his hockey mask. So it's a pretty iconic moment there. And you see this girl here having a bad day, really, really bad day. We'll get to that. Okay, so that's the cover. Okay, here's the first page. As you can see, the whole thing is not in color because that would just take way too long to color in, but hopefully you can see this on camera. But yeah, the movie starts off with a recap of the last one, where Jason is defeated in his own shack, and then he slowly gets up, and it also slows him into his mom's decapitated head on the table. And then we get this super duper 3D title screen, Friday the 13th Part 3, and it's just like, and then this like super funky music plays, and then there's about 73 hours of credits. And then we finally get to the movie here. It actually takes place the day after the last movie. So we start off in this, it's kind of like a convenience store, grocery store kind of thing, combined with a home, so the people who run it like live there as well. And you have Harold and his wife. I don't think they ever say the wife's name, so I'm just gonna call her wife. But Harold is outside, and he's walking through the laundry that's hanging on the cord, and he knocks over one of the bowls. And his wife, out of the window, she's like, "God damn it, Harold, blah, 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 blah," giving him a lot of grief for that. And he's like, yeah, whatever. So then he lifts up the bowl, and you notice that he points the bowl as he's lifting it, like right up to the camera lens. And obviously they're trying to do that to show off the 3D-ness of the movie, but that's such a lame attempt at 3D that has nothing to do with, setting the mood or the atmosphere or a scare or something like that. So I'm gonna call that unnecessary 3D. So yeah, it's totally unnecessary, and you're gonna see a lot of that in this movie for sure. So anyways, he sets up the pole again, and then we're inside, and the wife is watching TV, and it's a news broadcast of the murders that took place the day before, and 8 corpses were discovered today, blah blah blah, and the wife's very concerned, and then she turns the TV antenna, and part of the antenna again comes right up to the camera, and it's another case of unnecessary 3D. And that's something I only noticed recently, because it's just so silly. But anyways, so yeah, she's all concerned, and then she looks out the window, and no, she goes outside, I guess, to fold up the laundry or whatever, collect the laundry. And you see this shadowy figure of Jason. And I gotta say, it's a really, really cool shot. Because remember, he's not wearing a mask at this point. So you don't really see his face, but it's such a cool, shadowy, ominous shot. And I think the wife thinks she hears something, but she's not sure, whatever. But nothing happens yet. So then Harold goes into the shop, and he's feeding these fish, goldfish or whatever. And then it's one part where he eats some of the fish food, and then he looks at the label and he's like, "Day fly eggs," or whatever he calls them. He's like, it's kind of funny. He's a likable character. And then he sees, what is it? Oh yeah, there's a rabbit, because I guess they have animals too. There's a rabbit in the produce section. He's like, "Oh, hey, get out of there." So he picks up the rabbit and he's petting it, and then he's going along the shelf and like eating food off the shelf, which is kind of gross. Like he'll drink he'll eat some peanuts out of a container, and then he'll close the lid and put it back on the shelf, which is really gross. But anyways, and then he starts eating a donut, and then his wife comes out of nowhere and she's like, "Blah blah 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 blah, you shouldn't be eating that stuff. Doctor says you gotta lose weight, blah blah blah." And he's like, "Yeah, whatever." So she leaves, and then he finishes the donut, of course, in defiance, I guess. So then what happens, he ends up he goes to like this shack type of area, and then he notices that they have like a rabbit cage, and he notices that one of the rabbits in there has been mutilated. And he's like, and the door was open, or I don't know if the door was open or not, I can't remember. But he was like, "Who would do such a thing?" And then he goes up to the cage, and then the snake just pops out right into your face, of course, a 3D effect. Now, this is not unnecessary 3D, in my opinion, because it was at least trying to scare you. So it did serve a purpose. It was a jump scare, and it does make sense that that's 3D. But yeah, you can totally see the string in the snake's mouth that they are pulling, because obviously it was a fake snake, right? But still, it must have been a pretty good effect in the theater to see it in 3D. But yeah, so it's just a snake. So that literally scares the crap out of Harold, and he runs to the crapper. And he has a hidden stash of whiskey, of course. Now when somebody, it's kind of a rule of these movies, if somebody's on the crapper or drinking or something like that, they're gonna get killed pretty soon. So we'll see what happens. But that's the first page. Okay, so Harold hears a noise, of course, and he starts looking around. He opens the door and he sees Jason with a butcher knife, and boom, he gets it right in the chest, and he falls. So Harold is our first victim of the movie. I mean, he shouldn't have went to the washroom or had some whiskey. That's a death sentence in these movies. But yeah, it's a pretty good kill. Nice blood and whatnot. And again, you don't really see Jason very much. They're keeping it a mystery. And then I guess the wife hears something, and she starts looking around. I think she goes into the shack, and she pulls off this curtain or whatever, and you see this mouse sitting on this like little platform thingy, almost like a plank. And again, I guess it's a wrap, but it's right up in the camera. And again, that's supposed to be a jump scare, so I won't consider that unnecessary 3D. So that one gets a pass. So the wife is freaked out, and she backs up into the door, and then Jason is there, and he pokes her with some pokey thing. I don't remember what it was exactly, but yeah, so she is the second victim. Okay, then we cut to a new scene, and these kids are playing baseball, and the kid is holding the bat right up to the camera. So you know what that means? It's unnecessary 3D. And then we're introduced, the Scooby van pulls up. I call it a Scooby van, but we're introduced to a bunch of characters. So here we go. This is Shelly. He's sort of like the prankster of the movie. He's always pulling jokes and practical pranks, or what do you want to call them. There's Andy and Debbie. They're a couple, and they mention a couple times that she's pregnant. even though she doesn't look pregnant at all. I guess she was just found out or something like that, but it doesn't really play into the movie at all. I don't know why they put that in there. But and then we have Chris and then Vera. So these three come out of the van, the Scooby van, and they're going to pick up Vera because they're going to go on a camping trip, obviously. And Shelly stays in the car, or in the van, but you don't see him yet. So anyways, they're walking towards the house, and then you see somebody come up behind them slowly with this mask on and a knife, and then he stabs Andy in the shoulder, but it was just a fake knife, and it was actually Shelly doing it. Again, he's a prankster. He does these kinds of things, and you can kind of see where this is going, maybe. And Andy's like, why do you always have to do these dumb pranks or whatever? Just be yourself. And then Shelly takes the mask off and says, would you be yourself if you look like this? So he's kind of down on his looks. And then Chris mentions something that happened to her a long time ago, and we'll learn more about that later on in the movie. And then they go pick up Vera at her house, and because Andy set up Shelly and Vera on a date, like they're supposed to be the date during this trip, but they don't know each other, and she's like, which one's my date? And Shelly's like, hi. And he takes off his mask. He's like, sorry. So he apologizes for, I don't know, the way he looks, I guess. And then they look back at the Scooby van, and they see a bunch of smoke coming out of the van, and they're like, oh my god, the van's on fire, holy crap. So they run to the van, but they see two more characters in the back of the van, Chuck and Chili. Chuck and Chili. And they're two like hippie type characters. They're a couple, and they're smoking a bunch of pot. So that's what that smoke was. It's kind of weird, those characters. Like, I can't imagine Chuck and Chili being friends with these group of people. I don't know, it just seems like a mismatch, but whatever. I guess Chuck and Chili is their weed hookup. So then we're in the van and we're on our way on this road trip, and Chili passes a joint to one of the other characters, and she passes it right up to the camera like this. So that means it's unnecessary 3D. So they keep going on their trip. There's one part where like the cop siren goes on, and there's like a cop behind them, and they're like, oh crap, we have to eat all the weed, because they thought they were gonna get pulled over, so everyone's eating the weed. And then the cop ends up, going past them, so they ate the weed for nothing. But don't worry, they have more. But the cops are actually going to the grocery store where Harold and his wife were killed. But anyways, and then they're driving along. There's the Scooby van there, and they see an old man laying in the street, and they almost run him over. But they stop the car and they get out to help him up. And he's like, oh, I found this, and it's an eyeball. And yeah, he points it right up to the camera, so that was a good use of 3D in my opinion, a good gross out 3D moment. But it's just like this old decaying eyeball. He's like, I found this. There were more body parts there too. So I guess he probably found one of Jason's victims or something. And everyone's like grossed out. And they're all like, holy crap, that's a real eyeball, let's get out of here. And he's like, I have warned the... So he's basically like the old man in the first two movies that warned them of impending doom, I guess. But yeah, so that's that. And then finally they arrive at Higgins Haven. So I guess it's just this cabin near or at Crystal Lake. And so yeah, there's the cabin, there's a barn, there's the lake, typical camping stuff. So most of the characters go to the lake there, and Chris goes to the house. And then we're introduced to Rick. And so as soon as Chris goes inside, Rick just kind of grabs her and starts kissing her, and she like pushes him off, and he's like, did I do something wrong? I'm like, yeah, I just grabbed her and kissed her out of nowhere. He's like, I know it's only been 2 years, but it feels like forever. Oh no, that's what Chris says. So basically they were a couple. So Chris used to go there or live there or something like that, and they were a couple, but then something bad happened to Chris 2 years ago, and so now Rick is trying to like reconnect with her, but she needs more time, kind of thing. But I swear Rick, this actor, looks like Jason in this movie. I was convinced that he played Jason underneath the costume or whatever. just something about his look and the way he moves and walks and everything is very similar to whoever played Jason in this movie. But maybe they kind of did that to build up suspense to make you think that he's the killer. I don't know, bro. Just thinking out loud here. So now Chris is showing Deb around the cabin, and then there's one part where Chris looks out the window and she sees this creepy barn. I don't know if you can see it, but creepy barn, and the door kind of swings open or closed or something like that. So it seems like somebody's in there, and I call this barn the barn of death. You'll see why a lot of bad things happen in this barn, I can tell you. So then, everyone's looking around in the cabin, and then, what's his name, Shelly walks in. Oh no, they open a closet door or something like that, and Shelly's there with an axe in his head, a little tiny axe, and he, falls down or something like that, and everyone's freaking out. And then Andy tickles his stomach and he starts laughing, and so it's obviously one of his stupid pranks, and Andy kind of, knew that would be one of his pranks. But so everybody's mad at him. It's like, you idiot, why are you doing this? Especially Chris. Chris was really upset, and she walks out or whatever. And then Vera's like, I gotta get out of here. And then Shelly's like, wait for me, I gotta get out of here too. So they take this car. It's like a bumblebee car, beetle, I guess. And whose car? It's Rick's car, I think. But anyways, they end up going to this nearby convenience store, which is very convenient. So then inside the store, Vera's about to pay, and she doesn't have her wallet or whatever, so she asks she asks Shelly for money. So Shelly throws his wallet towards her, and what does he do? He throws the wallet towards the camera. So that's another case of unnecessary 3D. But Vera misses it, and the wallet falls on the floor, and then somebody's boot steps on it just as Vera's about to grab it, and it pans up, and then we're introduced to this like little motorcycle gang. So there's Fox, Ali, and Loco. So yeah, I don't know, it's hard to tell if Ali or Fox is the leader of this group, but it doesn't really matter. So she starts giving them a hard time about the wallet and whatever, and she forces Vera to say, may I please have my wallet back, ma'am, or whatever. She's giving her a hard time. But finally they give her the wallet back, and they pay, and they get out of there. But this time Shelly's driving when they're leaving, and when he accidentally backs up into their motorcycle, or one of their motorcycles, and Ali happened to be outside having a drink when that happened, and he throws it down. He's like, God damn it, or something like that. And so then they try to take off, but he blocks them, and then he wraps a chain around his fist. He does a smile into the camera, and then he just punches through the windshield, and then he punches through the side driver window, and that was a pretty cool 3D effect. So I would say that was totally necessary. Not necessary, but it was cool. So yeah, that's good use of 3D there. So then they leave, sort of. They take off, but then Shelly's like, he went too far, and he turns back, and then he runs over their motorcycles, and then they take off, and then Ali's like, you son of a bee, could you, whatever. So yeah, that happened. And then now back at the cabin, Deb was laying down, and Andy, I think, was playing with his yo-yo and making it drop right above her face kind of thing. And of course it goes right into the camera to make a 3D effect, so that's unnecessary 3D. And then what happens now? Oh yeah, Rick comes out, and so I guess Shelly and Vera came back, and Rick sees his car and is like, oh, my car, like Final Fight or something. So he's like, that's it, I'm leaving. And Chris convinces him not to go. And then we see in the background, clearly Jason is in the barn of death. We see him watching, and then he goes back in or whatever. Nobody sees him yet. And then here we have burn down the barn of death as revenge. So while they're, siphoning the gas into the canisters, Fox decides to go check out the barn of death. So she goes in the barn and she seems like really fascinated with barn stuff. And then she goes onto the upper level, where they have like a rope sometimes. And anyway, she was swinging out of the barn. And then Loco goes to check on her. He's like, "What are you doing? Get down from there." And then all of a sudden she was gone. And then he's like, "What the?" So he goes into the barn to look for her. He's like, "Fox, stop messing around. We gotta burn this barn down and get out of here." And then we see Fox impaled to the neck with a pitchfork against this wooden beam, and her feet are dangling off the ground there. And it's a pretty cool 3D effect with the pitchfork handle, like right up into the camera. And then, Loco sees that, and he's like, "What?" And he turns around, and boom, he gets a pitchfork right in the chest. And, once again, they have a similar 3D effect with the pitchfork handle there. So they're goners. Now in this panel, there's quite a bit that I condensed into one panel, but Ali comes looking for them, and he opens the barn door of death, and he goes in. He's like, Fox, where are you?" I can't find them. He's, what the hell's going on here? And then Loco's body falls from the upper level onto Ali, and he's like, "What the hell?" And then he gets up, and then he looks up and he says, "Fox." Not the F word, like Fox. Now it's not clear if he saw Fox's body up there, or he's just like, "Oh, she's in trouble, where are you?" But doesn't really matter, because then Jason drops down in the background and he sees him, and he's like, so there just happened to be like a machete lying there. So Ali grabs it and he takes a swing at Jason. At first he looks at it, when he sees him, like has a clear shot of him, he's like, "Shit." He says, "Shit." I thought that was pretty funny because he sees how like messed up his face is. But anyways, he takes a swing at him and he misses, and then Jason knocks him to the ground. And then, okay, this part makes no sense, and you'll see later, but so Ali's on the ground and you don't see his head, it's covered by something, but Jason like thwacks him at least 3 good times with the machete, right? So okay, he's dead obviously, but we'll see. Now, and then we cut to a scene where it's Andy and Shelly, and they're juggling apples. And again, it's just another excuse to throw something up close to the camera. So that's another case of unnecessary 3D. And then, what's her name? Deb is like, "Yeah, Andy, I have something better that you can do with your hands." So they go upstairs for some adult situations, and then it's just Vera and Shelly in the cabin. And then Shelly's like, "I really like you. Maybe me and you can." And she's like, No, I don't think so." And then she's like, "I'm gonna go outside for a little bit, and then I'll come back in and we'll talk." And then she leaves, and he's like, "B." He says the B word, calls her a B, like under his breath kind of thing, just because he got rejected. But anyway, so then there's a scene with Chris and Rick, and then there's a lot of exposition, but basically Chris finally tells what happened there 2 years ago, and basically the story is blah 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 blah. But seriously, no, they show a flashback scene, but it's all kind of blurry, so you can't see well. But 2 years ago, she was at the cabin, and some guy attacked her. And it turns out that it was Jason, but she doesn't know that. She doesn't know who it was, but yeah, some guy with a deformed face attacked her. And then she was like, fighting, trying to get away. She kicked the knife out of his hand. And then at one point she blacks out and wakes up in her bedroom. So she doesn't know how she got there or whatever. Now originally, apparently in the script, Jason did something to her in that scene. I won't say it. You can use your imagination or look it up. But I'm glad they didn't. I'm glad they cut that out, because I just don't think that's Jason's motivation, right? He's just a ruthless killer who wants to kill because of the way he died or whatever. But yeah, anyways, I'm glad they went that. They didn't go that direction. But yeah, so now we know what she's talking about when she says something about something bad happening. Okay, here we go. Here's where things get interesting. So if you're sitting at the end of the dock, and a hand comes up out of the water and grabs her foot, and she freaks out and she stands up, and then, oh my god, it's Jason with his mask. Oh my god, no it isn't. It's Shelly playing one of his pranks, and so he had a hockey mask on and a spear gun or a harpoon gun, whatever you call them. And she's like, damn it, Shelly, why do you do these stupid things? And he says, I have to. I want you to like me. Being a jerk is better than being nothing. And she says, I never said you were nothing. And then he says, you don't have to, I can tell. And then he walks away, so that's kind of sad. But anyway, so he decides to do, of course, go to the barn of death. And remember, he has the mask and the gun there, the harpoon gun or whatever. So he goes to the barn, if you're still at the dock there. So then he goes into the barn, and there's a jump scare where like a cow head comes down on a rope, like an old, it sounds like a mummified cow head. I don't know why that would be in a barn, but I don't know how barns work. So then Vera remembers that he still has Shelly's wallet. So she looks into his wallet and sees a picture of Shelly and his mom, which is kind of sad, because you know how things are going to end up. But anyway, then she drops the wallet into the water by accident, obviously. So she goes into the water to grab his wallet, and she looks up, and what do we see? Jason, for the first time, wearing his classic hockey mask, and he has the harpoon gun, so we can deduce that Shelly is no longer with us, but we'll see, you never know. So yeah, she sees Jason walking down, and for a second she thinks that it's Shelly, as if they have the same physique at all. And she's like, oh hey, sorry, I dropped your wallet. And then she's like, who are you? And then Jason, it was kind of weird, I was gonna draw it, but I didn't, but there's like, you know, these poles, and he puts his arm like around, he's kind of like behind the pole, and he puts his, the gun like around, and then, so he can shoot it. But obviously they did that because they attached the wire to the pole, and the harpoon was traveling along the wire. There's a lot of wire work in this, because they didn't have the wire erasing technology back then. So then, yeah, he fires the harpoon, spear, whatever, and boom, gets her right in the eye. It's one hell of a shot. So that was actually a pretty cool death. Gotta say the kills are pretty good in this one. Speaking of good kills, so after Deb and Andy have their adult situations, Deb goes to take a shower, and then Andy, for some reason, likes to walk on his hands. So he walks on his hands into the shower. I think he get like a kind of like a fake out shower scene moment, like Psycho, like, you know, slowly approaching the shower. But anyways, it's just Andy asking if she wants a beer or something like that. So he heads out to the kitchen, or towards the kitchen, walking on his hands for some reason. And then he bumps into Jason, and this has got to be one of the best kills, not only in the movie, but ever. It's hard to explain even what happens, because it happens so quick, but basically he splits Andy in half, kind of with a machete. I mean, not completely in half, but he just explodes basically into blood and guts. And man, that was such a well done kill. It's kind of like from bottom up kind of shot. I don't know, it's hard to explain really what happens. But yeah, he gets demolished. So there's another kill. So then Deb finishes her shower and she heads into her room, which is weird because the hallway would have been just completely covered with Andy bits, Andy blood, everything, right? But it's perfectly clean, but whatever. So she goes into her room, onto her hammock, and she starts reading Fangoria magazine, which is cool. That's a like a horror movie magazine. I don't think it exists anymore. I don't think magazines exist anymore, but anyway. And then, of course, you have the old cliche blood dripping onto the magazine. And she looks up, and Annie is just like a pile of guts and goo. Pretty gruesome, I gotta say. And I think when I watched it throughout the years, that was censored, partially censored. I think they cropped a bit of it or something, because I don't remember it being that disgusting. But anyways, before she has a chance to scream, boom, she gets a knife through the chest from underneath the hammock. Kind of like how Kevin Bacon died in the first movie, I believe, but his was like more through the neck, but whatever. So yeah, we got 2 more deaths there. And then Chili and Willie, or what are they called, Chuck and Chili, decide to make popcorn in the kitchen, obviously. And you have an above shot of the pot and the popcorn popping into the camera. So yet another case of unnecessary 3D. And then the power goes out. So Chuck goes into the power room, wherever it is, to check on the circuit breaker fuse thingy. I don't know what you call those things. And then, what's her name? Chili, the girl. She hears something. She opens the door, and you see Shelly with a slit throat. And he's gasping for air, and she's like, quit fooling around, man. So she thinks it's one of his pranks, but this time it's serious. And then Jason shows up behind Chuck in the power room, and he just throws his ass into the electrical power thing, and he gets fried. So there's another death. And it's kind of weird that Shelly was walking around for that long with a slit throat and didn't die, but he does. He collapses and dies, and then that's when Chili realizes that he's really dead. So she starts freaking out. She starts running around the house looking for somebody, and then she finds Jason, who grabs the fire poker thing. He puts it in, and well, it was in the fire already, so it's really hot, and he just puts it like right through her chest, or torso, or stomach, or whatever. So that's a pretty gruesome kill. They're all pretty gruesome, but yeah, that was cool. So then Rick and Chris return to the cabin, and they're looking around, and they don't see anybody, and the power's out, and they're like, what, this is weird, something's going on here. So Rick goes out to, I think, check the power room or whatever, and then Chris comes outside, and she's like, Rick, but he's like behind the corner of the wall, and Jason's got him, and he's like struggling, trying to get out, but he can't scream because Jason's got his mouth covered. So that was actually pretty cool. I like that whole idea. That shot was like creepy and cool. Very well done. And then, well, she doesn't see him, so she goes back in the house, and then Jason like squeezes his head and lifts him up off the ground. Actually squeezes his head so hard that his eyeball just pops out and comes right up to the camera, of course. So that was a cool 3D effect, a cool kill, and kind of demonstrating for the first time maybe that Jason has like superhuman strength, because that would take a lot of strength, I think, to crush somebody's skull like that and make their eye pop out. But in the meantime, Chris goes upstairs, and because there's water dripping, so she goes into the washroom, and there's the bathtub, and it's overflowing, and she pulls off the curtain, and she sees the water is kind of bloody. So she freaks out, and she's like, what? She runs downstairs looking for Rick, she runs outside, and she's running to the barn of death for some reason. But she doesn't make it there because Loco's body just dangles down from a tree that was out there, and you can see his wounds and everything. So she freaks out, she's like, oh my god. So she runs back to the cabin, and she locks the door and all that stuff, and she's like, Rick, where are you? And then Jason just like throws him through the window. Again, another feat of superhuman strength. And so his carcass lands on the floor, and she's like, oh my god, Rick. And she realizes that he's dead, and then she sees Jason in the window. She freaks out, and she runs upstairs, and she pushes this bookshelf over, and all the books fall off and bonk Jason on the head. Bonk, 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 bonk. And then she runs upstairs. Oh, she was upstairs already. She goes into the closet and locks herself in there, and then she sees Deb's dead body in there, and she screams, and she's like, oops, because now Jason knows where she is. So he runs runs upstairs, and there's the point of view shot because she looks through the peephole or not the keyhole or something like that, and she sees Jason running towards the closet. It's a really cool shot. It's like such a short shot. It doesn't look anything like this, but I thought I just mentioned that cool shot. Anyway, he starts using his axe to smash through the door there, and then a pretty gross part is that Chris sees the knife in Deb's back, and she pulls it out, and something just makes me shiver when I see that. But anyway, Jason wait, hold on, let's get to the next picture. Getting ahead of myself. So Jason gets his hand through a hole in the door to open the thing or whatever, and she stabs his hand, and then he backs off a little bit, and then she gets out of the closet. She's taking swipes at Jason, and he's backing up like he's kind of scared or whatever. So that's something different. Like in later Jason movies, you can never get him to back up or get him scared or whatever. I guess he was still more human at this point. But anyways, and even the thing with like the books falling on his head or whatever, I don't think they would do something like that in the new ones, but newer ones. Anyway, she ends up stabbing him in the leg, like right above the knee, which looked very painful. And then he pulls it out, which again makes me shiver for some reason. And then he throws it at her, and you can see the knife traveling with a wire again. But anyways, he misses. She goes into her room and she jumps out the window. I drew her, diving head first. It wasn't like that at all, but I just thought I'd draw like that because it was funny. And what does she do? Does she run away? No. She grabs a log of wood, like a fire log wood thing, and she waits by the front door, beside the front door, and then as Jason comes out, boom, she smashes him on the head, and he falls forward through this wooden railing, I guess. So smashes through it, and I swear if you listen closely, I swear you can hear the ECW chant. I'm not making it up. It's like ECW, 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 ECW. I swear it's there. I know ECW didn't exist yet, but trust me, it's there. Anyway, so then she gets into the Scooby van, and she's like, I'm out of here. And then she sees Jason standing on the road, and then she's gonna run him over, and then he does like this 10.0 dive into, out of the way. Pretty impressive dive for Jason. But unfortunately, her van just happens to run out of gas, and she's on this little wooden bridge. And then anyway, Jason catches up, and then he puts his arms through the side window there, and then she rolls up the window, and then he uses his head to like smash through the window, which is pretty cool. And then what happens? Of course, then she heads into the barn of death, and Jason follows her in there. And then she goes onto the upper level, like hanging on this beam or whatever. And then we see Jason like looking around for her, trying to find her for quite a while. And I don't really like that kind of stuff. Like, I don't think you should show the monster or whatever from their point of view, like looking. I don't mean POV. Like, I mean just like looking around and whatever. Like, imagine if an alien, there's a long shot of the alien looking for Ripley. Like, I don't know, it should be the other way around. But anyways, somehow she loses her grip from that beam and she falls down on Jason. And then eventually she runs up to the upper level with this ladder. And then when Jason comes up to follow her, she grabs a shovel and bonks him on the head and knocks him out. And while he's knocked out, she ties a rope around his neck and pushes him out the window thingy. And boom, he gets hung. So that's it. That's how he dies. The movie's over. Wait, oh no, it's not over. It ain't over. Nothing's over. Then we get this. So she goes down to the lower level and she opens the door, and that's where Jason's body is hanging. And then he starts to move, and then she's like, what? No, he's still alive. That can't be. As he's taking the rope off from around his neck, he accidentally pushes his mask up a little bit, so she sees his face, and then she realizes, oh, it's you, like, you're the guy who attacked me or whatever. That's the first time she realizes that Jason is that guy. And then, he puts the mask back on, but when I first saw this, or for many years, for some reason I thought that he pulled the mask off on purpose to show his face. But then I realized, oh, he's just taking the rope off, and it was kind of an accident, right? So I think that's kind of a cool way to expose his face, because I don't think Jason would remember who she is. Like, he wouldn't be like, ah, remember me. But anyway, so Jason gets off the rope, and he's, approaching her, and he's about to get her, and then this is like the weirdest and funniest thing. Allie comes out of nowhere. Yeah, Allie, who got hit like 3 or 4 times with a machete, he comes out of nowhere. I'm like, what? How is he still alive? The only injury he had was like a gash on the side of, like a tiny gash on the side of his head. I think a machete would do much more damage than that, especially in the hands of Jason, right? But anyways, you think he's gonna, he tries to do something heroic, and you think he's gonna fight Jason a little bit, but he grabs Jason's shoulder. Jason turns around and just chops his hand off. And he's like, ah. So he falls to the ground, and this time Jason, hits him a million times with the machete. He's not taking any chances this time. He's getting the job done. But while he's doing that, Chris grabs an axe, and then when Jason turns around or gets up or whatever, boom, she hits him right in the head, right in the top of the head there. Which is cool, because in future Jason movies, you see that damage, like they carry that damage over in the mask and also in his head. So that's pretty cool. Continuity there. But anyways, Jason falls, and we assume he's dead. She goes into this canoe, and she goes out into the water, kind of like how the first one ended. She falls asleep. She wakes up in the morning, and her boat, just a couple of jump scares because her boat hits a log in the water and makes a thump noise, and then a duck flies by. So then she looks at the house, and she sees in the upper window Jason's face. And it's really, really creepy to see a clear shot of his face in the daylight. And he's like, freaking out because he sees her. And then she's like, no. And then he runs downstairs, and he runs out the front door. Get a really good shot. I didn't draw him good here, but like a really, really creepy shot of him running towards her. So she tries to paddle away, and then she looks back, and she noticed that the door that he came out of was closed, and there's no Jason. So she's like, oh, I guess I imagined that. And then all of a sudden we get Jason's mom, whose head is reattached somehow, jumps out of the lake for some reason, and she's got all the worms coming out of her face and stuff, and she grabs Chris and pulls her under the water. So a similar thing that they did in the first one, but it was Jason in the first one. But this one doesn't really make sense because, well, for many reasons. But next thing we know, she's with the police, and then the police are like escorting her to the a cop car. And so basically she imagined that part with the mom, I guess, which doesn't make sense because I don't think she knew anything about Jason's mom or the legend of Jason or whatever, so I don't know how she would imagine that, but whatever. So then they put her into the police car, and there's police on the scene investigating, the bodies and stuff like that. But they put her into the car, and she starts like freaking out. First she screams, but then it turns into like a laugh. So she's like lost her mind because of all the traumatic events. And then they drive away, and then there's a slow pan from the cop driving away to the barn where Jason's body lies, still with the axe in his head. And that is how the movie ends. But this final shot here, a few things about that is kind of interesting. That when I was a kid, or for a long time, not just when I was a kid, I thought, oh, the cops left, and they just left Jason's body there. They didn't find his body. That's how they make it seem, because the cop car drives away, and then it's like a slow pan, and then it's like all quiet, and Jason's body's still there. But I guess there's still cops on the scene, and they're still investigating, but that's not how it seems. The other interesting thing is he looks like the position that he's laying in is kind of like on Family Guy when Peter falls, or anybody falls really. They go into that position kind of, which is kind of funny. But also, I was watching a interview with Buff Bagwell. He's a wrestler, and he was talking about how he got paralyzed once, temporarily paralyzed in the ring. And when they turned him over, his legs crisscrossed, and he's like, when that happens, that means the person's like either dead or knocked out or paralyzed or whatever. So I kind of like in that same position. So I guess he's just knocked out because there is a sequel. So anyway, that is the movie. Pretty decent Friday the 13th movie. The kills were really good, pretty memorable. It would have been much better to see in actual 3D. Yeah, there's a lot of goofy, unnecessary 3D moments, but the kills, I think, made it worth it. So check it out. Oh yeah, and plus it's the origin of the hockey mask, which he will continue to wear throughout the rest of the series. Maybe not the same mask all the time, but you know, it was a good start. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you found it relaxing, and I hope you have a great Friday the 13th. And I will see you guys next time. Take care. Bye-bye. I gotta set some traps. Yeah, some traps. That's an Xbox Sophie. I'll put it up here, yeah. And it'll fall on their head. Then I'll tie this cord around the handle here, yeah. When they try to open the door, the Xbox is gonna fall on their head, and they're pretty much a goner because it's so heavy. It's like super heavy. Okay, I'll also stack up some VHS tapes here. Yeah, I'll use them like bricks. I'll throw them at the bad guys like bricks and I'll bonk off their head. Yeah, it'll be funny. Okay, Bonesky, you stay here, okay? And if you see the bad guys, make sure you bite them. Yeah, bite them. Good boy, good boy. Yeah, now it's time for some psychological warfare. I'll put this here, right? And then I'll write a message for them. And then they're probably gonna see this, they'll read this, and they'll be so distraught, they'll lose like all their confidence. They'll be super sad, and they'll probably just have to leave. Yeah, you suck, pal. Okay, I'll put this here, then I'll hide behind here. And I should be safe because they can't see me. They can't see me. They'll probably have to take a dump at one point, right? But I'll be ready for them. I'm gonna leave them a surprise. A big surprise. A huge surprise. Boom, yeah, boom. I'm ready. Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. And a Happy New Year. Hey guys, Retro here. Merry Christmas, everybody. And today I'm going to be reviewing Home Alone 2, Lost in New York. And the way I like to review movies is in comic book format. That is, I draw a true little comic, recapping the movie to help me explain it to you. And yeah, I've done this before for many other movies, but I also did the first Home Alone movie, so if you want to see that video as well, I'll try to remember to put a link in the description. But yeah, here we go. I call this series, by the way, Retro at the Movies. And you can see it is for Home Alone 2, Lost in New York. Hope you can see that well. So yeah, we have ASMR Retro Comics on the side here, and there's a face of one of the characters in the movie, played by Tim Curry. I think he's my favorite character in the movie. And this is issue number 7, December 2023. And if you're wondering, I misnumbered the last issue that I did. I put issue 5. It should have been issue 6. This is definitely issue 7. And for the cover, I did Lady Liberty here, Statue of Liberty. Doing the Kevin face scream thing. I'm talking about from the first movie. I actually got the idea from, I just basically copied the one of the original posters for the movie. They basically did that, which I thought was pretty cool. I never actually see that before, but it says as seen on YouTube. And there we go. There's the cover. Let's start this thing. Okay. Page number 1. Okay. So here we have the title screen. Home Alone 2, Lost in New York. And it's similar to the first movie. You see the house, like a drawn version of the house. And it sort of zooms back or whatever. And then, but you see that there's like the cityscape beside it. So it's, updated for this movie. Makes sense. And then the movie starts off pretty similar to the last one in the sense that it's Christmas, or almost Christmas, and the family's going on vacation, and there's so much chaos in the house because there's like 72 people in this family. So Kevin is in his parents' bedroom on the bed, and he's playing with this device here called Talk Boy, and I'm assuming it's a real product, and they're heavily promoting it, but it's like some small recorder device that can like do pitch shifting and all that stuff. So that comes into play in to the movie, of course, and he's watching TV and some game show, and at one part they're like, guests of the show stay at the Plaza Hotel in New York. So there's the hotel there, and the mom here is packing up a suitcase, and this thing here is a clown inflatable pool thing. So she's like, oh, I think his grandma or something gave it to him as a gift, so he can use it in the pool. Oh, I should mention, so they're going on vacation to Miami, Florida in this one, so that's why they're packing up. And she's like, oh, you can use it in the pool in Florida. And Kevin doesn't seem too thrilled about that. And he's like, why do we have to go to Florida? There's no Christmas trees there. And the mom's like, Kevin, what is it with you and Christmas trees? And he's like, it's just not Christmas without it. And she's like, oh, you can decorate a palm tree or something like that. And then the dad comes in, and he's looking for batteries, or the charger for his batteries or something like that. And he unplugs the charger or whatever. But then he also accidentally unplugs the alarm clock. And so obviously he unplugs it and he plugs it back in. And so it's reset. So that explains how they eventually will be late for the airport once again. And it's kind of stupid because usually before you go to bed, especially if you're about to go on vacation the next day, you check your alarm clock like 50 times. And then you have to check it. Like, you would just notice by looking at the time that it got reset. But anyway, I guess the movie has to happen somehow. So then the dad's like, Kevin, hey Kevin, you better go put on your tie. Then Kevin's like, it's in the bathroom with Uncle Frank. So basically they're going to a, a choir thing. So that's why he has to go get dressed, put on his tie. So Kevin ventures into the bathroom, and there's Uncle Frank in the shower. And first he's like singing, he doesn't realize Kevin's there. So Kevin grabs his tie off the doorknob there. And he sees Frank is singing, so he records him singing with his talk boy. And then Uncle Frank notices, and he's like, get out of here, you nosy little pervert, or I'm gonna slap you silly. So Kevin takes off. So then, and of course all this comes into play later, but so now they're at the choir, and this part where Kevin has a solo, and Buzz, like a lot of his family members are in the choir. I guess it's the McAllister choir. But Buzz, his older brother, is behind him, and he has these two electronic candles, and he holds it behind Kevin's ears because he has big ears. And then he starts pretending he's playing the drums on his head with the candles. And everyone starts to laugh in the audience, and then Kevin realizes, and he turns around, and then he just does like a show are you Kevin, basically show are you can. He punches the crap out of Buzz, and Buzz goes flying back, and it's such a powerful punch that basically everyone in the choir ends up just falling over. It's like a ripple shockwave effect. It's a very powerful punch. And then even the lady playing the piano, she falls back, feet in the air, and everyone's laughing. So now back at the McAllister home, Buzz, the family's gathered around, and Buzz is like, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I apologize. So basically he apologizes for his part in the catastrophe. And then he turns to Kevin, because now it's Kevin's turn to apologize, and he sort of whispers to him, beat that, you little trout sniffer. So yeah, this totally sets Kevin off, and he's like, I hate you, and he starts yelling at his family, kind of like their first one, and he's about to storm off, and then the Uncle Frank, he's like, you better not wreck my trip, your dad's paying good money for this. And Kevin's like, wouldn't want to spoil your fun, Mr. Cheapskate. I love that line. Uncle Frank totally deserved that one. But then, and he storms off, and then Buzz is like, what a troubled young man. Thought that was pretty funny. So yeah, and then he goes up to the attic, to sleep in the attic, like the first one, and then the mom comes up, and, they get into an argument. He's like, I hate you, I hope you die and burn in a fire and die slow. Okay, didn't go that far, but he is basically like, yeah, get out of here, I never want to see you again, kind of thing. And then it shows a newspaper blows in the wind, and you can see the front page of the Chicago Sun-Times. It says, Wet Bandits Escape During Prison Riot. And there you see the Wet Bandits. So that's Harry and Marv in the first movie, they managed to escape, of course. Anyway, so next morning, the parents wake up and they realize they slept in. And like, we did it again. So then there's another mad rush scene where they have to rush to the airport. And similar to the first one, there's a funny moment before they leave. They're in those van taxi thingies. And all of a sudden the mom's like, "Where's Kevin?" He's like, "I'm right here, Mom." And he's like in the front seat, so I know they did that well. But anyway, okay, so now in the airport, there you have the McAllister clan, the McAllister brood, and Kevin kind of falls behind a little bit, and he sees another guy who just happens to look exactly like his dad, while wearing the same clothes, and then he's like, "Hey, Dad, wait up." So that's how he gets separated. So they end up going in one plane to Miami, and Kevin goes into this guy's plane, which goes to New York. Okay, so now this is at the airport in Florida. And you see the entire McAllister clan, McAllister gang, the M gang. But it was actually much more people than this. I just didn't want to draw them all or have the room for them all. But anyways, there's the mom, and so the dad is like getting the luggage off of that thing, and he's like, "Okay, this is Kevin. Give this to Kevin." She's like, "Give this to Kevin. Give this to Kevin. Give this to Kevin. Give this to Kevin." And finally it gets to Fuller, the young one, and he's actually, I believe he's Macaulay's real brother in real life. But anyways, he's gonna hand it off, but there's nobody left. But he sees like an old couple over here, and they're just kind of staring at him. And I suspect, I'm not sure in real life, that that's Macaulay Culkin's real grandparents. I could be wrong. They kind of look similar, but anyways. So then Fuller's like, "Okay, Kevin's not here. Kevin's not here." Kevin, like, passing the luggage back. "Kevin's not here." And then the mom gets it, and she's like, "Kevin's not here." And then she does like a little chuckle, and then she realizes, and then she's like, "Kevin," and then she faints, I think. That was pretty well done. I like that was good. That was good. So now Kevin's in New York, and he realizes that his family's not there. He's in the wrong place. And he's like, and you see the skyline cityscape behind him, and he's like, "Oh no, my family's in Florida, and I'm in New York." And then he's like, and then he realizes he has that freedom, and he does that little devilish grin, and he's like, "My family's in Florida, and I'm in New York," with that little eyebrow flickering, or whatever you want to call it. And so now there's a montage of him visiting different places in New York. So first he's in a cab, and he's crossing that bridge. What is it? The Golden Gate Bridge? No, I'm just joking. I'm guessing it's the Brooklyn Bridge. I don't know New York landmarks very well, but so you see a montage. He goes to Radio City, Empire Diner. Is that a famous place? I don't know. He goes to Chinatown, and he gets some fireworks. There's the Statue of Liberty. He's looking through one of those things where you put in 25 cents and you can watch the city for like 5 seconds. And then he goes to the World Trade Center, which is kind of creepy. Like, it's ominous the way when he first walks up to it, the angle, and then he goes to the top, and there's like a helicopter shot like pulling away. It's just something very creepy and unsettling about it. In hindsight, of course. And then another weird thing is that immediately it cuts to airport security in Miami. But so the parents, obviously they go to security, and basically the guy's like, "Has he been in this situation before?" And they're like, "Wow, it's kind of becoming tradition." And they're like, "We'll call Chicago and see if he's home," which of course he wasn't. So yeah, then we cut to, so Kevin goes to a outdoor fish market, and he walks by, and then we see in a fish truck in the back, we see Marv and Harry emerge from the fish. So I guess they took a fish truck from Chicago to New York, and Harry's like, "Smell that," and Marv is like, "It's fish." He's like, "It's freedom." So now they're free. They didn't see Kevin, and he didn't see them yet. So that's that page. Okay. So now we have a shot on the streets of Harry and Marv are walking, and Harry's like, "We just need one more big score, and then we can like go to Mexico or something like that." And he's like dropping change in there, but he's actually all the coin, sticks to his glove. So he robbed them, and he's like, that's our new name. We're the Sticky Bandits. Because in the first one, he called them the Wet Bandits, because they would always flood the place that they robbed. But anyway. So now, Kevin goes to a park, I guess it's Central Park. Again, I don't know, bro. I'm just guessing. And he sees the Plaza Hotel in the background, so that's his destination. It's like in Skyrim, you see like a place a million miles away, and you finally walk there. That's basically what's happening. But anyways, so he sees all these pigeons. But then he sees this lady here. I don't know if she ever says her name. She probably does, but I'll just call her the Pigeon Lady because I can't remember. But it's a homeless lady, and she has like all pigeons all over her. And Kevin sees her, and he's kind of disturbed by that, and he's like, sick. But which is kind of rude, but he didn't say it to her face, but maybe sure, I don't know. But so now we have Harry and Marv are crossing the street, and Kevin was crossing in the opposite direction, and I think they might have bumped each other, I don't know. But so Harry looks back and says, thought I saw something. And then Marv walks into this lady on the other side of the street, and she turns around, and he's like, you know, in a flirty way, pardonnez-moi, mon chéri. So then she just smacks him. And it's like, whoa. She didn't actually say that, but so that was a nice smack. That comes into play later, just like most things. Oh, why did I do that? Okay, there we go. And then, so now Gavin is in the Plaza Hotel, and it was kind of random, but he sees some guy, and he's like, excuse me, where's the lobby? And this guy's like, down the hall and to the left. I don't know, he looks kind of familiar. I don't know who he is exactly, but anyway, that was just a random scene. Okay, now Kevin has to check into the hotel, which obviously he can't do as a kid, but he uses his dog boy device to record audio, pretending to be his father, and then he uses the pitch shift function to deepen his voice to sound like an adult, and then he plays it over the phone to the person booking the hotel, and which is kind of ridiculous because he only says a few things, and then he's able to book a hotel. The lady doesn't ask, what kind of suite does he want, how long he's gonna stay, how many beds does he need, or whatever, which is very unrealistic. But anyways, and I always thought he said this in such a funny way. He's like, "This is Peter McAllister, the father." But he's like, and it's been shifted, but he's like, "This is Peter McAllister, the father." I just always thought it was weird how he said the father, but I guess to hit on the fact that he was gonna have his kid with him, but he could have just been like, "Oh, this is Peter McAllister, I'm here with my son." But anyways, so then he goes up to the one of the hotel staff named Esther, and so he checks in with her, and she's like, "Oh, where's he's like, "Oh, my dad is at a meeting or something like that," and because he has his dad's credit card, he uses his dad's credit card, and she's like, "You'll have to come down and sign for it," and he's like, "Okay, I'll tell him as soon as possible." So that's how he's able to get a room. But the staff is suspicious, and this guy here is Tim Curry. That's his real name, but he's played by his name in the movie is Hector. Apparently, it's not in the credits, but he has a tag on his name you can see. But I'll probably just call him Tim Curry. But he's great. He has such great facial expressions. But anyways, he's like very suspicious of Kevin. And this guy here is Cedric, played by Rob Schneider. I'll probably just call him Rob Schneider throughout the video, but he's just like one of the staff guys, and Hector's like, "Cedric, don't count your tips in public." He just said it. I don't know, just love the way he says it. I love the way he says anything. But anyway, then Rob Schneider brings Kevin's bags up to his room, and when Kevin sees the room, he's like, "Wow, this is great," which I thought was funny because it comes from a pretty wealthy family, and the hotel doesn't look that different from their house. So I don't know why he's like in total awe. It's not like some poor kid or something like that. But anyway, and then Rob Schneider is about to leave, and he signals that he's waiting for a tip. And Kevin's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." So he gives him a stick of gum, and he's like, "And there's plenty more where that came from." So Rob Schneider's like, "Oh, great, thanks." So now he's on his bed. He's ordered room service. He has ice cream, and he's rented all these movies, I guess, and he's watching Angels with Filthier Souls. So in the first one, he was watching the first movie, Angels with Filthy Souls, very similar title. But it's basically the same thing. The old guy's like, it's a fake old movie, but he's talking to some lady and I guess his girlfriend or something like that. And then it's Christmas or whatever, and then he ends up shooting her. And he's like, "Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Blam 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 blam. And a Happy New Year. Blam." So of course that comes into play later as well. So speaking of coming into play later, so Tim Curry's character comes to check on Kevin because he's suspicious, and he comes in, he's like, housekeeping, so he pretends to be a housekeeper. And so Kevin goes into the washroom. He sets up that clown that he got as a gift, and he obviously inflates it, and he ties ropes to its arms, and it makes it look like it's dancing. And on his talk boy, he plays the audio of Uncle Frank in the shower, singing in the shower. So when Tim Curry comes into the washroom, it's the part where it's like, "Get out of here, you nosy little pervert. I'll slap you silly," or whatever he says. So Tim Curry freaks out and he takes off. So that's how that clown and the audio of his uncle comes into play. It's like a click adventure game where you have to like do things that affect the game later. But anyways, so then he's on the bed later and he's looking through he has his dad's bag, and he sees an address book, and he sees that his uncle Rob lives in New York. He's like, "Oh, maybe I'll drop in on him later." And then he sees a picture of his family, and he's like, "Good night, Mom." And then it fades to like his mom in Florida, and she's like, "Good night, Kevin." So a little psychic moment there, I guess. I don't know, bro. Psychic, I don't know, whatever it's called. Okay, so now there's another scene where Rob Schneider, I don't know, helps Kevin with something, brings him something, I don't know, bro. And then he's about to leave, and Kevin's like, "Tip." And he's like, "That won't be necessary, sir. I still have some tip left over." He's referring to the gum because he's chewing the gum that he gave him before. And Kevin's like, "No tip, okay." And he sees that Kevin had a wad of cash in his hands. He's like, "No, no, no, no." But then Kevin just shut the door in his face. So that was pretty funny. Okay, so yeah, then he heads out. Kevin, he's leaving the hotel lobby, and he's confronted by Tim Curry, who's like, "Oh, I'm sorry about that I barged in on your dad the other day." Didn't say it in those words, but. And he's like, "Oh, my dad's pretty mad." And then he's like, "Will he be down soon?" And he's like, "I don't think you'll see him for the rest of the trip." And so then he goes outside, and he ordered a limo, and there's a pizza for him, compliments of the plaza. And so he goes for a limo ride, and then, this is one of my favorite parts of the movie, is where he's watching The Grinch on the TV in the limo. And there's a shot of The Grinch where he does like that evil smile, and then it fades to Tim Curry's character. Dude, you would think that they modeled The Grinch after Tim Curry's face because they look exactly the same, and the way he smiles is just perfect, just perfect. He's got a very expressive face with the lines here and the smile and everything, and his eyebrows. But anyways, he looks up information on his dad's credit card, and he sees that it's been reported stolen, and he's like, "Bingo!" That's why he's so happy, because I guess the parents canceled the credit card or reported it stolen because I don't know, whatever. But anyway, so now we see, what is this? Okay, so Marv and Harry are talking, and Harry hatches a plan. He's like, "We need one big score," and he hatches a plan basically to rob this toy store, Duncan's toy store, or something like that, because he figures it's Christmas Eve. It's gonna make a lot of money, and he's not gonna go to the bank on Christmas Eve, so there's gonna be a lot of cash in the store. So then this is pretty funny too. He's like, "There's nobody dumb enough to knock off a toy store." To knock off a toy store on Christmas Eve. And then Marv is like, "Oh yes, there is," and he points to both of them. I thought that was pretty funny. And so anyway, now they're in the toy store, and they're hiding out in these little toy houses for kids or whatever. And basically they're like, "Okay, we'll wait here until the store closes down, and then we'll rob the place." Which they don't actually do. We'll see that in a second if I remember. But so Kevin's also there. They don't see each other yet, but so he picks out this one thing in this massive toy store, and this time, and I finally figured it out while watching this, during this watch through to make this comic, but we'll get there. So he buys that object, whatever it is, and the guy at the register mentions that all the money coming in on this day will go to the children's hospital. And Kevin's like, oh wow, that's really nice. And he's like, here. And he gives him, I don't know, 20 or something. I don't know what the amount is, but he's like, this is for charity, for the kids or whatever. And he's like, oh, that's really nice. And he's like, you know what, I have a toy off of the, or you can have a free ornament off of this Christmas tree. And he's like, I suggest the turtle doves. And he's like, why the turtle doves? He's like, oh, well, you give one to a friend, and as long as you both have it, then you'll be friends forever, or something like that. So he's like, okay, thanks. And then as he's walking away, he sees a painting of Mr. Duncan, and you find out that the register guy was Mr. Duncan, and which I just assumed anyway. But anyways, he turns around and looks at the register, but the guy, Mr. Duncan, is gone. So that made me think, oh, is he supposed to be a ghost? Like he died? Like why would there be a portrait of him, like a fancy painting? You know what I mean? But and why did he disappear when Kevin looked back? That actually would have been kind of cool, but we'll find the answer to that later on. So what happens now? Okay, so he leaves the store, and then Harry and Marv see him finally outside, and they're like, "Hiya, pal." And he turns around, and he's like, "Ah," which is weird because I thought they were gonna hide out in the store, but they ended up leaving. But anyway, I guess they went back later before the store closed. But yeah, so Kevin screams and he starts running, and he buys like a beaded necklace off some street vendor, and he breaks it, and all the beads go on the floor, and Marv and Harry slip on them and they fall. I always get their names confused because I originally thought that Harry was Marv and Marv was Harry when I was a kid. I'm not sure why, so it takes me a while to remember their names like every time. But anyways, so there's the first physical gag of the movie, and so Kevin ends up getting away, and actually he runs to the hotel and they're chasing him, but so he sees Tim Curry outside. He's like, you gotta help me, there's two guys after me. And Tim Curry's like, what's the matter? Store wouldn't take your stolen credit card. So the jig is up, and he's like, I'm gonna call the police. And he's like, Kevin gets scared and he runs into the hotel, and Tim Curry chases after him along with, let's see, get that straight. Okay, so there's Tim Curry, there is Rob Schneider, and there's that hotel staff lady, I forget her name, but and they're chasing Kevin there, and he slides between her legs into the elevator, and he goes up to his room. Now eventually they get up to his room as well. It's Tim Curry, there's a lady, there's a security guard, there's Rob Schneider, and some other old guy. And Kevin goes into the bedroom and he starts playing audio from that movie, Angels Will Fill Your Souls. And this one part is like, get down on your knees and tell me you love me. He's like, I love you. Tim Curry said that in a pretty funny way. And then of course he opens fire with this Tommy gun. It's like pow 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 pow. And then that gives they all duck and start crawling out of the room. And I remember Tim Curry doing the funniest crawl on his elbows on that part. It was good physical maneuver there. But anyways, so and then it's like, Merry Christmas, you filthy animal, pow, or pow 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 pow, and then a happy New Year, pow. However it goes, but something like that. So he gets away, and now he's in the back area, like the loading dock area, and Marv and Harry are out there waiting for him, and he kind of just falls right into their arms. And you can see on Harry's hand, he still has the scar from when he burned his hand on the door handle in part 1. So I thought that was pretty cool. And then, so they're carrying Kevin away. They're gonna like bring him to some secluded place and kill him, I guess, which is pretty crazy. But so they get to a street light, so they're waiting for the light to change, and there just happens to be that same lady in front of them that Marv ran into before and got smacked by. So Kevin pinches her butt, and she turns around, and she sees Marv, and he's like, well, hello, and she punches him, and then Kevin's like, he did it, pointing to Harry, so she punches him too. gives him a chance to get away. And then, so now, we are at, so Kevin goes to his Uncle Rob's house. It's like a townhouse kind of thing, but it's being renovated, and you can see like the tube pipe thing going from the window to a dumpster where they throw out like supplies and materials and stuff. Anyways, he knocks on the door, knock. Hello, Uncle Rob, Aunt Georgette, anybody home? So basically nobody's home. They're on vacation as well. So now he's got nowhere to go because he escaped or ran away from the hotel, and he's just wandering the streets at night, and he's seeing like weird people. You know, from his point of view, they're weird people, and he almost like runs into somebody, and there's like this homeless guy on the floor, and he's like, "Watch it, kid." I just thought that was well done. The way he said that, very unique looking individual. So he's kind of distraught. So he goes to the park, and he starts feeding the pigeons, and of course the bird lady emerges up from behind the pigeons, and he's like, ah. He tries to run away, but his foot's stuck, and she comes around and helps remove his foot, and then he runs, but then he stops, turns back, and he says, "I'm sorry I screamed in your face. I'm Kevin McAllister." Before he says, like, "I'm sorry I screamed in my face, you were just trying to help. I'm Kevin McAllister." And they end up becoming friends and talking a little bit, and then he's like, "How about some hot chocolate on me?" He's like, "Can we go play somewhere warm?" And she's like, "Yes, I know a place." Oh, and there's a part, he asks her something, I can't remember what, and oh no, he's like, "Am I bothering you?" And she's like, "No." And I thought that was pretty well done, because you find out later that she hasn't spoken to anybody in years, and the way she says no, like, it sounded like she, you know, if you don't talk for years, then you know your voice is gonna be kind of weak or whatever, and she portrayed that very well, the actress. So anyways, she ends up sneaking them into this orchestra, what do you call it, like concert hall, and there's like this live symphony orchestra playing Christmas music, and the conductor, I believe, is actually John Williams, who did the music for this movie and 5 trillion other movies. But anyways, then it shows that they're in sort of like this back area, like, if you know, up in the concert hall, they have those things where the lights are, but behind there's like a storage room and stuff like that, so that's where they're watching from. So then we have this origin story scene where she's talking about her origin. It's like blah 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 blah. And basically what she's saying is that she wasn't always like that. She had her heart broken by her former husband, I guess, and he left her, and she was so like heartbroken about it, she sort of cut herself off from the world and refused to get close to anybody because she didn't want her to have her heart broken again. And I can't remember exactly what Kevin says and how he says something positive, I guess, but at first he's like, you know, being covered in pigeon crap isn't exactly helping. He didn't say it in those words, but she kind of agreed. She's like, "Yeah, I guess I push people away with the pigeons and whatnot." She mentioned something about it's Christmas Eve, good deeds count for extra. He's like, "Really?" And that comes in, well, anyways. And then he's like, so he has to leave, and he's like, "I won't forget to remember you." And she's like, "Don't make promises you can't keep." So that was kind of a sad moment in a way, but so here we go. Next page. So he's wandering the streets a little bit, and he sees the children's hospital, and there's a kid looking through the window, and he's like, "You can mess with a lot of things, but you can't mess with a kid on Christmas." So now he shows him running to his uncle's house, and he goes into that pipe that I mentioned before to get into the place, and then he sets up Operation Ho Ho Ho. Operation Ho Ho Ho. And sorry, my stomach just rumbled or whatever, but anyways, you see Operation Ho Ho Ho. And I didn't notice before, but he actually drew this on top of the actual blueprints for the house. That's kind of interesting. But then it's like a montage of him setting things up. So he has the nail gun, or it's actually a staple gun. Those cans of paint he sets up. these are like, what do you call those, electrodes? I don't know what you call those things you hook up to batteries or whatever. It's hooked up to the generator, power generator, and he attaches these things to a sink in the basement. There's a ladder here. Okay, so let's go here first. There's kerosene, so he's putting a rope in the kerosene. Yeah, this thing. Okay, so that thing he bought at the store was like some kind of, it's called like monster soap or something. So it's like super slippery soap, I guess. Such an odd thing to buy at a toy store, but anyways, he pours it all over the floor. He's putting some gasoline in the toilet, and he puts some more of that goopy soap on one of the ladder rungs outside. This is one of my favorite scenes in the movie. So anyways, the parents eventually arrive in New York at the Plaza Hotel, and the mom's talking to the staff, and she's getting very annoyed by them, and she's yelling at the staff lady there. I can't remember her name, but she's like, "What kind of idiots do you have working here?" And she's like, "The finest in New York." I thought that was funny too. And then Tim Curry's being like very rude throughout this whole thing. Unintentionally rude, but rude nonetheless. Insensitive, I guess we can say. So the mom's like, "Okay, I'm gonna go basically wander the streets and go look for Kevin." And Tim Curry's like, "With all due respect, New York is a dangerous place. There's muggers and thieves and blah blah blah." And she gets, she snaps and she just smacks the crap out of him like a massive karate chop smack. And this is my favorite part, his reaction. He's like, "Do bundle up, it's awfully cold outside." And then he just kind of does this like wobbly smile and then looks to the side, and he's like, it looks like he's like trying not to cry because the way she slapped him or whatever. But man, his expression was just, it's subtle, but it's always made me laugh since I was a kid, and it still makes me laugh when I see that part. So great job there. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, during the montage at the end, he's like, "Let's rock." He has a submachine gun, a rifle of some kind, and his trademark katana blade. I made all that up. There's nothing like this here, but everything else is true. Okay. So now we're in the toy store. I guess they snuck back in. So they come out of their hidey holes and they see the chest where Mr. Duncan's keeping all the money, which is so ridiculous because it's made of glass, so anyone can see it. You can literally see it from the window. It's like in New York City. I don't think anyone will leave that much cash clearly visible, or in any city, to be honest. But so anyways, they crack it open, and they're like, "Merry Christmas, Harry. Happy Hanukkah, Marv." That was a funny line too. And then so Kevin's outside, and he's taking pictures, starts taking pictures of them through the window. I think he knocks too, so they see that. And Harry's like, "He's back, he took our picture." And Marv is like, "How does my hair look?" And then so basically Kevin's outside and he's like, "This is it, no turning back, another Christmas in the trenches." And he has a brick with a letter tied to it, and he throws it through the window, which sets off the alarm. And Joe Pesci, Harry's like, "No." So then they run, first Harry runs outside, and Kevin had set up like this plank of wood on a barrel or whatever, like a teeter-totter type thing. So he goes on one side, and then Marv comes running out and lands on the other one. So of course, with Home Alone physics, this causes Harry to go flying 20 feet up in the air and land on a parked car, which totally should have crushed his back, but like I said, Home Alone physics. So Kevin runs and he leads them to the House of Doom, and he's up on the roof, and they see him, and they're like, "Throw down your camera, we won't hurt you." And he's like, "You promise?" He's like, "I cross my heart and hope to die." And so he's like, "Okay, kid, give it to me." So instead of the camera, he throws a brick, and Marv wasn't paying too much attention, and then bam, it hits him. Pow, 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 right in the forehead. So he's down, but he gets back up, and Kevin throws another brick, crunch, and his teeth go flying, and there's blood coming out of his nose. And then Kevin throws another brick, wham, and he's just seriously getting effed up here. And then one final brick, bonk, and it literally caves in the the side of his head, taking some massive damage. Okay, I exaggerated the damage a little bit, but that's probably what would really happen in that case. Okay, so now of course Marv is fine, so he goes to the front door where Kevin had rigged the staple gun, and with a rope attached to the door handle. So when he pulls it, it fires the gun, and boom, gets him right in the sack. And then he turns around, and then boom, gets him in the butt. And then he goes down on his knees, and boom, gets him right in the nose. So that's not exactly fatal, but man, that's a different kind of pain. You know what I'm saying? So now in the back area, Harry gets a bright idea to jump off a box and grab onto the fire escape ladder, but not realizing that Kevin poured that goopy stuff on it. So he grabs it, but his hands like slip right off, and then boom, just lands on the ground. But I'm thinking, there's no way Harry would be, even if that goop wasn't there, there's no way he'd be able to hang onto that thing, but and pull himself up. And then when he's on the floor, like a piece of goop goes, lands right on his forehead. Pretty funny. So then Marv gets his way in there, and I'm probably calling these guys by the wrong names a million times, but just bear with it. But Marv busts in the front door, and he's like, Harry, I've reached the top. But he doesn't realize there's a big hole in the floor here, so he just goes, just like does a belly flop right in the concrete in the basement. And then he eventually gets up and looks up. He's like, wow, what a hole. That was a funny line. Funny delivery. So then Harry finds another way in, and another door in the back, and when he opens the door, it causes like this bag of tools, heavy tools, to fall on his head. I thought that was kind of a lame gag, but I don't know, maybe in the first one that would have been okay, but you gotta step it up, you know what I'm saying? So then Marv in the basement steps on that goopy stuff he put on the floor, and he goes sliding into this shelf full of paint cans, and the shelf falls over on him, and all the paint goes all over his face and stuff. And then he gets up and he goes to wash his face off on the little sink there, but remember, Kevin attached the electricity to it, so he ends up getting fried. He's like, like starts screaming, and then it shows like, it cuts to like a skeleton version of him, which I thought was pretty funny. And actually, that when I was a kid, that made me laugh so damn hard. Looking back on it now, it's kind of disturbing, like the way he's screaming when he's starting to get electrocuted, but it's still pretty funny. And then, so there's a part where Harry goes to the washroom, not like he doesn't go to the washroom, but he goes into the room that is the washroom, you know what I mean? And they do the same blowtorch gag where his top of his head catches on fire, and he doesn't notice until he looks in the mirror. And he's like, oh crap. And then, so he dunks his head in the toilet, which remember is full of gasoline. Now the weird thing is he doesn't just like put his head in the toilet, he like does a headstand or handstand, whatever you call it, on the toilet rim, and then he slowly lowers his head into the toilet, which is just the weirdest thing. Nobody would ever do that. But anyways, then there's a big explosion, and of course, you know, he should be dead right there, but no, he's perfectly fine. So then Marv in the basement, there's no way up, so because you know it's being renovated, whatever. So there's a rope there, so he pulls on the rope, but it's attached to a bag of cement, and it falls down and lands on him. That was kind of a lame gag too. Could have done something a little better than that. And then, speaking of lame gags, I thought this was lame where Harry climbs this ladder, but Kevin kind of pre-cut it a little bit, so then it ends up just falling over, and that was kind of lame. It wasn't even like it was a high ladder or something. What should have happened, I always thought as a kid, was he should have like fell, and then he should have fell into that hole, into the basement kind of thing, but that would have been pretty cool. But anyway, so then they do the paint can thing where, similar to the first one, they're gonna go up the steps. Remember in the first one where Kevin threw those paint cans down on the ropes? So Harry's like, wait, remember what happened last time? So they pretend, they make noise like they're walking upstairs, so Kevin throws the first paint can and it misses, but they pretend like it got them. They throw the second one, and then they're like, right in the schnoz, pretending it hit them in the nose. And then they're like, okay, that's it, let's go. climbing. Then Kevin has this like massive heavy looking pipe that he whips down on the ropes, and boom, it hits them and they go flying right down into the basement, down the hole. And then he cuts the cables, and then the pipe itself falls and boom, lands on them. So that was definitely another fatal or near fatal injury. So then Kevin's in this room upstairs, and he's like, I'm up here and I'm really scared. And there's like this tool chest attached to the rope, attached to the door. So when they try to open the door, they're like, what's that sound? Because the tool chest is like down the stairs. And then it hits the door, which rips the door off its hinges and then just like pushes them into the wall. Crunch. And then they push the door away, and you see that their schnozzes are like totally deformed, like definitely broken. And I think Marv's like, that was the sound of a tool chest falling down the stairs. And then they like, with their hands, they go crunch, and they, snap their noses back in place, which is a pretty brutal sound that they put in there in a good way. Okay, and then so now they get up on top of the roof, and Kevin is down here, and Marv sees a brick, and he's like, suck a brick, kid, because he wants some revenge, and he whips the brick, but of course he misses by a mile. Interesting thing I forgot to mention before about the bricks is I remember when I would watch this on TV sometimes, they would cut out the whole part where Kevin would throw the bricks. I guess some kid probably threw a brick because of this movie and hurt somebody, so they had to cut it out. I don't know, bro, just speculation, but anyways, you can see there's a rope. There's some scaffolding down here with some paint cans here. Oh, and this is my favorite line in the movie. Kevin's like, or one of my favorite lines, like, a nice night for a neck injury. I thought that was pretty funny. So they start climbing down the rope, which remember is soaked in kerosene. So Kevin lights it, and the flames go up. So they freak out and they end up falling off the rope through the scaffolding here. And all the paint cans that were on it end up falling down on them, and they get all messed up with paint, and I think there's some oil there or something, I don't know, bro. So then Kevin goes to a payphone, and he's like, the guys who robbed the store are in the park, look for fireworks, hurry, they got a gun. So he called the popo, and he runs to the park, or he's trying to run to the park, but then he slips on ice that's coming from a leaky fire hydrant. And the bad guys catch up with him, and they're like, my, how the tables have turned. So it's like, okay, let's bring him to the park and we'll shoot him. So they bring him to the park, and they're about to shoot him. Harry pulls out his gun, but it's all like oily with whatever fell on it. And, but then the pigeon lady shows up, and she's like, run. And she throws birdseed on Marv and Harry. And Marv is like, shoot her. He's like, I'm trying to shoot her, and his gun was all oily, like, and so he can't shoot her. And then all the pigeons come because the birdseed is all over them, and then they're pecking at them, and they're freaking out. So there they are, they're covered in the birdseeds. You can just see their eyes with all the pigeons on them, and a lot of that's bird crap too, I'm guessing. But Kevin lights off the fireworks. And the cops see that, they show up, and he's like, what the F? Because that's, the sight that he sees. Very hard to explain that one on the police report. And finally, the last page here. Well, this got bent a little bit, but anyways. So now we see the cops talking to Mr. Duncan in the store, and he's like, we got the thieves and recovered the money. And he's like, let's get that money to the hospital. And then another officer gives him this note. It was a note that Kevin wrote that was attached to the brick. And it says, Dear Mr. Duncan, blah, 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 blah. Merry Christmas, Kevin McAllister. P.S. Thanks for the doves. So, basically what he says is, sorry for breaking your window. I had to do it to catch the bad guys. Do you have insurance? If not, I'll send you money. Which is nice, but he doesn't know how insurance works, because even if Kevin pays for it, even if he uses insurance rather, he's gonna have to pay deductible, and then his premiums are gonna go up. You know how it works, but I guess he's a kid, he doesn't know better. And it's written on the Plaza stationery, which comes comes into play in a second. So anyways, he goes to the that big Christmas tree in, was it Rockefeller Center? Massive Christmas tree, and the mom, who's now in New York, figures, oh, he's gonna go to that Christmas tree because he likes Christmas trees. So she goes there, they reunite, and it's like, Kevin, Mom. He's like, Mom, I'm glad you didn't die in a fire like I wished. And she's like, what? No, I made that up. But anyways, everything's fine now. They're all back at the hotel. And it's the next morning, they wake up, it's like, oh, it's Christmas. And they see a stack of presents as far as the eye can see in their hotel room. And these presents were, I guess, from Mr. Duncan in appreciation for what Kevin did. But it's like, wait a minute, did they just like break into their hotel room while they were sleeping to drop off presents? I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to do that. But and at first I wondered, I was like, wait a minute, how did Mr. Duncan even know where they were? But I guess because he had the Plaza stationery there, that's all he knew. So they thought of everything in this movie. So then, well, the family's all happy. And another thing is, like, it's kind of, what kind of message is that? Like, they're a pretty rich family. Do they really need all these presents? Like, why not give more presents to the kids in the hospital? You know what I mean? But anyway, so then we see Kevin sneaks off and he goes to meet the pigeon lady in the park. And he's like, as long he gives her one of the doves, and he's like, as long as we each have one, we'll be friends forever. She's like, oh, Kevin, thank you. And they hug, and all the pigeons fly away, which is pretty symbolic because she was using the pigeons as her excuse not to get close to people. So now she's kind of like been set free, and we can assume that she'll, go back to her regular life, so to speak. And he's like, I won't forget you, trust me. So that's a nice heartwarming scene. And then Rob Schneider shows up and he gives the bill to Buzz. And then he's waiting for a tip, and Buzz is like, oh. So he takes a water gum out of his mouth and gives it to Rob Schneider. He's like, nice family. And then Buzz sees the bill, and its total is $967.43. And he's like, Merry Christmas indeed. He's like, oh, Dad. So when the father sees the bill, he's like, Kevin. And somehow Kevin hears it in the park, like a mile away. And he's like, oh, he does that face, and then he runs away. So I guess that starts Home Alone 3. But anyway, it's kind of like, I was like, wait a minute, $967. It's really not that much, considering they lost their kid for the second Christmas in a row. It's a small price to pay to get him back, in a way. But even with inflation, I looked it up, it's like $2,000 in today's money. But still, like, they're loaded, so we should just be happy that, and all those gifts that they got are probably worth more than $967. But anyways, and because I had one panel left, I wrote the end, and that is Home Alone 2. It's a pretty decent sequel, but it just does not have the same magic. A lot of the magic was just gone, even though it's a lot of the same actor, mostly the same actors, if not all the same actors, all the ones that matter anyways. But something was missing. The magic wasn't the same. There's always a little bit of magic, but a lot of it was diminished. But it was basically the same thing as the first one, just in a different set. But like I said, it's Home Alone. It's a nice Christmas movie. You don't have to think too much. Watch it with the family, kind of thing, and yeah, it's enjoyable. In the end, and that's all that matters. So I hope you guys found this video enjoyable. I hope everyone has an enjoyable Christmas, happy holidays,